Chapter 831 Sister Yu's spirit enters the dream. The fairy of Jiutian Yaotai covets the root of the thunder spirit. Puff! Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground. His eyes open. His pupils full of confusion. Is he sick? Why does every dream end with Sister Yu stabbing him? Isn't it said that you dream about something during the day? But in reality, he has never thought about it this way. In his heart, Sister Yu is not such a person. It is impossible for her to stab him with a dagger. So this dream. Is this a dream? He gradually opened his eyes, stayed still for a while, and suddenly sat up. Then, he woke up. In the cave. It was dark and silent. Everyone seemed to be asleep. He sat in the corner, his chest heaving, breathing heavily, and sweat oozing from his forehead. Dreaming again. But is everything in the dream really illusory? Or, he clearly remembered that if the soul was strong enough, it could enter the other person's dream. Sister Yu had entered before. He looked at the girl lying in the corner. The backlash of the ancient sword formation did not cause any serious damage to his soul, and his severely damaged body recovered in just a few days. Was it really just because of his special physique and spiritual fluid? Or was it related to every dream? These few days, as long as he fell asleep, he would dream almost every time. And every time in his dream, he would see Sister Yu. Even if he thought of Chan Chan or his uncle, it would always become Sister Yu in the end. Is this really just a coincidence? Fei Yang, you are pressing down on my hair. Just as he was thinking about it, the master who was sleeping next to him suddenly made a vague dream talk. Luo Qingzhou looked down. Master's long hair was loose. Her red skirt was messy. And under the skirt was a pair of slender and straight beautiful legs. I don't know when. She had changed into white stockings and took off her shoes. A pair of slender and delicate feet were also wrapped in thin white silk. At this time, she was lying diagonally beside him, with a towering chest, one hand on his waist, and even drooling from the corner of her mouth. It's a pity that I haven't practiced the art of entering dreams. Otherwise, maybe I can try to enter Master's dream to see the effect. Luo Qingzhou looked at the appearance of the Master and said secretly in his heart. At the same time, he was a little confused. It is said that I am now in the middle stage of the distraction realm, and I will soon break through to the late stage. I should be able to practice the art of entering dreams. However, Sister Yu seems to have never mentioned such a technique to me. In the past, Sister Yu took the initiative to teach those internal skills, breath-holding techniques, etc. Could it be that Sister Yu is afraid that I will practice this kind of technique? At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. His heart moved, and he looked at the girl lying in the opposite corner. After a pause, he took out the message. It was not said by Sister Yu. It was sent by the pink fairy of Jiutian Yaotai. Yu, are you asleep? Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, just woke up. What do you want? Fairy? Yu, are you available now? We just dug up a battle flag and a golden dragon stone sculpture on the hillside during the day. I have some questions for you. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, okay. The golden cicada grass has not been obtained yet, and they still need their protection. So of course they have to be more active. Moreover, he also wants to get out quickly. He really misses his uncle and Chan Chan. It doesn't matter whether he practices or not. He just wants to talk to his uncle and Chan Chan and give them some beautiful stockings. I have something to do. I'll go out for a while. Although everyone in the cave seemed to be asleep, he still said it softly, as if he was talking to someone specifically. When he walked out of the cave quietly, the figure lying in the corner moved slightly, and the communication treasure in his hand lit up. 2 dialogues appeared on it. Outside the cave, Lioli, who was on night watch, was surprised and asked, Brother Chu, are you going out? Luo Qingzhou explained. The Nil Fairy has dug up the formation flag and needs my help. You stay here to guard them. If there is anything, remember to hide in the cave first, and then send me a message. Lioli looked at him with a complicated look and nodded. Well, Brother Chu should also be careful. Luo Qingzhou left quickly. A silver moon hung in the night sky, and the valley was dim. All was silent. Soon they arrived at the valley in the north. On the hillside, 5 women from Jiutian Yaotai were standing in a light curtain, looking hazy and unable to hear any sound. There should be a barrier blocking them. When Luo Qingzhou came to the bottom of the hillside, the barrier suddenly disappeared. The fairy-like figures of the 5 women on the hillside immediately appeared in his sight. The red-dressed woman named Hong Yuan smiled tenderly and said, Chu, come up quickly. I asked you to come so late. Did I disturb your sleep? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched immediately. Choo choo choo. No. I just woke up too. He immediately walked up the hillside and bowed respectfully to the 5 fairies. The 5 people's eyes fell on him, looking at him very seriously, as if they wanted to see through him. Luo Qingzhou was secretly surprised. During the day, they didn't look so passionate. Could it be that there were other people present at that time? Then Yu, who was wearing a pink dress, said, "This is the formation flag and the golden dragon stone sculpture we just dug up. Take a look. As you said, the formation flag has Li written on it, and it should be placed in the due south. But the golden dragon stone sculpture has the number 7 written on it. I don't know what it means," the purple-dressed woman said. "It is estimated that it needs to be moved to the due south, just like the formation flag." Fen Yu didn't say anything else, and looked at the boy in front of him. Luo Qingzhou looked at the formation flag and the golden dragon stone sculpture in the deep pit, and there was a faint sense of terror coming from them. Even after so many years, the energy on them is still frightening. He thought about it carefully and replied, "It is correct to put the formation flag in the south, but this golden dragon stone sculpture should be placed in the west." The purple-skirt woman asked, "Why?" Luo Qingzhou explained, "The words on the formation flag are the 8 diagrams, and the numbers on the golden dragon should belong to the 9 palaces. 7 corresponds to the word Dui in the 8 diagrams. So the correct position of this golden dragon stone sculpture should be in the west." 9 palaces? The 5 women were a little confused when they heard it. Fen Yu said, "What is the 9 palaces?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the golden dragon in the pit and patiently explained, "The 9 palaces can be divided into 4 directions and 4 dimensions using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The 4 directions are 1, 3, 9, and 7, corresponding to Kan, Zhen, Li, and Dui in the 8 diagrams. And the corresponding directions are north, east, south, and west, except for Fen Yu, who frowned and thought. The other 4 women were even more confused. Luo Qingzhou continued, "The 4 dimensions are the remaining numbers, 2, 6, 8, and 4, which correspond to Kuan, Xian, Zhen, and Sun of the 8 diagrams respectively. Their corresponding directions are southwest, northwest, northeast, and southeast. The number 5 corresponds to the center of the 8 diagrams, also called the Central Palace." He stood on the hillside, standing among the 5 talented female disciples of Zhoutian Yaotai, talking freely and confidently, not like a humble cultivator from a small sect in a small place, but like a top figure from a large sect of the immortal sect teaching them the cultivation method. Fen Yu's eyes reflected his shadow, and she listened with bated breath. While listening carefully, she thought at the same time. The other 4 women stared at the boy in front of them with different expressions. Although they didn't understand, they thought he was very powerful. Until Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, the 5 women had not come back to their senses. The hillside fell into silence for a few seconds. Luo Qingzhou felt uncomfortable being stared at by them, and he bowed and said, "Fairies, you can try the effect first. If you have other questions, you can notify me. By the way, I think we can temporarily change the formation flags, and then change the golden dragon after all the formation flags are changed. If we change them all at once, I am afraid that the formation will be too chaotic and other accidents will occur." Fen Yu frowned, thought for a while, and looked at him with burning eyes and said, "Where did you learn all this?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "I forgot." Fen Yu. Hong Yuan on the side laughed and said, "Junior sister, this is the first man who rejected you, and he lied directly to your face." The other women also laughed with their mouths covered. Fen Yu didn't care, and said in a light tone, "I am abrupt. This kind of thing really shouldn't be asked too much." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer, and bowed and said goodbye. The woman in the green skirt suddenly opened her arms to stop him, and said in a crisp voice with a sweet smile, "Mr. Chu, don't be in a hurry to leave. We sisters still have something to tell you." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and bowed his head and said, "Fairy, please tell me." The woman in the purple skirt said, "After you left during the day, we asked Elder Sun and others about your situation, and suddenly found some interesting information." Luo Qingzhou asked, "How interesting?" The woman in the purple skirt looked at him with a flash of light, and said, "The previous sword tomb was discovered by the 5 of us sisters. There was an ancient weapon hidden in it, but it was guarded by a powerful sword formation. We couldn't break it, so we left. I heard that in the end you had a brother who directly absorbed the power of the sword formation, and then used brute force to break the formation. In the end, he was seriously injured, and his meridians and Danhai in his body were all destroyed. His life was at stake. Luo Qingzhou listened to her, and bowed his head without saying a word. The purple-skirted woman paused here, looked at him with burning eyes and said, Elder Sun said that the boy was your brother, and others also said so. But as far as we know, the one who entered this ancient ruins and fell into this nine-dragon emperor formation this time was not your brother, or in other words, it was not you. There was silence on the hillside for a few breaths. Luo Qingzhou directly admitted, I did lie to them. Oh! The five women looked at each other, and saw the light in each other's eyes. The purple-skirted woman said, So, the young man who was seriously injured after breaking the formation is you, right? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Yes. There was another silence in the field. Hong Yuan suddenly couldn't help asking, How did you recover? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and remained silent. Hong Yuan shrugged and said, Okay, this is your secret. And it may be a huge secret. Of course you won't tell it. Then, let's change the question. When you killed the woman from Shura Gate during the day, the red and purple lighting you used were the skills? Luo Qingzhou still didn't answer. The purple-skirted woman narrowed her eyes and said, Before falling into this ancient formation, three-color sky thunder appeared on the giant tower above. There are sky thunders from the formation. And there are also thunder tribulations from someone. Could it be that you brought them down? Luo Qingzhou spoke this time and said, No. You're lying. The green-skirted woman's voice was crisp, like a bell. The five women were silent for a while again. Hong Yuan suddenly looked at the young man in front of her with a burning gaze, and said, I remember there is an extremely rare cultivation physique that will produce lightning in the body, and it will become powerful lightning of various colors as the cultivation level advances. At the same time, people who have this kind of lightning will not be afraid of heavenly thunder, and can even help other cultivators to overcome the thunder tribulation. Speaking of this, her eyes suddenly became hot. The other women also suddenly stagnated their breathing. The ability to help cultivators overcome the thunder tribulation. This alone is enough to make all the cultivators in the world, all creatures with thunder tribulation, crazy for it. Sister, what is your physique? The green-skirted woman suddenly asked. Hong Yuan looked at the young man in front of her with a burning gaze, as if she wanted to see through him immediately, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, Thunder Spirit Body. The hearts of several people were surging. The blue-skirted woman, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Sister, how does it compare to that person's ice-skinned and jade-bone spirit body? As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly moved. Ice-skinned and jade-bone spirit body? Virgin spirit body? He remembered the news Hyoya had told him. Sister, you seem to be this kind of spirit. Hong Yuan glanced at her and frowned slightly, saying, Why do you mention her again? The woman in the blue skirt did not speak again. Hong Yuan seemed to remember something, and her tone softened again, saying, Lan Yu, senior sister is not blaming you. But Master, alas, if she had not rejected Master at the beginning, with her talent and physique, she might have been the saint of our Jiutian Yaotai now. But unfortunately, the woman in the blue skirt looked at her and said, Senior sister, she saved me. I know. Hong Yuan said softly. Forget it. Don't mention her. She is probably now that is her own choice. Don't blame others. You don't have to think about looking for her and helping her. Be careful that Master finds out. As she said that, she looked at the young man in front of her again, with a kind smile on her face. Choo-choo. When the formation is broken, Sister will take you to Jiutian Yaotai to play. Okay. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, I have to go back to practice in a hurry. Playing ass? Isn't it just coveting his thunder spirit root? If he really fell for it, he would be detected immediately, and then he would not be able to come back. Cultivation is important. But for him, family is the most important. The purple skirt woman said directly, Go to our Jiutian Yaotai to practice. We can make the decision, and let you join Jiutian Yaotai, and become the inner disciple of the first immortal sect in Jiuzhou continent. Hong Yuan suddenly laughed and said, Not an inner disciple, but a direct disciple. Choo-choo. Have you heard of my master? Fairy Qin Yao? Go back with your sister, and your sister will introduce you to my master. My master will definitely accept you as a close disciple. By then, the five of us sisters will be your senior sisters. The most important thing is that you can spend time with your fairy Yu day and night. No need to send messages anymore. The Niu on the side did not speak. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you all fairies for your kindness. But I haven't thought about leaving home too far for the time being. I'm really sorry. That I'm a little sleepy. I have to go back to rest. Goodbye." After that, he hurried down the hillside and fled from here. Sister Yu was right. His thunder spirit body must not be known to others. Look! Even the proud fairies of Jiotian Yaotai suddenly turned into annoying little goblins, trying to trick him away with seduction. Of course he wouldn't be fooled. They coveted his thunder spirit root, and wanted him to help them block the thunder tribulation. And they might even use him for cultivation. Even the famous Qin Yao fairy. I guess she couldn't help but use him. The higher the people who practiced, the more they wanted to climb. And it became more and more difficult. If he could climb up easily, then the etiquette, integrity, master and apprentice, sister and brother, etc., would probably not be important. Want him to be the furnace cauldron for their master and apprentice? No way. Even if he wanted to be the furnace cauldron, he would belong to his uncle, Master Longer, the queen, Chan, the princess, etc. Well, there is also Sister Yu. If Sister Yu is willing. Thinking of this, he quickly returned to the cave, then took out the communication treasure, and told Sister Yu what had just happened. It doesn't matter if he shows off or not. He just wants to find out Sister Yu's attitude towards Jiotian Yaotai. I wonder if the person those fairies just mentioned is Sister Yu. If so, then Sister Yu is really so powerful that it makes people envious and jealous. No wonder some bad guys want to target her. At the same time, on the hillside just now, the 5 women from Jiotian Yaotai were still talking with complicated expressions. Sister, why didn't you force a check just now? If it's really a thunder spirit body, you must take him away, and don't let other sects know. Why didn't you force a check? Elder son from Pomlai Fairy Island didn't find anything when he checked his body last time. Which means that his thunder spirit root is hidden deep. Or it's covered up by something. And to check the physique, you need the person's cooperation. And you have to touch his chest. Men and women are not allowed to touch each other. I am pure and innocent, and have never touched a man. Sister, can the thunder spirit body really help us block the thunder tribulation? Of course. Master once said that. Moreover, Master has been looking for such a physique for decades. Master failed to pass the thunder tribulation last time, and has been stuck at the bottleneck for decades. Could it be that he wants to? So, we have to take him back no matter what. But you saw the boy's attitude just now. He was very stubborn. That's because he thinks we are lying to him. Then we will find out his preferences, and the situation in Diyan, and prescribe the right medicine. Yu, senior sister thinks you should seduce him. Didn't you add him as a friend? You can tease him. Let me tell you one more thing. The thunder spirit body can not only help us block the thunder tribulation, but also help us practice. In the cave, there was silence. After Luo Qingzhou sent a message to Sister Yu, he was holding the communication treasure and observing the growth of the blue spirit flower in the storage ring. After a while, the communication treasure in his hand suddenly vibrated. Sister Yu has a message. Oh! There is only one word. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and had to reply, Sister Yu, you haven't told me yet. Should I join Jiotian Yaotai? What do you think of it? I think there are beautiful fairies there. I don't like it very much. After a while. Sister Yu, hee. Chapter 832. The genius fought over by the 2 great immortal sects. The next day, at dusk, when Luo Qingzhou and his companions were practicing in the cave, a strange sound suddenly came from outside. Then, the whole cave suddenly began to shake. Stone chips and dirt fell from above, and the cave seemed to collapse. The faces of several people changed, and they hurriedly rushed out. When they came outside, they found the golden characters were lit up on the light shields in the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions above the valley. Yesterday, the Kan and Jin in the north-south direction had switched directions. At this time, the east is Jin, the west is Dui, the north is Kan, and the south is Li. The shadows of golden dragons appeared on the golden characters. The whole light shield flickered continuously. Waves of formations echoed throughout the valley. Is this breaking the formation? When Luo Shang saw this scene, his face suddenly showed excitement. Luo Qingzhou was about to speak when the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. It was sent by the fairy Fan Yu. We are in the valley in the east. Please come over. TSK. Fairy Zixia took a peek at his communication treasure and said in disbelief, Fei Yang, the fairy from Jiotian Yaotai is so polite to you. That woman is a big shot that even Elder Sun from Pomlai Fairy Island respects. When Luo Shang heard it, she also hurried over to take a look. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and said calmly, "Let's go to the valley in the east." Several people followed him with complicated expressions. Luo Shang whispered with envy, "Zixia, I don't know what virtue you Ling Xiao sect accumulated in your previous life to get such an excellent disciple like Fei Yang." Fairy Zixia's red skirt fluttered, and her face was calm. Everyone didn't think highly of him at the beginning, and I overcame all the opposition and forced him to be my disciple. At the beginning, his cultivation was only at the level of a martial artist. As the sect master, I directly accepted him as my only personal disciple. And Luo should be able to imagine how much resistance there was at that time. Luo Shang rolled her eyes at her and said, "Don't think I don't know that you are bullying others by taking advantage of your power and stealing Qingzhou." Fairy Zixia said confidently, "Qingzhou and I are sisters. Closer than real sisters. And what's hers is mine." Luo Shang curled her lips. Too lazy to complain in front of the younger generation. The few people soon came to the east side of the valley. Under the huge golden Wurjin was a hillside with lush flowers and plants. At this time, the 5 fairies of Jiutian Yaotai were standing on it. The woman named Finyo, holding a jade plate, frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. The hillside was already full of people. The strange phenomenon in the valley made everyone rush here excitedly, fearing that the formation would suddenly open and they would not be able to get out in time. As soon as Luo Qingzhou and his companions arrived at the hillside, the old man named Sun Boi came over impatiently and said with a smile on his face, "Xiao Chu, where is your fellow brother? Can I go and take a look? I have a 9-turn great rejuvenation pill here, which can help him temporarily stabilize his injuries." As soon as these words came out, Luo Shang and Fairy Zixia all changed their expression slightly. It would be bad if the elder of Pomlai Fairy Island knew that he was deceived yesterday, let alone their Ling Xiao sect and Xianyan Pavilion. Even the entire De Yin couldn't afford to offend a super sect like Pomlai Fairy Island. When the two were quickly thinking of a suitable reason, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Don't bother. Senior, my brother is dead." Sun Bao was stunned for a moment. "Dead?" Luo Qingzhou's face was full of sorrow. "Junior and he are brothers, and I feel his pain. In order to prevent him from continuing to suffer, I punched him to death, which can be regarded as helping him to be relieved." Luo Shang, Zixia Fairy, Yu, and the other two. Sun Bao looked at him for a few times and said, "What about his body? Can I take a look?" Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "Junior has. He has been cremated, so that he can rest in peace and be reborn as a human being as soon as possible." Sun Bao's eyes twitched a few times, and he whispered, "Xiao Chu, you can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. You can't lie about this kind of thing, or you will be struck by lightning." Luo Qingzhou immediately raised his palm and said, "If you lie, you will be struck by lightning, and your heart will be pierced by thousands of thunders." Sun Bao, Fairy Zixia and others. At this time, the affectionate voice of the red-skirted woman Hong Yuan suddenly came from the hillside. "Chu Chu, come up quickly. Sister needs you." When these words came out, everyone was stunned, and their eyes turned to the young man again, full of envy and jealousy. Luo Qingzhou hurried up the hillside. Sun Bao looked at his back, his eyes sparkling, and suddenly turned his head, smiling at the red-dressed woman in front of him. "This little fairy, Xiao Chu, is your disciple, right? I have something to talk to you about. If it's convenient for you, can we go over there to talk?" Fairy Zixia said respectfully, "If Senior Sun has any instructions, just say it here. We are all juniors here, and it won't be spread out." Sun Bao heard the words, glanced at Luo Shang and the others, pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "It's like this. This year my Pomlai Fairy Island will recruit a group of disciples. This year, I also have 2 places to recruit personal disciples." Speaking of this, he looked at the figure on the hillside again and said, "I and your disciple hit it off right away, and I think he has a lot of talent for cultivation. So I want to ask if he can go to Pomlai Fairy Island? At that time, I will personally accept him as my personal disciple and teach him personally. As for the cultivation resources, you don't have to worry about it. He can use the cultivation resources of my Pomlai Fairy Island at will, and I will never be stingy with him." Then he said, "At his age, if he is good enough, he may be able to compete for the position of the holy son of my sect in 2 years." As soon as these words came out, Luo Shang next to him immediately envied, her eyes red. Although Fairy Zixia was very moved by what she heard, she knew that she couldn't make a decision casually on this matter. She hurriedly said respectfully, "Seeing your son's kindness, I am grateful and flattered. However, this matter needs to be decided after consultation between my ancestors and my disciples. Although I am his master, I am not qualified to decide his future." Sun Bao hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course. He needs to decide this matter himself. I am just telling you first. So, after the formation is broken, I hope you can go to my Pumlai Fairy Island for a few days to let Xiao Chu see the strength and cultivation resources of my Pumlai Fairy Island. This way, he can make a decision earlier after returning." Fairy Zixiao was moved again. Being able to visit an immortal sect like Pumlai Fairy Island, and being personally invited by Elder Sun, is something that many practitioners dream of. But she still didn't dare to decide. She hurriedly said, "Senior, I will tell my disciple about this matter. Everything needs to be decided by him." Sun Bao smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait." On the hillside, as soon as Luo Qizhou went up, he was surrounded by 5 fairies from Jiotian Yaotai. Hong Yuan said with admiration, "Chu Chu, you are so amazing. We just changed the positions of the 4 flags according to what you said, and the results were immediate. The spirit stone in Finfin's hand shows that we have entered the first stage of breaking the formation." The woman in the green skirt said crisply, "Chu Chu, you are so amazing." The woman in the purple skirt also showed a kind smile on her face. "Chu Chu, we did what you said, and the golden dragon has not moved for the time being. Next, can we change other positions?" Luo Qizhou nodded and said, "It should be possible." At this time, Fairy Fanyo suddenly looked at him and said, "The flags of the 4 directions are of different colors, and I found Jia Yi Bing Ding and other fonts on the north side of the flag. What does this mean? Will it be wrong to change?" Hearing this, Luo Qizhou looked at the flag in the pit. Fairy Fanyo also looked into the pit, frowned slightly and said, "This is the east. The color of the battle flag is green, and the words Jia Yi are written on the north. If I don't understand these, I'm afraid that all my efforts will be wasted in the end." Luo Qizhou thought for a while and said, "This should be the symbol of the 10 heavenly stems and earthly branches." "What are the 10 heavenly stems and earthly branches?" the purple-skirted woman beside him asked. Luo Qizhou explained, "The 10 heavenly stems and earthly branches can correspond to the yin and yang and the 5 elements, which are the gold, wood, water, fire and earth that I talked about before. Jia is yang wood. Yi is yin wood. Bing is yang fire. Ding is yin fire. Wu is yang earth. Ji is yin earth. Gung is yang gold. Xian is yin gold. Rin is yang water. Gui is yin water. Of course, there are corresponding directions. Jia and Yi are wood in the east. Bing and Ding are fire in the south. Wu and Ji are earth in the center. Gung and Xian are gold in the west. Ren and Gui are water in the north." The 5 women listened to him talking, all holding their breath and concentrating, not daring to interrupt again. Luo Qizhou explained all these things carefully again. At the bottom of the hill, all the cultivators saw this scene and dared not make any more noise. Sun Bao stood at the bottom of the hill, watching this scene, and his previous decision became more firm. As for the colors of the formation flags, they also correspond. Jia and Yi are blue. Bing and Ding are red. Wu and Ji are yellow. Gung and Xian are white. Ren and Gui are black. Luo Qizhou explained for half an instant's stick of time, and these little fairies of Jiotian Yaotai nodded as if they understood. "Chu Chu, you know so much. It feels like you are more powerful than our master. If the master sees you, he will be very happy. Before, I thought you were talking nonsense, but now it seems that you are much more powerful than my Pinky. Pinky likes to study formations very much. You have such a high level of attainment in formations. You must often guide my Pinky in the future." Red, purple, and green, the 3 women praised enthusiastically. Only Fairy Fanyo and the woman named Lanyu stood aside and did not speak. Luo Qizhou didn't dare to stay any longer. After explaining these questions, he bowed and said goodbye. Fairy Fanyo suddenly said, "When the formation is broken, come to our Jiotian Yaotai as a guest for a few days. I want to ask you about other formations." After a pause, she said, "Of course, there is a reward. Spiritual dew, elixir, spiritual medicine, whatever you need. I can try my best to satisfy you." Hong Yuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Chu Chu, the things in our Jiotian Yaotai are all picked from thousands of miles away, including female disciples." Luo Qizhou still bowed and refused, "Sorry. I want to go home first after I go out. If I have time, I will go to Guisin's sect to bother you. After speaking, he immediately turned and went down the hillside. Fenyo looked at his back and slightly clenched the jade in his hand. The girl in green skirt said crisply, I didn't expect that Senior Sister Pink took the initiative to invite him. But he refused so straightforwardly. Hong Yuan's eyes flickered and said, the more this is the case, the more it shows that this boy is not simple. Who in the Jiuzhou continent doesn't want to visit our Jiutian Yaotai? If you can become a disciple there, you will wake up with a smile in your dreams. But this boy refused again and again. And his attitude is so firm. Which means that he doesn't care about the cultivation resources of our Jiutian Yaotai at all. The girl in purple skirt nodded and said, Senior Sister is right. This boy may still have some secrets. At this time, Fenyo suddenly said with a complicated expression, I gave him spiritual dew before. But he didn't want it, although he acted very surprised. I can see that he has no interest. When several people heard it, they were even more shocked. At this time, the girl in the blue skirt suddenly said, After we get out, I can follow him to Dian to have a look. Hong Yuan was stunned when she heard this, looked at her, and was silent for a while, and said, Lan Yu, why do you have to do this? I heard that in order to get rid of Xian Yuan Yu from Penglai Fairy Island and the entanglement of those people from Piamu Fairy sect, that person not only practiced the ruthless technique, but also married an ordinary man after returning now. It is estimated that she has given birth to a child. So why bother her again? The girl in the purple skirt said, Senior Sister, can you get married and have children after practicing the ruthless technique? Hong Yuan sighed and said, She is just ruthless in her heart. If she doesn't really get married and become immortal, her sect will be in trouble. And Xian Yuan Yu, how could they let her go so easily at the beginning? The master even wanted to break the rules to save her and wanted her to come to our Jiutian Yaotai. But unfortunately, she didn't appreciate it. Lan Yu's expression was complicated, and he whispered, It's not that she doesn't appreciate it. She just doesn't want to let down her sect, and doesn't want her family to suffer because of her. The purple skirt woman sighed, Poor, lamentable. Such a brilliant person, even younger than us. Junior Sister, then don't bother her. Let her live a quiet and ordinary life. If she sees you, she will probably think of the past again. Lan Yu looked lost and didn't say anything else. Continue to break the formation, Fenyu said, and began to bury the formation flag. Others also stopped chatting immediately and started to help. As soon as Luo Qingzhou went down the hillside, Sun Baoyu from Penglai Fairy Island immediately came over with a kind face, took out the communication treasure in his hand, and said with a smile, Come, Xiaochu, meet me, Luo Qingzhou. Other people not far away saw this scene and became more envious. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, took out the communication treasure, and gently touched the jade in his hand. It is naturally beneficial to be able to make friends with the elders of Penglai Fairy Island, and you can also find out some information at that time. Several people left in the envious eyes of everyone. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. After dark, several people from Jiutian Yaotai were still working hard to break the formation. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the cave, he continued to practice. The body is recovered. After going out, break through the soul first, and then ask Sister Yu to help refine the elixir. After taking it, prepare to break through the body. He has the root of thunder spirit. When breaking through the soul, there may be thunder tribulation, and the anomaly is quite obvious. So it is still not safe to break through here. The previous thunder tribulation was probably caused by the root of thunder spirit in his body. Or perhaps the black lightning had advanced to the final stage. I don't know what color the next thunder will be. Hopefully the skills will become even more powerful. Chapter 833 Breakthrough. Bathing in the thunder and advancing. Everyone was stunned. It was late at night. Luo Qingzhou sat in the corner with his eyes closed, silently practicing the inner strength method taught by Sister Yu. The energy brought by the spiritual liquid in his body was quickly refined. The whole body was warm and comfortable. The hunger and thirst in the body and soul became more and more obvious. Ready to move. They wanted to crave more energy. But now was not a good time to break through. He had to continue to endure. Opened his eyes. The cave was pitch black. Next to him, the master was wearing a red dress, and his black hair was messy. He was sleeping soundly, and one hand was even on his thigh. Luo Shang was keeping watch outside. The others seemed to have fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl in the corner, yawned, and lay down. Fei Yang, you are pressing my hair again. At this time, Fairy Zixia made another vague dream talk. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he took her hand away. He gently turned her over, letting her face the outside, and kicked her raised buttocks flat with his feet, making her posture less attractive. After doing all this, he closed his eyes. After a while, his breathing gradually became even, as if he had fallen asleep. Half an hour later, he quietly opened his eyes and looked across. There was no movement across. Well, I really have to sleep this time. He slept until dawn, and he didn't dream during this time. When he woke up, Fairy Zixia was sitting next to him, looking at him dimly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then sat up and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Fairy Zixia raised her eyebrows and whispered, "Evil disciple, did you touch my butt while I was asleep last night?" Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, and said with a serious face, "What is Master talking about? How could I do such a treasonous thing?" Fairy Zixia rolled her eyes and snorted. "Have you done enough treasonous things? Don't think that I don't know anything." Luo Qingzhou wanted to argue again, but after thinking about it, he had to keep silent. Disrespecting the master uncle, making the master uncle lose face, killing the emperor, cutting off the emperor's head in front of the princess, and deceiving the princess, and making the Queen of Dian kneel down. Well, there are indeed many treasonous things. Confess leniency. Resist severity. Fairy Zixia crossed her arms across her chest. Majestic and majestic. Luo Qingzhou had to confess. The disciple just kicked it with his foot. I really didn't touch it. Fairy Zixia froze immediately. What? You actually used your feet. Damn it. Your master will not forgive you. As he said that, he turned him over and kicked his butt. Paw paw paw. He kicked him 3 times in a row. Lioli just came in from the cave entrance, saw this scene, and quietly retreated. A moment later, Luo Shang suddenly came in and said, "Zixia, there is news about my master's uncle and Senior Zhuang." As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou immediately turned over and stood up. Fairy Zixia also looked condensed, and hurriedly walked over and said, "What news? Have you found them?" Luo Shang took out the communication treasure, frowned and said, "Just now, I suddenly received news from my ancestor, saying that she and Senior Zhuang were trapped in a cave in the valley to the west. Both of them were seriously injured, and Si Kongyun and 2 disciples of Piaomi Xinzong were guarding outside. The master's uncle told us not to worry about them. They can no longer fight. Let us go first." Fairy Zixia took the jade from her hand and listened while looking at it solemnly. After reading it, she asked in confusion, "I remember that the Great Grandmaster and Senior Luo had the upper hand, didn't they?" Luo Shang pondered for a moment and said, "Si Kongyun was indeed injured at that time, but with his status in Piaomi Xinzong, he should have a lot of high-quality pills and ointments on him, and he must have recovered faster than Senior Zhuang and the others. And there are 2 disciples of Piaomi Xinzong, who are estimated to be at least in the middle stage of the Grandmaster." Luo Qingzhou guessed, "They haven't appeared in the past few days. I guess they started fighting each other after falling down. There are masters from all major sects here, as well as people from Pengli Xiandao and Jiutian Yaotai. Si Kongyun probably doesn't want their dirty deeds to be exposed to the public, so he is eager to kill them." Yu Yu said at the door, "Brother Chu, can we go find people from Pengli Xiandao and Jiutian Yaotai? Tell them the bad things Si Kongyun did. They value Brother Chu so much. They will definitely help Brother Chu." Luo Qingzhou heard this and said nothing. Fairy Zixia glanced at him and said, "Fei Yang, you are afraid that if you ask them, you will not be able to refuse their request, right?" Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, looked at Luo Shang and said, "Aunt Luo, can you still contact Senior Luo now? Ask her if Si Kongyun is also injured, and the cultivation level of the other 2 disciples of Piaomi Xinzong." Luo Shang immediately said, "Okay, I'll ask." Luo Qingzhou walked out of the cave and said, "Let's go to the valley in the west first. If we can solve it ourselves, it would be the best. If we really can't solve it, I'll go ask for help again." After a pause, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "In fact, if we can solve it ourselves, we can take the opportunity to get rid of him, so that he won't go back to make trouble again." After Luo Shang sent the message, he nodded and said, "Indeed, if he goes back alive, he will definitely not give up. Maybe he will bring people directly to our great Yen. If he is injured now, it is indeed a good opportunity to get rid of the trouble." Several people whispered while walking quickly towards the valley in the west. At this time, the strange phenomenon in the sky was even more spectacular. The flags of the 8 directions and the central palace were all found, and their positions had been changed. Now the 5 fairies of Jiutian Yaotai are in the valley in the east, preparing to change the position of the Golden Dragon. It is estimated that the formation should be broken by tomorrow at the latest. At this time, Luo Shang suddenly took the message and said, "Master Uncle has replied." Fairy Zishu immediately came over to see it together. Master Uncle said that Sikong Yun was also injured. He fought with them for many days, and should be less than 40% of his previous strength. The other 2 disciples of Piami Shinzong are both mid-level grandmasters. Master Uncle also said that even so, Sikong Yun is not someone we can deal with, so we don't need to worry about him. Luo Shang read out the information on the communication treasure. Fairy Zixia frowned slightly and said, "Less than 40% of his strength. But after all, he is a mid-level grandmaster, and he has the sword in his hand." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Those 2 mid-level grandmaster disciples, we should be able to deal with them together. As for Sikong Yun," Luo Shang shook his head and said, "It's not easy to deal with him. If he attacks with a sword, I guess even if we work together, we can't take it. After all, he is a great master and has a treasure in his hand." Boom! At this moment, a thunder suddenly sounded overhead. The few people were startled and looked up. The light shield of the formation in the air suddenly began to flicker, with lightning and thunder on it, and many golden runes appeared and flowed quickly. But after a moment, it disappeared again. At this time, the light shield in the air suddenly wailed and became much thinner. The formation has weakened. It should be about to break. Luo Shang was surprised and worried. Luo Qingzhou looked at the lightning that had just appeared on the light shield, and a thought flashed in his mind. And suddenly he made a decision. The few people quickly came to the valley in the west and searched carefully. "Look! It should be there." Luo Shang suddenly pointed to the call not far away. The few people looked immediately. The grass and trees there withered in large areas, and many mud pits appeared on the ground, with traces of fighting everywhere. At the same time, in a lush grass, wisps of smoke and breath fluctuations floated out from inside. There is a cave entrance hidden there. Luo Shang did not dare to go over immediately, and took out the communication treasure, carefully inquired about the location of the cave entrance, and described what he saw now in detail again. At this time, Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling were hiding in a dark cave. There were formations and mechanisms at the entrance of the cave. The 2 were covered with scars and exhausted, but they did not dare to be careless, because outside the cave, Sikong Yun and his 2 disciples could rush in at any time. The 2 were recovering their strength quickly. Outside, Sikong Yun and his 2 disciples were also swallowing pills and recovering quickly. At this time, Luo Ling took out the communication treasure, looked down, and his face changed slightly. Zhuang Jian, who was next to him, saw it and asked quickly, "Fairy Luo, what's wrong? Could it be that they have already found it?" Luo Ling's face was pale, with a blood mark on his neck, and he nodded silently when he heard it. Zhuang Jian sighed, "How stupid. If they get into trouble again, my Lingshao sect and Xianyun Pavilion will really be finished." Then he said sternly, "Fairy Luo, order them to leave quickly." Sikong Yun is a mid-stage grandmaster, holding the Dragon Roar sword and wearing a golden crocodile armor. Even we can't deal with him, let alone a few little guys like them. They are simply risking their lives. Luo Ling immediately replied, "We are not where you said unexpectedly." The message came back soon, "Uncle Master. Fei Yang said that as long as you provide the specific location, he will have a way to save you." Luo Ling looked at the message and was stunned. After hesitating for a while, he held the communication treasure in his hand in front of Zhuang Jian and said, "Luo Shang replied, saying that your genius disciple said that he has a way to save us." As soon as these words came out, Zhuang Jian was stunned, and quickly took the communication treasure and looked at the message on it. "Fairy Luo, have you told them the specific strength of Sikong Yun and those 2 people?" he asked with a frown. Luo Ling nodded. Just as Zhuang Jian was about to say something, a dazzling sword light suddenly flew in from the cave entrance. "Fairy Luo, step back." He immediately returned the message, and then his figure flashed and flew to the cave entrance. Boom! The formation at the entrance of the cave was instantly shattered by the sword light. Luo Ling took the message and looked at the cold figure outside. He hesitated for a moment and replied, "Tell him to be careful." Outside the cave, behind the rock not far away, Luo Shang received the message and said, "Fei Yang, the Great Grandmaster asked you to be careful." Although she did not admit that she was here, she should be considered to have acquiesced. Then he worriedly said, Fei Yang. Are you really sure? That is a master at the level of a grandmaster. Luo Qingzhou had already dripped the last 2 drops of spiritual liquid on his palm, closed his eyes, and said, "You can only know after trying. As for the confidence, it is about 50% to 60%. After this, Luo Shan and Fairy Zixia became more worried. Fairy Zixia was about to persuade, but Luo Qingzhou suddenly walked to the side and sat down, saying, "Master, Senior, remember to stay away from me later. You just stay outside the cave. If someone comes out, take action immediately." Fairy Zixia's face changed slightly. "Fei Yang, do you want to go in alone?" Luo Qingzhou did not speak again and closed his eyes. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what he was going to do. At this moment, several people suddenly felt the nearby heaven and earth vitality begin to rush here quickly. At the same time, a transparent vortex appeared above Luo Qingzhou's head. This is... Luo Shang's face was full of doubts. And then his eyes lit up. Fei Yang's soul is about to break through. Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment, and her face was also full of excitement. But she frowned again and said, "Even if the soul breaks through, it is still one major realm away from the Grandmaster." Luo Shang sighed and said, "Yes. The late stage of the distraction realm can't even beat the late stage of the Grandmaster. Let alone." At this time, Bai Wei, who was standing at the back, had a flash of moonlight in her eyes, slowly raised her head and looked at the sky. The sky, which was clear just now, suddenly became cloudy. At the same time, more dark clouds quickly gathered towards the sky corresponding to this valley. "Huh? Why is the sky dark?" Luo Shang reacted and looked up. Fairy Zixia also looked up and wondered. "So many dark clouds," Liu Li on the side said. "Is the formation going to break?" Zizi. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the middle of the dark cloud. And in that black vortex, a red lightning suddenly lit up. This scene, no matter how many of them, the practitioners who were gathered in the valley in the east were also very familiar with it. Heavenly thunder. Why is the heavenly thunder coming again? Look, it's the 3-color heavenly thunder outside before. Could it be triggered by this ancient formation? When everyone saw the scene, the sky changed drastically, and they were terrified. When they were outside before, they were almost wiped out by the heavenly thunder. Fortunately, for some reason, the heavenly thunder suddenly disappeared. Now the heavenly thunder reappeared, and now they are trapped in this ancient formation, like a turtle in a jar, with nowhere to escape. Fairies, could it be that the formation is wrong? At this time, an old man suddenly asked the 5 fairies of Jiutian Yaotai on the hillside with courage. At this time, Fairy Fan Yu and others also looked at the 3-colored thunder in the sky with puzzled faces. This thunder. Why does it look like a thunder tribulation? When the thunder tribulation was mentioned, the 5 people were shocked and looked at each other. Could it be that boy? Another tribulation? The 5 people felt incredible. If it was really caused by him, then it is almost certain that he does have a thunder physique. Hong Yuan looked at the sky where thunder and lightning were accumulating, and said excitedly, "Boom!" At this moment, the thunder and lightning accumulated in the vortex in the sky had overflowed, and the first thick red lightning suddenly shot down and rushed to the valley in the west. "He is in the west! Let's go and see!" Hong Yuan suddenly flashed and disappeared. The others were about to catch up, and the woman in the blue skirt immediately said to the panicked practitioners on the hillside, "Maybe there is a problem with the formation. You should find a cave to hide quickly, and hide separately. Also, don't go to the valley in the west." As soon as these words came out, the practitioners on the hillside immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Seeing that the formation was about to be broken, they didn't want to be killed by the thunder at this time. Since the 5 fairies of Jiutian Yaotai wanted to resist the thunder, let them go. Anyway, they have high cultivation, many magic weapons, and are not afraid of death. In a blink of an eye, many practitioners under the hillside have disappeared. Humph. A group of selfish cowards. The purple skirt woman snorted coldly, and immediately rushed to the valley in the west with other sisters. At this time, the valley in the west, when the first thick red lightning suddenly rushed from the sky, Luo Shang and others were shocked. "Fei Yang, run! Thunder ah! Boom!" Before Fairy Zixia finished her words, the figure who was sitting on the ground just now disappeared, and suddenly rushed into the cave in front. At the same time, golden light suddenly burst out from his body, and a layer of golden dragon scales instantly covered his whole body. Swoosh! He rushed into the cave entrance and disappeared. Behind him, The red lightning just fell, and suddenly turned around, followed his buttocks, and entered the cave. This scene stunned the people outside the cave. Luo Shang opened his eyes wide and said in a trembling voice, "Then the lightning? Why is it flying?" As soon as Luo Qingzhou entered the cave, he immediately saw 3 figures casting spells. He almost didn't hesitate at all, and pounced on the 3 people like a hungry wolf. At the same time, not only a layer of golden dragon scales condensed on his body, but also a thick body protection light shield. Who? Si Kongyun was holding the Dragon Roar sword and fighting with Zhuang Jian inside at the entrance of a cave. Suddenly, he smelled a strange breath and immediately turned his head to look. I saw a figure with golden light flashing all over his body rushing out from the breath emanating from this figure. It can be instantly known that the other party is only at the initial stage of the Grandmaster's cultivation. Humph. You're looking for death, Xiener. He snorted coldly and ignored him, concentrating on dealing with Zhuang Jian, who was already at the end of his strength in the cave. A young man standing behind him immediately rushed forward with a sword in his hand, and suddenly slashed at the figure with a sword. Sneering, a mere early stage of the Grandmaster Zheng, the figure who rushed in from outside was not afraid of death and rushed directly into his sword light, and then whooshed threw himself into his arms and hugged him tightly. The young man named Zhang Qian was stunned. The sharp sword slashed at the figure, but only broke the protective light shield on his body, not the golden armor on his body. The sword in Zhang Qian's hand suddenly shook. Sparks flew, and the other hand took the opportunity to grab his neck. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a terrifying breath rushing in from outside. Boom! A thick red lightning instantly hit the figure in his arms, and then climbed onto his body in an instant. Swish! 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 Suddenly, several lightnings of different colors rushed in from outside. Before Zhang Qian could react, he was trembling all over by this series of lightning, and he kept screaming at in his mouth. And the protective light shield and armor on his body were instantly broken. Boom! Suddenly, a thicker purple lightning went straight through the top of the cave and fell on his head. Zhang Qian's entire body and soul instantly disappeared on the spot. This scene happened so fast. Si Kongyun, who was holding the Dragon Roar sword and casting a spell seriously, instantly felt a terrifying breath falling from his head. When he turned his head in horror, he just saw the body and soul of his disciple being destroyed by the purple lightning. Ancestor, get out of the way! At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted, and then rushed directly to Si Kongyun. Zhuang Jian, who was already at the end of his strength in the cave, was shocked. He subconsciously flashed and stepped back a few steps to protect Luo Ling. Then he saw a scene that stunned him. His little disciple was covered with golden dragon scales and wrapped with red, purple and black lightning. Like a lightning monster, he ferociously pounced on Si Kongyun at the entrance of the cave. Luo Ling was also shocked by this scene, and his pupils slightly opened. Si Kongyun was so frightened that his face changed drastically. He hurriedly swung out a sword and shouted angrily, "Who? Go! Kill him!" The other young man next to him, who was clenching his fists, was so frightened that his face turned pale. Before he could respond, a loud bang sounded from above his head. Then, a thick black lightning bolt rushed down, like a ferocious giant python, and fell directly on his head. Zizi! A puff of green smoke rose, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. A cultivator, who has not yet reached the level of thunder tribulation, is naturally vulnerable to such thunder. Seeing this scene, Si Kongyun smelled the terrifying breath of thunder above his head, and was immediately frightened. The Dragon Roar sword in his hand pointed at the lightning monster in front of him, and tremblingly roared, "Don't come over!" He just slashed out with a sword, which was extremely powerful, but it was just blocked by the dense lightning wrapped around Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou's entire body was now surrounded and covered by red, purple, and black lightning. He looked like a 3-color lightning monster. Not only was his appearance ferocious and terrifying, but the aura of thunder emanating from his body was terrifying. Even Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling, who were hiding in the corner of the cave, were frightened by his ferocious appearance and terrifying aura. Shua! Luo Qingzhou deliberately made a monster sound again and pounced directly on Si Kongyun, who was pale and trembling all over. Ah! Poor Si Kongyun, the outer sect elder of Piamu Xianzong, was so frightened that he didn't even have the courage to resist. He screamed in fear, hurriedly stuck to the corner of the wall, and fled outside in a flash. However, the thunder at this time fell faster and over a wider range. Boom! 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 Above his head, dense lightning broke through the cave's ceiling and pounced on him. Luo Qingzhou followed closely behind him. The lightning also followed closely behind him. Swoosh! Sikongyan ran out of the cave in fear. But another red lightning fell from the top of his head and hit him directly on the head. His body shield was broken instantly, and the golden crocodile armor on his body was immediately burned after helping him block the lightning. The huge power of the lightning made him fall to the ground, and the longing sword in his hand fell. He just jumped up from the ground and was about to pick up his sword when he suddenly saw the lightning monster behind him pounced on him. At the same time, more and more terrifying lightning bolts shot down from above his head. He was so frightened that his soul flew away. How could he dare to pick up the sword on the ground? With a whoosh, he hurriedly ran away. Boom! 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 The sky was full of lightning bolts, falling like a torrent. Luo Qingzhou was wrapped in lightning bolts. Chasing behind him quickly, lightning bolts fell around him, chasing Sikongyan and hitting him. Sikongyan didn't run a few steps before he was knocked to the ground by another lightning bolt. Fairy Zixia and Luo Shang, who had retreated to a distance, looked at the scene in front of them with fear and trembling. And Fairy Fenyo and others who had just arrived from Jiutian Yaotai were also stunned by the scene in front of them, and stopped in a hurry in fear. Ah! Sikongyan's whole body was charred. Just as he got up from the ground, he was suddenly hit on the head by dozens of lightning bolts that shot down. He screamed and turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Boom! There were lightning and thunder in the sky above, and the thunder tribulation continued. Luo Qingzhou, who was wrapped in lightning, was not afraid at all. He raised his head and raised his hands, ready to face the more violent wrath of thunder. Looking at this scene, the 5 people of Jiutian Yaotai all stopped breathing and opened their eyes wide. Chapter 834, Upgrade Against the Sky. The Relief of the Ancestor. Boom! More thunder and lightning roared down from the sky with a terrible breath. Like a falling meteor, Luo Qingzhou's figure was soon submerged in this beautiful and terrifying 3-color sea of thunder and disappeared. The 5 people of Jiutian Yaotai, Luo Shang and Fairy Zixia. At this moment, they all froze in place, eyes wide open, motionless, as if their souls had been frightened out of their bodies. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Who dares to resist the thunder without cultivating the body and soul to the crossing tribulation stage? Except for those powerful monsters born to cross the tribulation. Any cultivator below the thunder tribulation stage can't avoid the thunder. How can they dare to take it head on? However, the young man in front of him, who was only in the early stage of the Grandmaster and the middle stage of the spiritual severing realm, was actually wrapped in thunder and lightning, safe and sound, and even raised his hands, held his head high, and took the initiative to welcome the thunder and lightning against the sky. This is called practicing against the will of heaven. The thunder tribulation lasted for about half an instant's stick of time before it gradually weakened. After a while, the thunder and lightning finally stopped falling. In the sky, the terrible black vortex began to disappear quickly. Soon, the dark clouds dispersed. The blue sky and the daytime returned to clearness. Everything just now seemed to have never happened. Luo Qingzhou stood in place, and the shadow of the soul above his head returned to the orifice. With a move of soul power, a powerful breath permeated. Late stage of the spirit separation realm. He finally advanced again. The physical body was also safe and sound under the thunder tribulation. At the same time, the root of the thunder spirit in the body absorbed a lot of heavenly thunder. He looked inward, and the 3 lightning arcs of different colors were dancing happily. The 4th color arc has not yet appeared. It seems that he has to wait for the physical body to be promoted. The root of the thunder spirit is rooted in the physical body, and it should only continue to transform when the physical body undergoes a qualitative change. No hurry. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. After he gets out, he can start preparing to break through the realm of the physical body. Just as he closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the surging power and different feelings in his soul, the anxious voice of Fairy Zixia suddenly came. Evil disciple, don't be a hooligan. Put on your clothes quickly. He immediately opened his eyes and looked down. All the clothes disappeared. He immediately looked up again. On the hillside 100 meters ahead, the 5 beautiful fairies of Jiutian Yaotai, Luo Shang's master and apprentice, Master and Yu, were all looking at him with wide eyes at this moment. Swoosh! Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and instantly hid behind the rocks next to him. Then, he quickly took out clothes from the storage ring and put them on. Fortunately, The dragon scale armor covering his body had not completely receded, and the key parts were shining with golden light, which was well protected. Longer scale armor was really useful. Not only is it highly defensive, but it's also very cool. It's indeed worthy of being called the scales of a real dragon. He suddenly saw a cold light flashing on the ground not far away. Looking closely, it was a sword. Sikong Yun's sword. He immediately walked over, picked it up, waved it in his hand for a few times, and said, "Good sword." Then he thought to himself, "I wonder how hard it is." Thinking of this, he immediately took out his black wooden stick, then raised the sword in his hand, and chopped it fiercely at the stick. At this time, Zhuang Jian suddenly walked out of the cave and said, "Of course it's a good sword. This is the famous Dragon Roar sword of Piaomu Xinzong. Back then, this sword..." Bang! Crack! Who knew that before he finished speaking, the Dragon Roar sword broke into 2 pieces. Zhuang Jian opened his mouth. Luo Qinzhou threw away the broken sword, put away the stick, and hurried over to say, "Ancestor, are you okay?" Zhuang Jian looked at him with a twitching mouth, and then looked at the Dragon Roar sword that was broken into 2 pieces on the ground. His lips moved, as if he wanted to scold him, but he held back and said with a complicated expression, "I'm fine. But this Dragon Roar sword, it's a pity." He felt so distressed. So distressed. At this time, Fairy Zixia and others quickly came over. "Fei Yang, congratulations on your promotion again." Luo Shang smiled, but secretly regretted not forcing Liu Li to marry him. Then he rushed to his ancestor, supported her, and said with concern, "Uncle Master, are you okay?" Luo Ling shook her head slightly. "I'm fine." She also looked at the boy in front of her with complicated eyes. She naturally saw the terrifying scene of the boy raising his head to face the thunder in the cave. "Fei Yang, Master is proud of you." Fairy Zixia smiled happily, and did not forget to stimulate Luo Shang, late stage of the spiritual realm, higher than Aunt Luo's cultivation. Luo Shang rolled her eyes at her. Yu and Liu Li also came to congratulate with Indi, only by wire, wearing a white dress, stood alone coldly. Not only did she not come to congratulate, but she didn't even look at him. "Fei Yang, Master just saw your stick," Fairy Zixia suddenly said again. After this, Luo Shang and others all froze. Bai Wire finally looked over. Fairy Zixia couldn't wait to stretch out her jade hand and said, "Take it out and show it to me." At this time, Zhuang Jian suddenly said, "Fei Yang, the ancestor also wants to take another look. He can even break the Dragon Roar sword. He is definitely not an ordinary person." Fairy Zixia heard his voice, turned her head to look at him, and hurriedly greeted him. "Ancestor, you finally came out. Are you okay?" Zhuang Jian. Luo Shang couldn't help but sneer. "Zixia, you only have Fei Yang in your eyes, right? Senior Zhuang has been standing here for a long time. And you just saw him?" Fairy Zixia was immediately embarrassed. Zhuang Jian glanced at her and warned her meaningfully. "A master should act like a master. Elders are elders, and juniors are juniors. Don't let others see and gossip. Our Lingxiao sect." Fairy Zixia immediately said, "Uncle Master, you didn't say that when we fell down before." Zhuang Jian paused. His face became serious. "How dare you be stubborn?" At this time, Luo Ling next to him snorted and suddenly said, "Brother Zhuang did not say that when we fell down before. How can you go back on your word?" Zhuang Jian froze for a moment. His momentum weakened instantly, and he smiled apologetically. "Look at my memory. I guess I forgot because I was injured too badly." Then he quickly said with a kind face, "Zixia, it's okay. You are the sect master, and the ancestor is a free and easy person. You are in charge of the sect, and you are the one who sets the rules." Luo Ling couldn't help but remind him again, "Stick." Zhuang Jian heard it and remembered the important matter, and hurriedly said, "Fei Yang, take out the stick for Senior Luo to see." Luo Qinzhou agreed, and when he was about to take it out, Luo Ling suddenly said, "Don't take it." Her eyes looked forward. Other people also looked over there. The red-dressed woman from Jiotian Yaotai came over with a faint smile on her face. She looked at Zhuang Jian and said, "This is Master Zhuang from the Lingxiao sect of Dian. Right? We met each other on Wanxi Island." Zhuang Jian was immediately flattered and bowed his hands and said, "It turns out to be the Fairy Hongyuan from Jiotian Yaotai. I am so sorry. Fairy, just call me Xiaozhuang. But don't call me Master Zhuang. It will make me embarrassed." He was secretly puzzled. 5 female disciples from Jiotian Yaotai came in this time. They were all cold and arrogant. They never took the initiative to talk to others. Except for the people from Pomlai Fairy Island, who dared to take the initiative to chat with them. Others didn't even have the courage to look at them. Why would they take the initiative to come and greet him now? And they even mentioned things that happened so many years ago? Could it be that they also coveted their Dian, like Sikung Yuan and his people? It shouldn't be. Jiotian Yaotai is not comparable to Piamu Xianzong. Their ambitions are in other continents. Even in the Sea of Stars. They can't look down on their tiny place with scarce cultivation resources. Moreover, given the other party's identity and status, even if they have some intentions, it shouldn't be the eldest disciple of the fairy Qinyao. Hong Yuan smiled gently. Mr. Zhuang, you are welcome. I came here today to discuss something with you. Zhuang Jian heard it and became more confused. He hurriedly said, Fairy, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely. Ahem. Fairy Zixia suddenly coughed beside him. Zhuang Jian immediately became alert. Hong Yuan looked at the woman next to her with a smile on her face, and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mr. Zhuang. It's not something that will harm the interests of your Lingxiao sect in Dian. It's like this. This 9-Dragon Emperor formation should be broken soon. At that time, I want to invite Mr. Zhuang to bring everyone from the Lingxiao sect to my Jiotian Yaotai for a period of time. I wonder if Mr. Zhuang is willing. As soon as these words came out, Zhuang Jian was immediately shocked. The fairy of Jiotian Yaotai actually took the initiative to invite people from their Lingxiao sect to Jiotian Yaotai as guests. And it's not just 1 or 2 days, but a period of time? Did he hear it right? This, when he was at a loss. Luo Qingzhou next to him suddenly said, Fairy Hong Yuan's invitation is very grateful to us. However, we have important matters at home and need to go back to deal with them first. When the matter is dealt with, we will reply to the fairy. How about it? Zhuang Jian suddenly frowned and looked at him. What surprised him even more was that the noble fairy Hong Yuan was not angry when she heard these words, but smiled and said, In this case, we won't force it. When Master Chu has time, we sisters will go and invite him in person. Then she smiled and said, Anyway, Master Chu has added my junior sister Fenyo as a friend, so we can contact each other then. After that, she bowed her head slightly to everyone and turned to leave. Zhuang Jian was stunned in place, his face full of astonishment. After the other party walked away, he hurriedly asked, Zixia, Fei Yang, what's going on? Why are the people from Jiotian Yaotai? Fairy Zixia hurriedly said with a proud face, Master Uncle, you don't know that many big things have happened in the valley during the days when you and Senior Luo were trapped. As she spoke, she started from when they were trapped in the Sword Tomb, and talked about Luo Qingzhou helping to break the formation. The 5 fairies from Jiotian Yaotai taking the initiative to ask to have friends. An elder son from Pomlai Fairy Island also took the initiative to invite them to be guests. Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling listened to these things, both with shocked and incredible expressions on their faces. After Fairy Zixia finished speaking, Zhuang Jian couldn't help but slap Luo Qingzhou on the shoulder, and said excitedly, Good boy. Others climbed up step by step, but you took off directly from the ground and ascended to the sky. The fairy of Jiotian Yaotai actually thinks so highly of you. Fei Yang, you are awesome. Then he couldn't help laughing. My Lingxiao sect has been around for hundreds of years, and finally another peerless genius has emerged. Ha ha ha, you on the side couldn't help asking, Ancestor, hundreds of years ago, was there another peerless genius? Who was it? Zhuang Jian stopped laughing, patted his chest and said, Can't you see this? You. Zhuang Jian immediately came back to his senses and said quickly, Fei Yang, this is a good thing. The fairy of Jiotian Yaotai invited you to, being a guest, obviously values your talent and wants you to join their Jiotian Yaotai. Jiotian Yaotai is the most powerful immortal sect in our Jiuzhou continent. There are more cultivation resources than you can imagine. With your talent and ability, as long as you join there, you will definitely go further in the future. After speaking, he sighed again and said, Compared with others, the cultivation resources of my Lingxiao sect are simply not worth mentioning. You are really wasting your talent and being wrong by staying here. Since there is this opportunity to go, the ancestor will definitely support you when you have achieved success in cultivation in the future. Who dares to bully our Lingxiao sect in Dian? Even those people in Piamu Xinzong will be polite to us for your sake, not to mention daring to covet our Dian's spiritual minds. Fairy Zixia on the side moved her lips, but did not speak. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said respectfully, Grandmaster, I know this opportunity is rare. However, I still have to go back to Dian to deal with some things. I will consider it after everything is done. Zhuang Jian frowned and said, what do you want to deal with? After saying that, he suddenly realized, the eldest princess's matter? Luo Ling on the side couldn't help but say, if he is a good man, he should go back and help the eldest princess to bear the consequences and solve the troubles. After all, he has married the eldest princess, and she is his wife. Now that the eldest princess has just ascended the throne, Dian is in trouble both internally and externally. If he only cares about his own cultivation and leaves, who will respect him? Zhuang Jian fell silent after hearing this. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, don't worry, ancestor. Once everything is settled, I will make a decision. For the future of Lingxiao sect and Diyin, I will consider it carefully. Seeing him say this, Zhuang Jian nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, Fei Yang. From now on, my Lingxiao sect and Diyin will rely on you young people. As long as you work hard and don't slack off. As long as you care about your country. No one can bully us. The few of them talked for a while, and it soon got dark. The formation above their heads had obviously been cracked to the final stage. Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling were still injured. After returning to the cave, they took pills to treat their wounds and lay down to rest. Tonight, Bai Wire was on duty outside. Luo Qingzhou practiced in the corner for a while, observed the newly promoted soul, and took a look at the growth of the blue spirit flower and the mysterious tree in the storage ring, then stood up and walked out of the cave. Fairy Zixiao was also practicing with her eyes closed. When she heard the noise, she quickly opened her eyes and asked, Fei Yang, where are you going? Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, to P. Does the master want to join us? Fairy Zixiao nodded subconsciously, and just as she was about to stand up, she immediately reacted and rolled her eyes at him and said, you are so disrespectful and not serious. Then she muttered, Master's uncle is still here. Luo Qingzhou smiled and left the cave. The moonlight outside was bright. A cold girl in a white dress was sitting alone in the bushes outside the door, hugging her knees, staring at the moon in the night sky. In a daze, Luo Qingzhou took a look, walked over, and sat down next to her. Chapter 835 Sister You. So sweet. The moonlight is gentle. The night breeze blows by, bringing a hint of dampness and coolness in the valley. The girl's black hair moves slightly, and she turns her head. Luo Qingzhou looked at the night sky in the distance, with a calm expression on his face, and said softly, it's okay. I just want to sit with you. And it's okay not to talk. The girl's cold eyes stared at him for a while, and then looked back to the distance. The two sat quietly like this. Neither of them spoke again. The night was quiet. In the distant sky, a faint light shield was flickering slightly. The fragrance of soil and grass, the blend of decay and flower fragrance, quietly permeated the valley in the dark night. This is a real world. The two sat like this for a while. Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure, stretched out his finger, gently wrote a message in the moonlight, and sent it over. The moonlight is as beautiful as a painting, and there is no place to send lovesickness. After a while, the message came back coldly, sent to the wrong person. Luo Qingzhou said, yes. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou put away the message, and was silent for a while. Suddenly he turned his head and looked at the cold girl beside him, and said, Miss Bai, can I enter your body? As soon as he said this, the girl beside him was slightly startled and turned her head to look at him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her cold eyes calmly and said softly, I suddenly want to see someone. Just for a moment. The girl stared at him quietly for a while, then gently stretched out a slender jade finger. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. The jade finger slowly poked his mouth. Ka! His entire mouth and tongue in his mouth suddenly condensed into ice, and he could no longer say a word. The girl stood up coldly, walked to the other side of the cave entrance, and sat down. Luo Qingzhou stayed there for a while, and then melted the ice on his mouth and mouth, looked at her and said, okay, maybe I said something wrong. Can my soul enter your body and see someone? At this time, a stern rebuke suddenly came from the cave entrance. Evil disciple, I knew you didn't come out to pee. Then, a jade hand suddenly stretched out, grabbed his ear, and pulled him back directly. The grass outside the cave was quiet again. The girl hugged her knees, bathed in the white moonlight, and sat quietly for a while, and then whispered, Sister, do you want to see him? The night was silent, with only the sound of the wind passing by. Luo Qingzhou was pulled back to the cave, pressed in the corner, and his ears were twisted hard again. Fairy Xixia scolded in a low voice. How can you say such words to a little girl? Dirty! My uncle master has been watching you. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look. Luo Ning sat cross-legged in the opposite corner, and indeed had her eyes open. Go to sleep. Fairy Xixia quickly pressed his head down. Then she took out a rope and tied one of his wrists tightly with her own. Then she raised one of her long legs and pressed down his legs, and warned him in a low voice, if you dare to sneak out and bully other girls again, I will not forgive you. Then she whispered, if you want to bully your own people. Bullying outsiders is nothing. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Is this the opposite of what he said? He turned his head and looked at his master's deep eyes and said, Master, I won't go out. Can you let go? Fairy Xixia immediately closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou stared at her beautiful face for a while, then retracted his gaze, lay on his back, and looked at the top of the cave. After thinking for a while, he took out the message with his other hand and sent another message. Sister Yu, good night. I'm going to sleep. I always dreamed of you when I slept these few days. I hope I can see you again tonight. Sent. He put away the message and closed his eyes. Tonight should be the last night in this valley. Right? I hope to have a good dream. Soon. He fell asleep. Blue sky and white clouds. Green grass. Down the hillside, flowers are blooming and butterflies are flying. A few deer are shaking their tails and eating grass leisurely. Not far away, the stream was clear and gurgling. A few fish shook their heads and tails, swimming happily under the water. Luo Qingzhou stood on the hillside, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, with peace and tranquility in his heart. Wait for a moment. He looked around, but did not see the figure. He walked down the hillside and walked downstream along the stream, looking at the scenery all the way, waiting for someone. He walked for a long time, but still did not see the figure. Suddenly, a charming flower fragrance drifted from the opposite side. He looked up and saw a large flower garden on the opposite hillside. The flower garden was colorful. In the middle of the flower garden, there was a small wooden house. At this time, the window of the small wooden house opened. A snow-white figure stood in the window, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and suddenly his figure flashed, passing the stream and running towards the hillside. Soon, he entered the flower garden, following the path covered with petals. He walked towards the wooden house in front. However, he stopped in front of the window. The two looked at each other through the window, silent. After a while, Luo Qingzhou said, Promise first that you don't stab me with a dagger, and I will go in. Squeak. As soon as the words fell, the window suddenly closed. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to stand for a moment, then walked to the door, raised his hand and knocked on the door, and then pushed the door open directly. Who knew that at this time, the back door of the cottage suddenly opened. The snow-white figure suddenly went out from the back door again. Luo Qingzhou was startled and hurriedly chased out. Sister Yu, I swear, I will only talk to you and never touch you. However, the figure did not stop and seemed to want to escape. Luo Qingzhou was anxious and immediately rushed over, hugged her slender waist from behind, picked up her delicate body, turned around a few times in place, and then put it down. He still hugged her tightly from behind, whispering, Sister Yu, don't run. This may be our last night here. I just want to stay with you for a while. Even if we don't talk, don't do anything. Just look at you. The figure in his arms quieted down. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly in his arms, buried his cheek in her black and smooth hair, rubbed it gently, and whispered, I hope tonight's dream can be longer, okay? The girl was silent in his arms. The breeze passed by, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Luo Qingzhou held her and stood quietly for a while, then suddenly bent down and picked her up horizontally, and walked to the flower bed next to him. The girl was slightly startled and began to struggle. The two suddenly fell into the colorful flower bed. Luo Qingzhou lay on his side beside her, holding her body, and whispered, Sister Yu, don't be afraid. Just lie down for a while. Don't do anything else. I swear. The girl lay on her back, her eyelashes trembling, her chest heaving slightly, and suddenly turned her face away, looking to the other side, without struggling. Luo Qingzhou held her sideways, looking at her gently. The flower bed was quiet. Neither of them spoke. All around, there was only the sound of the wind passing through the flowers, the fluttering wings of butterflies, and the buzzing of bees. It was quiet for a long time. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and gently helped her to tidy up her messy hair. Then gently gathered the strands of hair that fell on her cheeks behind her ears, stared at her slightly red cheeks for a while, and suddenly leaned over and kissed her cheek gently. The girl trembled slightly and turned her face to look at him. Luo Qingzhou whispered again, "Sister, you. Don't be afraid. I will just kiss you. Nothing else. I swear." After that, he suddenly kissed her mouth again. The girl's eyelashes trembled, and she began to struggle. Her hands pushed at his arms, and her slender feet under her skirt also bounced. But gradually, she had no strength, and her body soon softened. She closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled, and she lay there motionless, letting him be frivolous. The white skirt spread out like a blooming flower. The long eyelashes fluttered, like a butterfly gently flashing its wings. The two blushes on her pink cheeks were as beautiful as flowers against the blue sky and green leaves. Luo Qingzhou held her soft little hand tightly, like a bee collecting nectar. He greedily collected her feelings and sweetness that had been sealed for a long time and finally blossomed today, and also released his own feelings that had been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, he finally felt very clearly that he liked her. The kiss lasted for a long time. Of course, it was just a kiss. If it was just a kiss, he wouldn't have woken up from the dream by the dagger piercing his chest. Right? Who knew that at this moment? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his mind again. "Who else have you kissed?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and immediately held her two little hands tightly. "Don't talk. Kiss me." Ah! His tongue was suddenly bitten. As soon as his hand loosened, a dagger pierced his chest with a puff. Scumbag! The girl ran away from under him and ran away quickly. In the sunshine, she was seen with her hair swaying, her figure slender, her white dress fluttering, and soon disappeared under the distant hillside. On the ground where she ran, there appeared footprints condensed with frost, which soon disappeared. Luo Qingzhou lay in the flowers, with a dagger stuck in his chest, staring blankly at the sky above his head with his eyes wide open. And the kiss and sweetness just now appeared in front of him, and he murmured, "It's worth it." Then, the dream was broken. He opened his eyes. In the cave, there was silence, and it was still dark outside. He looked at the top of the cave above, and recalled the dream just now in a daze. It seems that one sentence can summarize it. "Sister, you so fragrant, so soft, so sweet." Outside the cave, the moonlight is bright. A girl in a white dress hugged her knees and sat quietly in the grass at the entrance of the cave. Her expression was trance, and her cheeks were full of blush. Her soul was full of frost, and she could only use her body to warm it up. But the emotions of the soul were also expressed in the girl's body. "Sister, you are really moved, but the skills have not been completely suppressed." A night passed quietly. It was just dawn. The formation light shield above the valley suddenly made a long whine. The practitioners hiding in various caves rushed out in a hurry. On the light shields in various directions in the air, a large golden word and many golden runes appeared. The light shield began to tremble violently. The 5 fairies of Jiutian Yaotai were standing on a huge rock in the center of the valley at this time, with fluttering dresses, like fairies. The formation is about to break. When all the practitioners saw this, they immediately came to the sword tomb in the middle, their faces full of excitement. Luo Qingzhou and his group also came out of the cave. Fanyo Fairy, holding a jade plate, was standing on the boulder, looking up at the formation runes above her head with a solemn expression. Hong Yuan, who was standing beside him, saw Luo Qingzhou and immediately flashed in front of him. Then she grabbed his waist, carried him up and flew up, saying in a tender voice, "Mr. Zhuang, lend me to Mr. Chu." The eyes of all the practitioners looked over. Zhuang Jian was immediately full of energy, and said loudly with a flushed face, "Fairy Hong Yuan, please use it. No need to be polite." He almost said no need to return it. Hong Yuan took Luo Qingzhou to the boulder and said with a smile, "Don't mind, Mr. Chu. The matter is urgent, so I didn't have time to discuss it with you, and I carried you up." Luo Qingzhou took a step back and bowed, saying, "Fairy, don't be polite. Just tell me what you want." Hong Yuan looked at her own junior sister. Fairy Fanyo held the jade plate in her hand, frowned slightly, looked at the young man in front of her and said, "The positions of the formation flags and the golden dragon have been swapped as you said, and the formation is indeed almost broken. But the sword tomb below is guarding the central palace. There should be a sword hidden in the sword tomb that can finally break the formation. But we have never found it. When you broke the formation of this sword tomb that day, did any other strange phenomena occur?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and looked at the sword tomb below. Strange phenomena? He thought about it carefully and shook his head. At that time, there was only powerful sword energy and sword light, and no other strange phenomena. The Niu Fairy heard this, pondered for a moment, and said, "Then did you hear the unusual sound of the sword?" "Sword sound?" Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "I did hear the sound of the sword, and more than once." The Niu Fairy's eyes lit up and said, "Do you know the approximate location?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that in this sword tomb. I didn't hear it clearly." The Niu Fairy frowned when she heard this, and looked at the jade plate in her hand again. Luo Qingzhou suddenly saw an ancient scabbard inserted in the rock under her feet. Only the top part of the scabbard was exposed outside, and the rest of the scabbard was inserted into the huge rock under her feet. Hong Yuan whispered, "The Niu said that if we find the sword and insert it into this scabbard, the formation should be broken." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and guessed, "Will the sword be taken away?" I remember that before the formation of the sword tomb was opened, many people went in to get the sword. As soon as these words came out, several people looked at the practitioners below. The Niu Fairy suddenly put the jade plate in her hand next to the scabbard on the ground and said, "Let everyone in the valley come up once. No matter who has the sword. As long as he releases his soul power or internal force in front of this jade plate and this scabbard, there will be a strange phenomenon." When Hong Yuan heard this, he immediately said, "I will let them line up." After speaking, the figure flashed and flew down. The purple-skirted woman looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, "You have seen them take the sword before. Do you have any suspects?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "The people from Piaomu Xinzong are the most suspicious. I think they should be severely tortured." The four women's eyebrows twitched, and they couldn't help but think of the horrible scene they saw yesterday. The Niu Fairy suddenly looked at him and said, "You try first." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, walked up to her calmly, squatted down, and then stretched out his hand, releasing soul power towards the jade and the scabbard, saying, "I have never taken a sword from the sword tomb, and I have no interest in swords. How could it be possible?" Buzz, who knew that before he finished speaking, the jade on the ground suddenly buzzed and lit up. Then, the scabbard inserted into the ground suddenly lit up. At the same time, a ray of light suddenly lit up on his chest, and the light and shadow of a dagger appeared strangely in his chest. Buzz, the dagger on his chest also began to hum, as if it had sensed the scabbard on the ground. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and stared at the shadow of the dagger on his chest in amazement. The Niu Fairy and the others also looked at him in amazement. Suddenly, Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked. Why does this dagger look so familiar? Chapter 836 Luo Qingzhou's 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Go home and give Master Uncle a surprise. Luo Qingzhou was a little confused. He lowered his head and stared at the dagger light and shadow on his chest for a long time. The more he looked, the more familiar it became. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Could it really be the dagger that Sister Yu stabbed him with in his dream? At this time, the purple-skirted woman suddenly said in surprise, "It seems to be just a sword in tint." Sword in tint? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. He suddenly moved his mind and wrapped the dagger light and shadow. Swish! The dagger light and shadow flew out in an instant and floated in front of him. It was an almost transparent dagger phantom. This phantom seemed to be connected to him by blood, and his soul was integrated, and it was particularly intimate. It had already recognized its master with blood. At this time, the scenes of Sister Yu stabbing him in the chest with a dagger in his dream appeared in his mind again. Could it be that you broke the sword tomb formation? So this ancient sword intent automatically entered your body? The purple-skirted woman guessed. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, but stretched out his hand, trying to grasp the dagger in front of him. But his palm suddenly passed through it, and he didn't grasp anything. The purple-skirted woman said, "Since it is sword intent, it is naturally untouchable. It needs to be driven by internal force and soul, and it needs to reach a certain realm, and it also needs to practice special swordsmanship to release its power." The green-skirted woman suddenly said crisply, "We have a lot of sword manuals about sword intent in Jiutianyao Tai." Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered the 6 Meridian magic sword that he taught his uncle. At the beginning, he didn't cultivate the sword intent, so he couldn't release it. Now he immediately moved his mind and took the dagger in front of him into his body, and then urged his soul power to wrap the sword intent, and quickly rushed to the index finger of his right hand along the specific meridians and acupoints. At this time, the pink fairy standing in front of him said, "You are practicing boxing." Only by practicing sword and cultivating sword intent in your body, and integrating sword intent with your own cultivation, can you release it. And you need a specific sword to release it. The woman in the green skirt hurriedly said crisply, "We have many swords in Jiutianyao Tai." Luo Qingzhou did not listen to them. At this time, all his attention was on the internal force and sword intent that were flowing rapidly in his body. Finally, they came to the index finger of his right hand. The acupuncture points in the index finger were swollen and hot. Luo Qingzhou took a deep breath and suddenly burst out at the fingertips. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Shangyang Sword. Swish suddenly. A green sword energy flew out from his index finger, and instantly flew hundreds of meters away, shooting at a rock there. Bang! The huge rock was instantly cut in half. The incision was smooth, as if it was cut by a magic weapon. The 4 fairies of Jiutianyao Tai beside him were all surprised. Luo Qingzhou shot out a sword, and his heart was at peace. He immediately gained confidence. He suddenly stretched out his thumb, middle finger, and ring finger. Shaoshan Sword. Shongchong Sword. Guanchong Sword. Swish. 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 Blue, red, and purple sword energy all shot out. Hundreds of meters away, the rock that he had just cut in half quickly turned into debris and fell from the hillside. This sword intent is really powerful. It has directly merged with my cultivation. Luo Qingzhou was secretly excited. But suddenly, he remembered the dream of the past few days. Did Sister Yu help him? Choo-choo. You are pointing the sword? The woman in the green dress was shocked. The other women were also incredulous. The woman in the purple dress looked at him suspiciously and said, "You didn't have a trace of sword intent before, right? How come you can release such power just after collecting a sword intent? And you use your fingers?" The woman in the green dress opened her eyes and said crisply, "Master said that only sword cultivators in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit can practice the sword fingering technique after the sword intent in their bodies is formed. Choo-choo. You are only in the late stage of the separation of the spirit. How can you, and what kind of technique is this? It looks so cool." Luo Qingzhou did not answer, put away the sword intent, and felt that a lot of soul power in his body was consumed. Then his mind moved, and the dagger phantom came out of his body again and reappeared in front of him. Fenyo Fairy. Should I insert it directly into the scabbard on the ground? He wanted to break the formation quickly, so that he could go back quickly. He had many questions to ask Sister Yu. And at the same time, he also wanted to have a good exchange of sword thoughts with his uncle. Fairy Fanny looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "Make it bigger before inserting it." Luo Qingzhou looked at the scabbard on the ground, estimated its size, and with a thought, the sword shadow in front of him immediately grew to 2 meters long. And then with a swish, it was inserted into the scabbard. Buzz. A burst of sword sounds. Deafening. Then, a golden beam of light suddenly lit up on the ground and shot towards the formation light shield above the head. The whole valley suddenly began to shake. The 8 directions plus the 9 golden characters sitting in the center suddenly burst into dazzling light. Then, 9 golden dragons appeared on the light shield, chanting in unison. The strange phenomenon lasted for half an instant's stick of time. The light shield covering the entire valley finally wailed and slowly disappeared. At the same time, the powerful aura that was pressing on everyone's heads also suddenly disappeared. The formation is broken. The fairy of Jiutianyao Tai is really powerful. She can even break this 10 formations from ancient times. We finally don't have to die here. The cultivators in the valley were all very excited when they saw the scene. Fairy Fanny looked at the hillside to the east, where a light gate appeared, and said, "The exit is on the hillside to the east. Everyone hurry out." As soon as these words came out, the cultivators seemed to be afraid that this terrible formation would be activated again, and they rushed to the hillside to the east in a hurry. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou asked, "Fairy Fenyo, can I still take the sword out?" Fairy Fenyo glanced at the ground and said, "You can take it out now. The formation will not be reopened for the time being." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he was about to wrap it with his divine thoughts and take it out, but hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's wait until they are all out." Then he shouted to the people below, "Master, Ancestor, Senior Luo, you go out first. I will be there soon." At this time, only Fairy Zixia and a few others were still standing under the boulder. The other practitioners had left quickly. Zhuang Jian said below, "Fei Yang, we are not in a hurry. We will wait for you." Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Fairy Fenyo glanced at him again, and under the urging of the other sisters, she had to say. Are you really not considering visiting our Jiotianyao first? Hong Yuan quickly added, we are just guests. We will never force you to do anything. We can guarantee it. The other women also looked at him. Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands and said firmly, thank you. Fairies. I have been trapped for many days. I am eager to go home now. I really can't go anywhere else. The 5 people looked at each other and fell silent after hearing this. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl in the red skirt in front of him, cupped his hands again and said, Fairy Hong Yuan. The formation has been broken. The golden cicada grass. Golden cicada grass? What golden cicada grass? Hong Yuan was confused after hearing this. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her. Hong Yuan suddenly laughed, took out a jade box from her wide red sleeves, handed it to him, and said with a sweet smile, Choo-choo. Don't be angry. Sister is just teasing you. In addition to the golden cicada grass, Sister will give you a piece of fire spirit jade. Wear it with you. You won't be afraid of the cold. And it can also prevent fire. Luo Qingzhou was about to reach out to take it, but Hong Yuan suddenly shrank back and said with a sweet smile, I'll give it to you if you call me sister. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and had to bite the bullet and whispered, Sister Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan's face was immediately full of joy, and she handed the jade box to him, saying, Choo-choo. You are very good. When you go to Jiotianyao, Sister will love you well, and no one will bully you. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to answer, and quickly took the jade box and opened it carefully. There was indeed a golden cicada grass inside. Next to the golden cicada grass, there was also a fiery red jade pendant, which looked very good. Thank you, Fairy. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly thanked her. With the golden cicada grass in hand, this adventure was worthwhile, and it was also fruitful. At this time, the purple-skirted woman said, Senior sister, we should leave too. Otherwise it will be troublesome if there is an accident in the formation. Hong Yuan nodded and said, Let's go. Luo Qingzhou's mind moved, and he took away the sword and tent from the ground. Fortunately, there was no abnormal situation. Fairies, see you later? He arched his hands, and his figure flashed and floated down. Now he has reached the late stage of the spirit-severing realm. According to Sister Yu, even if he is in the flesh, he can fly with a sword, okay? Of course, only when you reach the spirit transformation realm can you really fly with a sword. The 5 people looked at the falling figure and glanced at each other with different expressions. Let's go! We can't force ourselves to do this. Let's go back and tell Master about what's going on here. Then, we can go to Dian to invite him in person. Well, Fan Fan has added him as a friend, so we can contact him anytime. As the 5 people talked, their figures flashed and appeared on the hillside in the east, and then disappeared into the light gate. A moment later, Luo Qingzhou and his companions also entered the light gate. The world spun around. It was as if they were sitting on a white cloud, soft and rising rapidly. When they opened their eyes and could see the scenery clearly, they found that they had arrived at the ground before. Not far away, the ruins of the giant tower were particularly eye-catching. It was daytime outside. They didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed to the exit. There was no one at the exit. When they got out successfully, they breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go home. Zhuang Jian released the flying boat. Several people boarded the flying boat and left quickly. Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling were both seriously injured. Although their lives were not in danger, their combat effectiveness was already very weak at this time. So they did not dare to stay and had to go back as soon as possible. Only by entering the realm of Dian can they be completely safe. We killed a lot of people from Piaomi Xinzong this time, and the other party will definitely find out. With the strength of the other party, they will not give up. Just now in the valley, the leader of Gongsun Peak was obviously very hostile, but he was afraid of the people from Jiotianyao and Penglai Xiandao, so he didn't dare to take action. Fei Yang, after you go back, go to the palace as soon as possible to inform the princess and tell her to be careful. If possible, ask her to find Baishan from Lunghu Academy and tell her the current situation. According to the information we have now, only the people from Lucian Peak and Piaomi Xinzong have intentions on our Dian, and have already taken action. Sikung Yun and his men wanted to catch all the people from our sects this time, but fortunately Fei Yang is here. It is estimated that the people of Huashan sect have been killed. As for other forces in Piaomi Xinzong, we don't know what the other party thinks for the time being, but we can't be careless. After all, we killed a lot of people from the other side this time. Zhuang Jian sat in the boat awning, analyzing the current situation to several people with a serious look. Luo Ling on the side suddenly said, "What I am worried about is that other forces will join." Si Kongyan's words before were ambiguous. I guess he got some news from somewhere, and thought that the capital of the ancient demon clan was in our Great Yin, if this news spreads. I am afraid that other forces will also be ready to move. Zhuangjian frowned, nodded, and said, "For the time being, we can only guard against the Piamu immortal sect. After all, they have directly torn their faces with us and started killing people." Luo Ling looked at him and said, "Brother Zhuang, after we go back this time, let's go to find Bai Shan together. He can't just ignore the invasion of foreign tribes." Zhuangjian glanced at her, squeezed out a dry smile on his face, and said, "Fairy Luo, let the princess go. After all, she is a member of the court and has not seen guests for a long time. If we go, he will put on airs and not come out. Isn't it embarrassing?" Luo Ling fell silent and didn't speak again. Zhuangjian did not say anything more. He looked at Luo Qingzhou and the others and said seriously, "Fei Yang, Liuli, you are the hope of our Great Yin. After you go back, you must work hard to practice and not slack off. Strive to become stronger, so that you can defend your country and contribute to the warriors and people of our Great Yin in the future. If our Great Yin becomes a puppet of those immortal sects, our warriors and people, including your relatives, will probably be enslaved to death." Luo Qingzhou and the others all nodded silently. The flying boat traveled day and night in the sea of clouds and flew quickly. No other accidents occurred along the way. After a few days, they finally reached the territory of Great Yin. Zhuangjian first sent Luo Ling and others back to Xianyan Pavilion. When they parted, he said reluctantly, "Fairy Luo, take good care of your injuries. I will visit you again after a while." Luo Ling looked cold and did not speak. Luo Shan was also reluctant to leave and said, "Zixia, in a few days, Liuli and I will go to your Lingxiao sect again to exchange experience in cultivation." Fairy Zixia smiled and said, "Welcome." While the few people were talking, Luo Qingzhou walked up to the cold girl and bowed, saying, "Miss Bai, if you have a chance next time, come to visit our Lingxiao sect." Bai Wire looked cold and ignored him. Luo Shan glanced at the two of them, her eyes flickering slightly. The flying boat quickly took off again. Soon, it returned to Lingxiao sect. Zhuangjian returned to the cave and closed his eyes to recover from his injuries. Fairy Zixiao went to the main hall and summoned the elders and the heads of each peak to listen to what happened in the sect and Dian recently. After all, they had been away for more than half a month. As the head of a sect, many things still needed her decision. Luo Qingzhou went directly to Jianfeng. He had sent messages to Longer and the princess, asking about the situation at home, and everything was fine. At the same time, he also sent a message to the queen. But the other party didn't know whether he was too busy or angry because he had been away for too long. So he ignored him. He didn't send a message to his uncle, preparing to give her a surprise. The Jianfeng peak was as quiet as before. The two sisters Su Feng and Su Yu were probably practicing in the cave. Sister Dao and his father went to join the army. The eldest princess pardoned them. And now the eldest princess is in need of people, so they naturally have to serve. Moreover, Sister Dao had said a long time ago that her wish was to protect the eldest princess and serve her. Now, her dream has come true, and she only needs to be a guard beside the eldest princess. While thinking about things, Luo Qingzhou quietly came to the cave of his uncle. The cave door was closed. There was no one else on the peak, and there was no sound of flute. The uncle should be practicing in the cave. Luo Qingzhou ignored the cave door and the formation and went directly from the ground. The uncle's cave, whether outside or inside, had long been unguarded against him, and he could go in at any time. As soon as he entered, he suddenly smelled a familiar breath and fragrance. The uncle was indeed inside, and it seemed that he was taking a bath. Luo Qingzhou looked at the stockings that Senior Luo had given him in the storage ring, and thought secretly in his heart, what color would suit Master Uncle? Okay, wear them all once. Anyway, Master Uncle, who was cold and unapproachable outside, didn't dare to resist him at all. Even if he resisted at first, he was submissive later. Wow! He just walked to the door of the practice room and suddenly heard a splash of water from inside. What is Master Uncle doing? Why is there such a big noise when taking a bath? Is he practicing? He didn't dare to drill in from the ground again, for fear of scaring Master Uncle, so he had to reach out and twist the stone on the wall. Click! The cave door slowly opened. In the cave, there was mist and fragrance. Chapter 837, helping the uncle to advance again. The master's envy. Miss Chin too fell ill. In the bathing pool, a girl's silver bell-like laughter suddenly came. Then, water splashed everywhere. Two snow-white figures laughed in the pool, slapping the water at each other. Then, one person grabbed the other. Ah! Sister, spare my life. It hurts. Dead girl. Look at me. At this time, the cave door suddenly opened. The two immediately stood up and looked at the door and said, Master, you come too, Suddenly, a figure flashed at the door. And there was nothing. The two girls were stunned for a moment. And suddenly their faces changed. No! Not the master. The two were immediately pale, hurriedly got up from the bathing pool, and put on their clothes. Luo Qingzhou had just escaped from the cave, and suddenly saw a figure walking in front of him, dressed in green, with a slim figure. I saw a jade flute on her slender waist, and her chest was tightly bound. But it was still difficult to hide her upright appearance, and her beautiful face was full of coldness. It was Linghu Qingzhu who had just returned from outside. The two of them suddenly met, and were both stunned. Luo Qingzhou was suddenly panicked. Linghu Qingzhu was stunned, and the coldness on his face suddenly melted away. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the cave. Slut! Stop! Then, two girls with messy dresses and wet hair ran out of the cave with swords, their faces full of shame, anger and panic. When they chased out and saw Luo Qingzhou and Linghu Qingzhu, they were stunned. Luo Qingzhou's face was full of embarrassment. Su Feng and Su Yu froze for a moment, and their eyes looked at him. Then, the shame, anger and panic on the faces of the two girls suddenly turned into shyness and embarrassment. Linghu Qingzhu's face regained its coldness and majesty, and he asked, What's going on? The two sisters blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Under their skirts, they didn't have time to put on their shoes, revealing two pairs of snow-white feet. When Luo Qingzhou was about to confess and apologize, Linghu Qingzhu suddenly looked at the two sisters and said coldly, Put on your shoes and go back to practice. The two sisters hurriedly returned to the cave, took their shoes, lowered their heads, and left in a hurry. When Luo Qingzhou was about to flee, Linghu Qingzhu suddenly said coldly, Come in. After that, she entered the cave first. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and had to bite the bullet and follow in. Boom! The cave door behind him slowly closed. Luo Qingzhou followed him to the practice room and had to confess, Uncle, I just came back and wanted to give you a surprise. But when I came in, I saw two sisters were bathing here. Then he quickly explained, I was standing at the door, felt something was wrong, and left immediately. I didn't see anything. Linghu Qingzhu walked to the bathing pool, looked at the petals floating in the water, and the water stains splashed on the edge of the pool, was silent for a while, turned around and looked at him and said, You did it on purpose. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Absolutely not. I swear. Linghu Qingzhu stared at him coldly, and looked at him quietly for a while, and said, What surprise do you want to give me? Luo Qingzhou said, I came back suddenly. Isn't it a surprise? Linghu Qingzhu looked at him, and said nothing more. The slender and cold figure, standing by the bathing pool, was soon wrapped in the mist in the pool, hazy and illusory. Luo Qingzhou suddenly took out a few pairs of stockings from the storage ring and said, Uncle Master, what color do you like? Linghu Qingzhu took a look, was slightly stunned, turned around, turned his back to him, and said coldly, I don't like any of them. I like them. Luo Qingzhou said without concealing anything. Then he took out 3 pairs and put them on the chair next to him, saying, Uncle Master, I'm going home first. I'll come back when you like them. After that, he turned and left. When he walked to the door, Linghu Qingzhu suddenly said, Have you advanced? Luo Qingzhou stopped and said, My soul has advanced, and I have reached the late stage of the spiritual realm. And he turned his head and looked at her and said, The lightning seems to be stronger. After that, he walked out of the practice room and walked outside. But when he walked to the cave entrance outside, he couldn't open the cave door no matter what. He immediately took out the jade mouse and prepared to perform the earth walking technique. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the practice room. You go home. I'll go find the sect master. Luo Qingzhou asked, Why do you want to find the sect master? The voice inside said, Tell her that you just came back and peeked at Su Feng and Su Yu taking a bath, and let her report it to the whole sect. Luo Qingzhou. Uncle Master. He immediately put away the jade mouse and turned back to the practice room. The sect master just came back and is very busy. So don't disturb her. Linghu Qingzhou still stood by the bathtub with his back to him. Without speaking, Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to walk over and said, Uncle Master has been alone in the cave for some time. It must be boring. Let me tell you about what I encountered this time. It's very exciting. Linghu Qingzhou turned around, looked at him and said, I'm about to break through. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou pretended to be surprised and said, Really? I remember Uncle Master said the same thing last time. This time it's true. Linghu Qingzhou looked indifferent. Then he took out a body judgment stone, held it in his palm, and handed it to him. The jade stone flashed with light, and data appeared. Grandmaster's early stage. Progress 50. Divine Severing Realm early stage. Progress 100. Luo Qingzhou was really surprised this time. Soul progress 100. It is indeed going to be promoted. Uncle Master, your cultivation speed is so fast. I remember that your soul and body have only been promoted not long ago. Right? Linghu Qingzhou glanced at him, put away the body judgment stone, and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou also fell silent. The practice room fell into silence. After a while, Linghu Qingzhou looked at him and said, It's afternoon now. If I practice now, I should be able to break through tonight. Luo Qingzhou immediately encouraged her. Uncle Master, I believe in you. You can do it. Then you should practice in seclusion. I won't disturb you. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Ah! A cry of surprise. He suddenly tilted his body and fell into the bathtub, splashing water. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly saw a white hand by the pool lightly raised, untied the restraints, black hair pouring down, waves surging, a touch of snow white, dazzling white. All right. I've been out for so long, and I haven't taken a bath for more than half a month. It's time to take a good bath before going home. Of course, I'll help my uncle practice. The flower basket by the pool suddenly tilted, and the pink petals suddenly fell all over the bath. The water rippled. The petals rose and fell. The practice quickly entered the state of selflessness. Time passed quietly. Outside the cave, the night had just fallen, and suddenly there was a wow, and a surging heaven and earth vitality gathered towards the sword peak. Then, a vortex of vitality appeared in the air. Countless heaven and earth vitality began to quickly flow into the vortex, and soon flowed towards the cave below. Not long after, a suppressed and high voice suddenly came from the cave. Then, a powerful soul power permeated. Advanced again? Fairy Zixia felt this powerful soul power as soon as she arrived at the sword peak. When she came to the door of the cave with a complicated look, the cave door just opened. Luo Qingzhou hurried out from inside. The master and the disciple looked at each other and stood still. This scene was particularly familiar. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a while, Fairy Zixia said in a faint voice, Qingzhou has advanced again? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly. Yes. He is in the middle stage of the spiritual division realm. The master and the disciple were silent for a moment. Fairy Zixia sighed inaudibly. Awesome. Then she looked at him and said, Then let the master go in and take a look. Master. Luo Qingzhou was about to stop her, but saw her figure flash and had already swept in from the side. Then the disciple has something to do, so I will go back first. He did not dare to stay any longer and immediately went down the mountain. The princess just sent a message, come back early. Wei Mo coughed up blood. Luo Qingzhou went down the mountain and rushed directly to Kyoto at the fastest speed, in order not to attract attention. When he arrived at the city, he took out the jade rad directly, went underground, and performed the earth-walking technique to shuttle quickly underground. Just after arriving at the inner city, the message card suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was from the queen. You still remember to come back? Luo Qingzhou quickly replied. Something happened outside, and there are things about the Piamu immortal sect. I will report to your majesty when I go to the palace tomorrow. Her majesty, I will report tonight. Luo Qingzhou, I don't have time tonight. Her majesty, try it. Do you believe that I will kill all 9 of your clans? Luo Qingzhou, go ahead. After a while, Her Majesty, is there something going on at home? Luo Qingzhou, my wife is sick. I just came back, so I naturally have to accompany her. Her Majesty, oh. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and replied, I will go to the palace tomorrow when I have time. Her Majesty, well, I will wait for you. Luo Qingzhou put away the message card and quickly entered the Qin mansion from underground. And then came out from the courtyard of Meixiang Garden. The second lady is sick. Besides the princess, the mother-in-law is probably there too. The eldest lady might be there too. So, of course, he couldn't suddenly come out from the basement of the house. Dong! 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 He walked to the gate and raised his hand to knock on the door. Footsteps soon came. Squeak! The gate opened. Xue appeared in the door with red eyes. Seeing that it was him, she cried, "Son-in-law, you are finally back." The young lady coughed up blood again today. Luo Qingzhou walked in immediately without asking any more questions. Song Ryue's gentle voice came from the room. Wei Mo. Be good. Drink another bowl. You will be fine after finishing the medicine. Luo Qingzhou pushed the door open and walked in. A strong smell of medicine hit the nose in the room. Song Ryue sat by the bed in the inner room, holding the medicine. Nandong Meijiao and Nandong Xue stood next to her. They were all happy to see him come back suddenly. Song Ryue hurriedly said, Wei Mo. Qingzhou is back. Miss Qin was lying weakly on the bed, frowning, resisting to take medicine. Upon hearing this, she immediately struggled to sit up and said in a trembling voice, Brother Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou looked at her pale face and weak appearance, and suddenly felt distressed and pity. He hurried over and held her cold little hand, squatted down and said, Wei Mo, why don't you take the medicine properly? Miss Qin frowned slightly. It's bitter. You have to take it even if it's bitter. Luo Qingzhou took the medicine from his mother-in-law's hand, and when he was about to feed her, he suddenly lowered his head and sniffed, frowned and said, What medicine is this? Song Ryue sighed and said, The medicine you prepared has been used up. So this is the medicine boiled with the original prescription. Nandong Meiju on the side said, Other medicinal materials are available. The morning glory of the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree. Lu. Uncle Duan Wang also brought Xiao Rui to deliver it in person. But the Zhuyin blood I went there yesterday. But the master wouldn't let me in, saying that no one else could go in except you. Luo Qingzhou put the medicine in his hand on the chair and said, It's okay. I'll go there in person tomorrow. Nandong Meiju looked at him again, went over and pulled Song Ryue and said, Aunt, let's go back first. Let Luo Qingzhou accompany Wei Mo. Song Ryue stood up and complained. Qingzhou, Wei Mo said you went to Lingxiao sect to study. Why did you go for so long? Don't leave home for too long next time. After all, your second brother and your father-in-law are gone. You? Mother! Go back. Miss Qin interrupted her weakly, saying, Wei Mo wants to talk to Brother Qingzhou. Song Ryue rolled her eyes at her, twisted her body, and went out. Nandong Xue wanted to say something, but Nandong Meiju grabbed her and took her out by force. Xiao quietly closed the door. The room was quiet. Luo Qingzhou stood up, took off his outer clothes, shoes and socks, then got on the bed and gently held her in his arms. The girl in the quilt immediately and gently pressed against his chest. Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mom misses you so much. I'm sorry. I came back late. Luo Qingzhou stroked her hair and kissed her forehead, his heart full of pity and guilt. Miss Qin said softly, It's okay. Wei Mom knows that Brother Qingzhou is very hard. Luo Qingzhou felt more and more guilty. Wei Mo, why did you suddenly get sick again? I've taken this month's medicine, so it should last until next month. Blame Wei Mo when Brother Qingzhou is not around. Wei Mo can't sleep. I've been suffering from insomnia these days. Blame me. Blame me. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly and said, Blame me for being out for too long and making you worry. Don't blame Brother Qingzhou. Blame Wei Mo. Wei Mo is useless and always gets sick. Dragging Brother Qingzhou down. Silly girl. You are not allowed to say that. Luo Qingzhou covered her mouth, looking at her beautiful and pale face, and her weak and thin appearance. His heart suddenly ached. At this moment, he became more determined to practice hard. He must practice hard, advance as soon as possible, and cure her illness. This girl's body is so weak. If she continues to be so weak, I am afraid she can't hold on for 2 years. Brother Qingzhou, you smell so good. At this time, the girl in his arms suddenly said faintly, There are teeth marks on the shoulder. Who bit it? Luo Qingzhou. By the way, Wei Mo, I have a gift for you. A spiritual fruit that can beautify and prolong life, and can also whiten and enlarge breasts. Miss Qin was silent for a while, raised her pale face, and looked at him softly. Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo may. Speaking of this, she paused slightly and said softly, "Send it to my sister. Waymo doesn't need it Waymo's body. I'm afraid I can never serve Brother Chinjo. I can't waste Brother Chinjo's good things." Luo Chinjo looked into her eyes. His heart suddenly trembled, and his voice became trembling. "Silly girl. Can you stop saying these words? Brother Chinjo doesn't need you to serve him. You can accompany Brother Chinjo. Brother Chinjo is very satisfied." Miss Chin Air's eyes were suddenly filled with crystal tears. Luo Chinjo put his hand against her cheek and hugged her tightly. Chapter 838 Betrayal and Cheating. The Whip of the Princess. The night was silent. That night, Miss Chin fell asleep quickly, with a smile on her lips. Luo Chinjo held her, and did not sleep all night. After dawn, he told Chior and Xiao Dai and went out. Just out of the courtyard, Nandong Meiji was already waiting outside. When she saw him, she said, "I'll go with you." After a pause, she lowered her head slightly and said, "Can I?" In the past, she would not have added this last question. Something happened in the prince's mansion, and he was in a different position now. The girl's former arrogance was finally put down. Luo Chinjo felt pity in his heart, reached out and gently rubbed her head, and said, "Of course." The girl raised her head and smiled. Then, she suddenly took a step back and pretended to be angry and said, "You are Luo Chinjo. You are not allowed to touch me." Luo Chinjo went over and picked her up, and turned around at the door a few times. She calmed down. The two of them went out. Aunt Mu drove the carriage, and was waiting outside the gate. Luo Chinjo looked at the woman who was still in a heavy mood and invited her, "Aunt Mu, if you are not comfortable living in the palace, let the princess live here, and be more free." Aunt Mu looked at him with complicated eyes, and shook her head, "No." Luo Chinjo did not force it, and got on the carriage with the princess. The two sat on both sides, facing each other. But when the carriage drove out of the alley, the two were already sitting together. "I've already told Aunt Mu that you're the bad guy. What's wrong with me? Everything is bad. You said you'd go find me, but you went to find someone else, and worked like a slave for him. When did I ever work like a slave for someone else? You know it in your heart. I really didn't. Only others worked like a slave for me." "Humph. What about your majesty? Did she work like a slave for you?" "In fact she did. I recorded it, and will play it for your majesty later. By the way, princess, I have a gift for you. Look, it's a purple whip, and it's a magic weapon. Do you like it? When I come back tonight, let me try it. If you cry, I'll like it." The carriage soon became quiet. The carriage left the city, and headed straight for Qingyun Temple. It was almost noon. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain of Qingyun Temple. The weather was good today, and the danger in Kyoto had been lifted. So there were many tourists, who came to the temple to burn incense today. Aunt Mu parked the carriage in the woods next to it. She sat in the carriage and watched the car. Luo Chinjo and the princess went up the mountain. There was an endless stream of people climbing the mountain along the way. Adults were talking and laughing. Children were playing. And there were some literati and rich girls traveling together, which was very lively. Nandong Meiji was wearing a purple dress today. Tall and beautiful. Noble temperament. And beautiful appearance, which naturally attracted many eyes. Of course, Luo Chinjo's handsome appearance and elegant temperament in a Confucian robe also attracted the attention of many girls and women. Several noble ladies were chatting in the pavilion halfway up the mountain. One of them spoke in a particularly loud voice. "My cowardly man is so useless. He has been married into my family for several years, and has been working hard every day. My belly has not bulged yet. I guess he is useless. I came here to ask for a stick of incense today. Give him another 2 months. If he is still useless by then, don't blame me for kicking him out." The other women nearby were also fanning the flames. "What's the point of having such a useless person? Just beat him out with a broom and find a handsome young man to sow seeds again. Wouldn't it be better? With your looks, figure, and family background, where can you find a man?" Luo Chinjo couldn't help but glance at the woman when he passed by. The woman happened to look at him. Her cheeks flushed, and she immediately puffed out her chest and said, "That's right. If that loser is no longer useful, I will find another handsome young man. Give him dozens or hundreds of silver every day. Provide him with food and drink, and give him whatever he wants, as long as he sows seeds for me well." While talking, she kept peeking at him. Unfortunately, Luo Chinjo only glanced at her, and continued to climb the stairs and walked over. The woman looked at his back without turning back, and then looked at the tall figure beside him. She immediately said pa, curled her lips, and muttered in a low voice, "A girl who is only in her teens has such big breasts. Who are you trying to fool? There must be something stuffed inside." Luo Qingzhou listened and couldn't help but look to the side. Walked a distance again. Nandong Meiju suddenly whispered, "Luo Qingzhou, did you hear what those women said just now?" Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "I heard it." Nandong Meiju looked at him and said, "Then what do you think?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head and took another look, and said, "Of course, I won't doubt the real material of the princess." Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, then pinched his waist, gritted his teeth and said, "This princess is talking about the man who married into the family, who has worked hard for many years, and didn't make her pregnant." Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meiju glanced at him again, let go of him, and whispered, "Are you not able to do it?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he ignored her, and walked up the mountain quickly, saying, "Business is more important." Nandong Meiju followed him with her long straight legs, and said, "This is also business. Wei Mo is actually very worried. Your mother-in-law nagged Xiao Dai and the others yesterday, asking them to drink medicine. You are getting more and more powerful, and your status and position are getting higher and higher. If you don't give birth to a child in the Qin family, they should be very worried and uneasy." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Let's talk about it after the current matter is resolved." Nandong Meiju sighed and said nothing. The two went up the mountain. As soon as they entered the Taoist temple, a Taoist priest recognized them and quickly invited them to the back. Soon, the master of Qingyun Temple, Yunshang Taoist, came to greet them in person. Yunshang Taoist first apologized for what happened the day before. "It's not that I don't want to let the princess go in, but Senior Zhu Yan only recognizes you, Mr. Luo. I'm afraid that if the princess goes in alone, something will happen, which will be troublesome." Luo Qingzhou expressed his understanding. Taoist Yunshang warned again, "Senior Zhu Yan seems to be in a bad mood these days, and often gets angry inside. Young master, be careful when you go in this time." The two sides exchanged a few more pleasantries, and went directly to Lingyuan Cave. After Taoist Yunshang sent the two in, he came out and waited outside the cave. Luo Qingzhou took the princess up the hillside with ease, and came to the waterfall. Seeing that there was no figure of Zhu Yan in the valley, he could only shout, "Senior, I am here." When he set out in the morning, he sent a message to Zhu Yan, but the other party did not reply. "Senior," Luo Qingzhou shouted again. At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. Luo Qingzhou took it out and took a look. It turned out that Zhu Yan replied to the message, "Humph. You want to let me bleed again? You kid. Don't even think about succeeding today. For half a month, you ignored me, and now you need me. You immediately ran over. Scumbag." Luo Qingzhou had to explain, "Senior, calm down. I am not ignoring you. I just went out some time ago, went to an ancient ruins, was trapped in it for half a month, and only came out yesterday." Zhu, humph. Full of lies. I don't believe it. Luo Qingzhou, Jr. really didn't lie. I have a few spiritual herbs here, all taken from that ancient ruins. Senior will know at a glance. Also, I got a sword and tint there, which I can release for you. You are a master of magic and know everything. I believe that you can tell the age of these things with just one look. Zhu, so you came here today to get my blood? Luo Qingzhou said frankly, "Yes." Zhu, you bastard. You make me bleed every time you come here. And you hurt me every time. Don't you feel guilty? I am ashamed that I still treat you as a brother. Ugh. Luo Qingzhou Sr. My wife is sick. If I don't have your blood as medicine, she may not live for even a month. I know that it is really a bastard to come to you every time to ask for blood, but I really have no other way. I can only promise you that I will do my best to meet your needs in the future." The other party did not reply. After a moment, the ground suddenly began to vibrate with a bang bang bang. Then, a huge figure appeared in the forest ahead, running towards this side quickly. It suddenly jumped and landed in the valley in front of the two people. Boom! The huge foot landed on the ground, and the whole ground shook instantly. The waterfall in the valley that was rushing down suddenly rolled up and flew into the air. Zhu Yan landed in the valley, sat down, looked at him with fierce and scarlet eyes and said, "Boy, considering that you are romantic, and it evokes the good memories of this king will forgive you." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior." Zhu Yan glanced at Nandong Meiju beside him again, and said in surprise, This time, I didn't change another woman. Why? Is your body not good? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Nandong Meiju turned her head and looked at him with a frosty face. Luo Qingzhou explained in a low voice. Last time, Chan Chan came with me. Nandong Meiju glared at him, and then gave up. Zhu Yan crossed his arms and said with squinting eyes, Boy, you want my blood today. Then let's see what you can bring out to make me excited. Otherwise, forget it. Luo Qingzhou said, How about a story? Zhu Yan shook his head and said, Today, I don't want to listen to a story. I just want to see something interesting. Performances are also okay. Luo Qingzhou frowned and thought after hearing this. Zhu Yan suddenly looked at the girl beside him and said, Woman, do you have a whip? Nandong Meiju was slightly startled when she heard this, and took out the purple whip and said, Yes. What do you want? Senior? Zhu Yan suddenly grinned and pointed at Luo Qingzhou next to her and said, Whip him. I want to see a performance today. Called whipping a scumbag. The harder the whip, the better. At least 500 times. I want to see him cry and bleed. If you can whip the flesh of this kid, I will give you blood immediately. Nandong Meiju's face changed slightly. Zhu Yan looked at someone next to her and grinned. Yanong, are you willing? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, As long as the senior likes to watch. The junior is willing. Zhu Yan grinned and said, Of course I like to watch. It has always been you who made me hurt and bleed. Today, I also want to see you hurt and bleed. Is it not too much? Of course it's not too much, Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Then, he glanced at the princess, turned around immediately, took off his outer robe, and said with his back to her, Princess, come on. Nandong Meiju clenched the whip in his hand, and did not do it. Zhu Yan sat in the valley, with his arms folded across his chest, grinning at the two of them. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, turned his head and said, Princess, do it. I can bear it. As long as the senior is happy, you can whip me. Nandong Meiju met his eyes, and the whip in his hand trembled slightly. Start. Luo Qingzhou suddenly raised his voice to urge, with a stern look in his eyes. Nandong Meiju trembled, suddenly raised the whip in his hand, and with a snap, he whipped him heavily on the back. Luo Qingzhou's eyebrows moved. A bloody whip mark appeared on his back. In order to make the performance more exciting, he did not use any defensive skills. Although Nandong Meiju did not use internal force, this whip was a magic weapon after all, made of special materials, and naturally could not be compared with ordinary whips. A burning sensation appeared on the back. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the forest in front of him, tightened his back, and said, Continue. Nandong Meiju's lips trembled slightly. Then, she raised the whip in her hand and hit him hard on the back. Snap! Another blood mark. Luo Qingzhou looked ahead, and the weak and pale figure appeared in front of him, and said again, Continue. Try harder. Snap! The whip in Nandong Meiju's hand fell again, and the tears in her eyes fell with it. Zhu Yan sat in the valley and watched meaningfully. Snap! 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 More than a dozen whips fell, and Luo Qingzhou's back was already bloody, when Nandong Meiju raised her whip with tears on her face, preparing to whip him for the last time. Zhu Yan suddenly said, Okay. Stop. The whip in Nandong Meiju's hand fell down. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and said, Senior, I can still bear it. Zhu Yan stretched out a huge foot and placed it in front of him. He looked at him deeply and said, No need. I'm tired of seeing it. If you want to take blood, hurry up. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out the warrior dagger and porcelain bottle. The muscles on Zhu Yan's face twitched, and he turned his face away in a hurry, looking away and said, Be gentle. Don't hurt my feet. Shua. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that it would regret it, so he immediately cut its toes, and quickly used a porcelain bottle to collect the gushing blood. Zhu Yan trembled for a moment, hissed, and said with a sad face, Yanong, you are the first person who makes me hurt and bleed every time I see you. Even my beloved concubine is not qualified to do so. If you let me down in the future, I will never forgive you. Luo Qingzhou quickly filled a bottle and helped him apply the hemostatic ointment. Then he stood up and bowed, saying, Senior, I will remember your kindness in my heart and will never forget it. Zhu Yan trembled in pain, waved his hand and said, Don't say nice words. Now I have a task to give you. You have to. I have done it for this king. Luo Qingzhou put away his things and hurriedly said, Please give me your instructions. Senior? Zhu Yan looked at him with scarlet eyes and said, before that, I have another question to ask you. You must answer it truthfully. Luo Qizhou said, please ask. Senior. Zhu Yan stared at him for a while. And said seriously, humans and demons have always been incompatible. Do you think that humans should kill all the demons? Men, women, young and old, and not let anyone go? Luo Qingzhou said without hesitation, of course not. Oh! Why? Zhu Yan narrowed his eyes. Luo Qingzhou said, any creature in this world has the right to survive. Let alone the demon race that has the same intelligence and thoughts as humans. Zhu Yan said, but humans believe that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. So we should cut the grass and eradicate them. Luo Qingzhou said, since ancient times, the number of humans who died at the hands of foreign races has not been more than 10% of the number of humans who died at the hands of their own race. I think that those who should be killed and eradicated are those creatures that play with and enslave any life. Any human or demon race that kills innocent people and kills for the sake of killing should be killed. Death. As for those innocent humans and monsters, they should not be killed. Zhu Yan looked at him deeply and said, I heard that the monsters are now revived and are attacking cities and killing civilians on the border of Diyin. What would you do if you went there? Luo Qingzhou said in a sonorous tone. The junior should take up a 3-foot green sword and kill all the invading monsters. Defend the borders for Diyin and build a great wall for my people. Zhu Yan was silent for a while, looked at him and said, my beloved concubine is now with those monsters. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. Zhu Yan said, if you see her, will you kill her with humans? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, yes. Zhu Yan fell silent, stared at him for a while, and suddenly stretched out his finger to eject a huge golden storage ring, which fell in front of him, saying, this is what she gave me. If you see it in the future, remember to return it to her for me. There is a portrait of her and a divorce letter in it. Give it to her. You can all see the things inside, so as not to think that I am collaborating with the enemy. At this point, it sighed and said, my mission is to protect Kyoto, and I can't go there for the time being. Yanong, if you have the opportunity to go, I hope you can help me give the things to it. You have deep feelings for your wife. In order to treat her illness, you come to me every month and use all means to ask me for blood. Just now, I would rather be humiliated and willing. So, I believe you are a good person who values feelings. Besides, I am very satisfied with your answer just now. At least, I think that what you said just now was sincere, and you didn't deceive me again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the huge storage ring in front of him and said, don't worry, Senior. I will definitely help you deliver it. Swish. The storage ring suddenly shrank and floated in front of him. Luo Qingzhou reached out and grabbed it and put it away. Zhu Yan's eyes became gentle, as if he was recalling the good times in the past, and said, Yanong, don't worry. Wait until the Yen really goes to war on the border. Then you can go. I still want to give her some time, hoping that she can turn back from her mistakes. Then it sneered again. We are ancient beasts. What do we have to do with those low-level monsters? There is no relationship at all. It is self-degrading. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to answer. Zhu Yan talked to himself for a while, then waved his hand and said, okay, you go. I will think of a way. If there is anything else, I will send you a message. Luo Qingzhou agreed and left with the princess. The two of them left Lingyuan Cave. The abbot of Qingyun Temple, Taoist Yunshang, was waiting outside. When he saw the two of them coming out, he hurriedly asked in a low voice, Mr. Luo, do you know why Senior Zhu Yan is in a bad mood? Luo Qizhou said, Master, do you know Senior Zhu Yan's beloved concubine? Taoist Yunshang was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, so it's because of this matter. No wonder. Senior Zhu Yan's beloved concubine is actually an ancient demon orangutan. She left many years ago, and no one knows where she went. Recently, I learned that she appeared in the border demon tribe. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Master, do you know why she went to the demon tribe? Taoist Yunshang showed an unnatural expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he whispered, it is said that there is a young and strong demon orangutan in the demon tribe who lured her over. Luo Qingzhou. Senior Zhu Yan was cheated. These days, even gorillas are cheating on their husbands. But this is normal. Which creature does not admire the strong? Taoist Yunshang said hurriedly, don't tell Senior Zhu Yan about this. It may not be able to bear it and go crazy. Luo Qizhou nodded and said, Master, don't worry. I know the severity of the situation. The two chatted for a few more words. Luo Qizhou bowed and said goodbye. Overhead, the sun had risen to the sky. He had to go back quickly to make medicine for his wife. The two went down the mountain and got on the carriage. Nandong Meiju helped him take off his clothes, took out the trauma medicine, and gently applied it to the wound on his back. Looking at those shocking wounds, he trembled and said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used so much force. Luo Qingzhou looked calm. It's okay. This little injury is like a mosquito bite to me. It will be healed tomorrow. Every time I go, I will cut Senior Zhu Yin with a knife. And it's right for me to get hurt. Nandong Meiju lowered her head slightly and said softly, You are so good to Wei Mo. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, If it were the princess, I would treat her like this. Nandong Meiju. Jiao looked at him blankly and said, I don't believe it. You just like to lie from Machin to Kyoto. You lied to me every time. After a pause, she bit her lip, looked at him with watery eyes and said, Unless you want me. Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly. Okay. When? Listen to the princess. Now. Auntie Mu is outside. Who knew that at this time? Auntie Mu's voice suddenly came from outside. I was seriously injured last time. And now I can't hear anything, and can't see anything. As she said, she slowed down the carriage. Chapter 839 Love. Spiritual fruit for the eldest lady. Clang. Clang. The road was rugged and bumpy. Even though Aunt Mu had slowed down, the carriage was still bumpy. There was still an endless stream of tourists rushing to burn incense on the road. Go slowly all the way. After passing through the mountain forest path and coming to the spacious official road, the road finally became slightly flat. In the carriage, it was quiet. Aunt Mu pricked up her ears, listened carefully for a while, and frowned slightly. At this time, the princess's calm voice came from the carriage. Aunt Mu. Speed up. We still have to boil medicine for Wei Mo when we go back. Aunt Mu was slightly stunned, and hurriedly said, Yes, Mississippi. After that, she waved the whip in her hand. Snap! The horse immediately ran. The carriage quickly entered the city and stopped at the gate of Qin's mansion. Aunt Mu jumped off the carriage, gently lifted the curtain, looked inside curiously, and said, Mr. Luo, we're here. Nandong Meiju walked out first. Then, with long legs, she jumped off the carriage lightly and went up the steps first. Luo Qingzhou followed behind, with a calm face. Aunt Mu looked at the two of them in confusion. When the two of them went up the steps together and entered the mansion, she suddenly found something wrong. Mrs. Shoes and socks seemed to have been changed. She narrowed her eyes and looked back at the carriage. The blanket on the ground was still very neat, and the seat was clean. But she stuck her head in and sniffed, then immediately retracted it. Then she quickly opened the curtain, and the curtains on both sides were all opened. Muttering a few words, Plum Fragrance Garden. In the room, a heater was burning, and incense was curling. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, sitting on a soft couch, with a thick blanket covering her legs, reading a book quietly. The three maids were busy with their own things. When Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju came back, they immediately came to greet them. Luo Qingzhou took out the porcelain bottle and said, The Juyan blood is back. Go to the kitchen to boil the medicine. Zhuer and Xiaodai hurried into the kitchen. After Luo Qingzhou handed the things to them, he went into the room. Nandong Meiju pulled Xiaoer and whispered, Go get a basin of hot water and put it in Xiaodai's room. I'm going to wash my face. Xiaoer hurriedly agreed and went to the kitchen. Nandong Meiju went directly into Xiaodai's room, looking around the room while waiting. After a while, Xiaoer came in with a basin of hot water and said, Princess, I'll help you wash. Nandong Meiju picked up a bellyband on the bed and said, No, you go out and do your work. I can wash it myself. Xiaoer took a look at the bellyband in her hand, said oh, retreated, and helped her close the door. After Nandong Meiju saw her leave, she brought the water to the bedside, sat down on the bed, took off her shoes and socks, and immersed her pair of snow-white and delicate jade feet in the water. Humph! This bellyband must have been designed by that guy again. Obscene. She looked at the new bellyband in her hand, snorted coldly, and then looked at her delicate jade feet in the basin, muttering, I still like it here. Miss Jean Eyre's medicine was quickly boiled. After Luo Qingzhou fed her the medicine, the three of them had lunch together again. Nandong Meiju did not stay for long. She talked with Miss Jean Eyre for a while, then said goodbye and left. Returning to the palace, Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Jean Eyre lie down on the bed, then took out the fire spirit jade from the storage ring, put it on her body, and said softly, "Wearing it can keep out the cold and will be warmer." Perhaps the medicine worked. Miss Jean Eyre's pale cheeks regained some color, and she said softly, "Thank you, Brother Qingzhou." Luo Qingzhou gently rubbed her head and said, "What are you thanking for between husband and wife? Have a good rest." Miss Jean Eyre looked at him gently, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Brother Qingzhou, didn't you say last night that you have a spiritual fruit that can prolong life and beautify your face?" Luo Qingzhou quickly took out the golden snake fruit and said, "Do you want to eat it now?" Miss Jean Eyre shook her head slightly and said softly, "Send it to my sister. My sister came to see Wei Mo today, and Wei Mo has already told my sister." Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. "What did you say?" Miss Jean Eyre's eyes showed with a playful look. She said, "Wei Mo told my sister that Brother Qingzhou brought back a spiritual fruit from outside, which can not only prolong life, but also beautify the skin. Then she told my sister that Brother Qingzhou said last night that he would give it to her to eat." Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth and said, "Wei Mo, it's a complete waste for the young lady to eat this thing. She is already very beautiful, with fair skin and beautiful appearance, without any flaws, and she doesn't need to eat it at all." Miss Jean Eyre said, "But Brother Qingzhou also said that eating this spiritual fruit can also make her breasts bigger." Luo Qingzhou said, "The young lady doesn't need it either. Her breasts are already." At this point, he suddenly stopped and saw the triumphant and mischievous look in the girl's eyes. "Okay, Brother Qingzhou, it turns out that every time you go to Lingshan Moon Palace, you are secretly looking at your sister. Humph! Wei Mo is going to tell your sister?" Miss Jean Eyre pretended to be angry. Luo Qingzhou was speechless, so he had to put the spiritual fruit to her mouth and said, "Eat it. I still have 3 here. The other effects don't matter. The main thing is that it can prolong life. Maybe it will help your illness." Miss Jean Eyre fell silent after hearing this. "Wei Mo, don't worry. I can definitely cure you. If there are any good things that prolong life outside in the future, I will definitely help you get them back." Luo Qingzhou held her cold and weak little hand and said affectionately. Miss Jean Eyre's eyes gradually misted up, and without further delay, she stretched out her other hand, took the spiritual fruit, and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo eats as long as I can live 1 more day and accompany Brother Qingzhou for 1 more day. Wei Mo is willing to do anything." Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft little hand, looked at her sickly appearance, and felt a pain in his heart. He didn't dare to look at her for too long, and stood up and said, "Then I'll go give one to the eldest lady." Miss Jean Eyre said softly, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou left the room. After walking to the courtyard, he turned his head and glanced at the closed window of the room again, his eyes becoming more determined. When he arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, in the courtyard, the clear and pleasant singing of larks came. "Last night I dreamed of falling flowers in the idle pond. It's a pity that I didn't return home in the middle of spring. The river flows and spring is about to end. The moon falls in the river pond and sets in the west." Luo Qingzhou stood at the door and listened for a while before he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bailing immediately ran over and opened the gate. Before she could speak, Luo Qingzhou had already squeezed her aside and walked in, saying, "Where's the young lady?" Bailing covered her chest and pouted her lips and said, "My son-in-law squeezed her." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "It's okay. It's bigger if you squeeze her." After that, he ignored her and went straight into the house and went to the backyard. Bailing froze in place. In the garden behind, the familiar sound of sword practice came. In the pavilion next to her, Miss Jean was wearing a snow-white dress and was sitting there alone in a daze. Luo Qingzhou greeted Chanshan first, and when he saw that the girl had no time to pay attention to him, he entered the pavilion and bowed, saying, "Mississippi." Miss Jean came back to her senses and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou didn't say much. He took out a golden snake fruit and handed it over, saying, "I got this fruit by accident outside. I heard that eating it can prolong life, so I brought one back for the young lady." Miss Jean looked at the golden spiritual fruit in his hand, her expression slightly startled. At this time, Bailing came over angrily and complained, "Miss, my son-in-law bullied me as soon as he came back." Just now she suddenly saw the golden spiritual fruit and opened her eyes wide and said, "This is." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. and suddenly turned his head to look at her. Do you know it? Bailing paused, shook her head quickly, and said, I don't know it. But it looks beautiful and smells good. What is it? Luo Qingzhou looked at her deeply and said, This is called golden snake fruit. Eating it can prolong your life. Bailing blinked and looked at him and said, What else? Luo Qingzhou said, What else? Bailing said, Besides prolonging life, there are no other effects. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, No. What other effects do you think it has? I don't know. Bailing looked at the spiritual fruit in his hand and swallowed her saliva. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, handed the spiritual fruit to her, and said, Help the young lady to hold it, and you can divide it into 3 portions. Young lady, you and Chan Chan can both taste some. Bai Ling swallowed again, but shook her head and said, I don't like it. This is given by the son-in-law to the young lady. Little Bai Ling can't like it gurgle. As she said this, she swallowed again. Luo Qingzhou put the spiritual fruit on the table and looked outside the pavilion again. Xia Chan stopped and was standing under the pear tree looking at him. Miss, I have to go back to study, so I won't bother you anymore. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said goodbye, walked out of the pavilion, and went directly to the pear tree. He reached out and held the girl's cold little hand, and said softly, Chan Chan, my son-in-law has something to do, so I came back. I have to go to the palace later. If I have time in the evening, I will come to see you again. Xia Chan retracted her hand, her cheeks slightly red, lowered her head, and whispered, Oh. This was the first time that Luo Qingzhou took the initiative to hold her hand in front of Miss Qin and Bailing, and took the initiative to talk to her so intimately. For Luo Qingzhou, some things have already come to fruition, and there is no need to hide them anymore. Then I'll go first, Luo Qingzhou said, and went over to kiss her delicate face. Xia Chan blushed immediately, and stared at him blankly with eyes wide open. Luo Qingzhou gently rubbed her head and turned away. When he looked into the pavilion again, Miss Qin and Bailing were looking at him. At this moment, he no longer had any fear or worries. By the way, Bailing, when he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head and said, The medicine you made is very useful. Remember to make more. My friend needs it. Bailing pouted immediately. She stood in the pavilion for a while, and suddenly felt something was wrong, and immediately ran back to her room. As a result, she found that she was still a step late. The door was open. The medicine in the drawer was gone. Even the bed was in disarray. The medicine under the pillow was gone, and the neatly folded bellyband and socks she put on the bed were also turned over. Bad son-in-law. Woo! When she was about to cry and complain to her mistress, she suddenly found a few flowers on the windowsill. Pink gold flower, pink beauty, jade shy. These flowers are all pink and tender, as pink and beautiful as her. And the fragrance is unique, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. All of them are over 1,000 years old. The little lark, who was just whining and aggrieved, immediately burst into laughter and jumped for joy. Good son-in-law. Little lark loves you. When Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden, Miss Qin had eaten the spiritual fruit and fell asleep. He explained to Qiu'er and Xiaodai and went out. He was going to the palace to meet the empress, in addition to telling her about the Piaomu immortal sect and the current situation. He also wanted to go to the spirit mine to practice for half a day. Tonight, he would go to Sister Yu and give her 2 spiritual medicines so that she could help refine the pills. After the pills were refined, he could prepare to sprint to the middle stage of the Grandmaster. With so much preparation, this breakthrough should be a sure thing. After the breakthrough, he still couldn't slack off and had to continue to work hard towards the next realm. The second lady's condition and Diane's safety all depended on him. He must not stop moving forward. After leaving the Qin mansion, he took out the jade rat, entered the underground, changed his clothes, and put on a mask. Although it was unnecessary, he didn't know who he would meet in the underground and the palace. He had to be careful. He married the eldest princess as Chu Feiyang, and killed so many people from the Piaomu immortal sect. There must be many people who wanted to kill him. Therefore, he must not reveal his identity in the Qin mansion. Otherwise, his mother-in-law, the second lady, and the others might be in danger. The tragedy at the prince's mansion in the southern kingdom left a deep impression on him, and he was always alerted to the fact that he must be cautious and not be complacent or careless. When he was about to reach the imperial city, he took out the message and sent a message to the empress. Is your majesty in Yahua Palace? I'm going over there. He hesitated for a moment and sent a message to his uncle. Uncle, Are you awake? After a while, the message from his uncle came back. Don't come for the time being. Luo Qingzhou deliberately said. Why? But I miss my uncle. And I want to go over there tonight. Zhu Zhu, I want to practice in seclusion. Luo Qingzhou, don't you need my help? Zhu Zhu, a few days later. Luo Qingzhou stopped joking. Okay. Uncle Master. Have a good rest. Zhu Zhu, yeah. When Luo Qingzhou was about to put away the communication certificate, the master suddenly sent a message. Fei Yang. The master is about to break through and needs your help. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he replied, Master, I will definitely break through with the spiritual liquid that I give to you. I won't say more. I have to practice. He immediately put away the communication certificate and quickly entered the palace. When he arrived at Yahua Palace, the Queen of Deyin, Nandong Huiyue, was wearing a red skirt, lying on the soft couch with a graceful figure, and was looking at the communication certificate in her hand seriously. Under the red skirt, the pair of snow-white jade feet were dazzlingly white. Chapter 840. My husband is so awesome. I kneel down for you. Xiaoye is showing off in front of Dayue. Shua. Luo Qingzhou flashed and came out from the ground next to the soft couch. When he was preparing to pay his respects, Nandong Huiyue suddenly lifted her red skirt, stretched out her long legs, kicked him in the face, and shouted coldly, Bold assassin. Snap. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and grabbed her jade foot. The jade foot was only a finger's length away from his cheek. He held it in his palm. It was soft and smooth, slender and delicate, as white as jade, and he could even smell the faint fragrance of flowers from the bath. Your Majesty, it's your subject. He bowed his head slightly and said respectfully. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, her face full of coldness and majesty. Who are you? I don't know you. Luo Qingzhou gently put her jade feet back on the soft couch and apologized again. Your Majesty, it's my fault. I should have come back earlier. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly, glanced at him and said, Whose minister are you? I have forgotten you. Luo Qingzhou had to continue to apologize. It's true that I encountered other things on the way and was delayed. This time, I went out and met people from the 3 major immortal sections. I was trapped in an ancient formation and almost couldn't get out. Fortunately, I escaped by luck in the end. It was not intentional delay outside. Humph! Nandong Huiyue turned his face away and continued to look at the message in his hand, ignoring her. The queen is very angry. Need to be coaxed. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, took out a brocade box from his storage ring, held it in both hands, and handed it to her, saying, Your Majesty, this is a gift that I have brought back for you after going through so much trouble. Nandong Huiyue turned her head away after hearing this, stared at the brocade box, and said coldly, What gift? If it's just an ordinary thing to please me. Humph. You're dead. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything and gently opened the brocade box. First, a tempting fruity fragrance overflowed from the box, and then a golden fruit appeared. Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, then stared at the fruit suspiciously for a few seconds, then suddenly sat up and said in disbelief, Golden snake fruit? Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty really knows everything. This spiritual fruit is indeed a golden snake fruit. And it is a golden snake fruit that is more than 1,000 years old. It is said that eating it can not only prolong life, but also beautify the skin. I heard that it can also be used to refine the anti-aging pill. After eating it, you will stay young forever. Nandong Huiyue suddenly looked at him and said, You seem to have forgotten to mention another effect. Eating it is said that it can also whiten and enlarge the breasts. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, For your Majesty, this effect is not bad. No. Your Majesty is already perfect, so there is no need for me to say anything. Nandong Huiyue raised her lips slightly and said, I haven't seen you for half a month, but you have learned to flatter me. Don't you know that I hate flatterers and hypocrites the most in my life? Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, I am just telling the truth, not flattering me. Nandong Huiyue looked at the spiritual fruit in the brocade box again, stretched out his jade hand to take it, and was about to praise him a few words, when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at him and said, Tell me the truth. How many did you bring back in total? Luo Qingzhou said, 2. Nandong Huiyue's eyes turned cold and said, What about the other one? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Give it to my wife. She is ill. I hope the longevity function of this spiritual fruit can help her a little. Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, silent for a moment, and looked at the spiritual fruit in her hand for a while before saying, Then give this one to her too. Anyway, these effects are dispensable to me. I don't need them. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned and looked up at her. Nan Donghuiyue said with dignity, why? Do you think I need it? Luo Qingzhou said quickly, Your Majesty is naturally beautiful and perfect. So you don't need it. However, it is said that this spiritual fruit can also be used to refine the anti-aging pill. I think it is better for Your Majesty to keep it. When the anti-aging pill is refined, Your Majesty's perfect face will remain forever 18. Isn't it better? Nan Donghuiyue snorted coldly and said, Why? When I am 19, 20, or 30, you will not like me anymore? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Of course not. I just think. I accept it. Nan Donghuiyue did not refuse, and took the spiritual fruit directly. Then she lifted her jade foot and placed it in his arms, and said with a slight movement of her lips, This is a reward for you. Give me a good massage. Luo Qingzhou gently held it, and sat down on the couch. While rubbing it, he said, Your Majesty, when I came back, my ancestor told me something, and asked me to tell Your Majesty. Nan Donghuiyue leaned back, closed his eyes, and said lazily, Go ahead. I knew that if you had nothing to do, you wouldn't come so soon. Luo Qingzhou said, This time, several of our major sects went to an ancient site together, and people from the 3 major immortal sects also went in. After entering the site, our Lingxiao sect and Xianyan Pavilion were suddenly attacked by people from Piamu Xinzong. My ancestor and senior Luo Ling of Xianyan Pavilion were seriously injured, and our young disciples and 2 sect masters almost died. Nan Donghuiyue opened his eyes, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Can't you bear it? Then he looked at him and said, Continue. What's next? Luo Qingzhou told all the things that happened inside with Piamu Xinzong. After he finished speaking, Nan Donghuiyue stared at him with complicated eyes. And after a long while, he said, Did you also kill the Grand Master of Piamu Xinzong? Luo Qingzhou said, It was not me who killed him, but the thunder. Nan Donghuiyue stared at him for a while, and said, According to what you said, Gong Sun Yan of Piamu Xinzong was also in it. So many people died in his Piamu Xinzong. But he was indifferent, and didn't retaliate against you? It seems that you are still hiding something. Luo Qingzhou had to briefly tell him about how he helped break the formation. How Penglai Xiandao and Jiutian Yaotai took the initiative to add him as a friend, and how they competed to invite him first. After these things were said, Nan Donghuiyue looked at him with a more complicated look. After a long time, she said, Are you tempted? Do you want to go right away? Luo Qingzhou said, I don't want to go. Nan Donghuiyue snorted coldly. Hypocrisy? Penglai Fairy Island and Jiutian Yaotai are such powerful forces. They actively invited you to go. But you still don't want to go? Even I would be tempted. Let alone you. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty shoulders the heavy responsibility of the country. Even if you are tempted, you will definitely not go. And I am the same. I consumed the spiritual or heart of the Yin and married Your Majesty. So Your Majesty's responsibility is my responsibility. Before all crises are completely resolved, I swear that I will never leave the Yin and never enter other sects. Then he raised his palm and swore, If I break my oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth. And I will not die a good death. Nan Donghuiyue stared at him for a while, put the other jade foot in his arms, and remained silent. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and gently pinched her foot, saying, I know that De Yin is now in internal and external troubles, and Your Majesty is very worried. But Your Majesty, don't worry. I will help you solve the matter of Piamu Xinzong. As for the demon clan, the alien race invades, and the people are in danger. As a man of De Yin and Your Majesty's husband, I have consumed the inheritance of the spirit mind heart of De Yin warriors. So naturally I have no choice but to do it. After the matter of Piamu Xinzong is resolved, I am willing to go to the border to help Your Majesty kill the demon clan, guard the border, protect the people, and rebuild the Great Wall for my De Yin. Nan Donghuiyue stared at him in a daze. After a moment of silence, he said, Your Majesty, no need. If it's convenient, I would like to go to the spirit mind heart to practice for half a day. My body is about to break through. Nan Donghuiyue was surprised and said, A breakthrough again? Grandmaster midstage? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Only the last step. Nan Donghuiyue looked at him with complicated eyes, and then suddenly sat down. She stood up. Her expression became gentle, and her tone became particularly gentle. I really didn't misjudge you. I am proud of you. Then she took the hairpin with her jade hand. Her hair fell down, and she said softly, "Come on. I must reward you today. I won't delay you too much time. I, the noble queen of Great Yin, the female war god who once dominated the battlefield, the goddess princess in the hearts of all the people of Great Yin, suddenly knelt in front of him, lowered her noble head, and her face was full of gentleness. Not long after, the two entered the secret room and walked towards the underground spiritual mine. As soon as they entered the spiritual mine, a scorching breath hit them. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay, and immediately went to sit under the heart of the spiritual mine and began to practice. Nandong Huiyue watched silently for a while, then turned around and left. Back to the study. She walked to the mirror in the corner with her bare white feet, and stood there quietly for a while. She washed her face and rinsed her mouth, then said, "Yuewu, go to Lunghu Academy and inform them that I want to visit Dean by tomorrow. If they disagree, tell them that it's about the invasion of Piamu Xinzong." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yuewu agreed outside the door and left immediately. Nandong Huiyue stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror quietly for a while. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face, and she murmured, "Sister, thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I know him?" Thinking about it, she took out the communication treasure, and then took out the golden snake fruit, took a photo, and sent it over. After a while, she sent another message. "Sorry, sister, I sent it by mistake just now, and it seems that I can't withdraw it. This is a golden snake fruit, more than 1,000 years old, given by my husband." At the same time, a certain garden. In the pavilion, a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress was sitting in front of a stone table, staring at the golden spiritual fruit in her hand in a daze. At the same time, she held a message in her other hand. After a moment, she replied, "Oh, Xiaoye, sister, I heard that the golden snake fruit over 1,000 years old can beautify the skin, prolong life, and whiten the breasts. You definitely don't need it. But I also heard that it can be used to refine a youth pill. Sister is a master of alchemy. Can you help me refine a youth pill? My husband said that he likes my appearance when I was 18 years old, and he wants me to stay 18 years old forever." When night falls, Luo Qingzhou came out of the ground with sweat all over his body. The vitality under the heart of the spiritual mine is too rich. Now his meridians and acupoints in his body are almost ready, and he can't absorb too much. Only after taking the pill and breaking through can he continue to practice. When he came out of the secret room, Nandong Huiyue was already lying on the soft couch, tired and asleep, but there was a smile on her lips. Luo Qingzhou walked over softly and covered her with a blanket. During this period, the demon tribe invaded, and the king of Thailand has not yet killed them. There are many things to be done in various places. This girl must be busy and worried every day. It is estimated that she can hardly sleep well. Luo Qingzhou looked at her beautiful and tender face, sighed secretly, helped her to gather up the hair that fell on the edge of the couch, lowered his head, kissed her forehead gently, and then left quietly. When he left from the underground, Nandong Huiyue's eyelashes trembled and slowly opened her eyes. She stared at the roof in a daze for a long time, and then murmured, "If you don't let me down, I will never let you down." She stayed for a long time. She suddenly sat up, took out another communication treasure, and sent a message out. "Good brother. Sister Mrs. Yukin sister see you tonight?" Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion. Miss Jean Eyre was reading a book in the study, and her complexion recovered a little. The two talked for a while. Luo Qingzhou went to Lingshan Moon Palace, but Bailing did not open the door. She said inside, "The young lady is taking a bath, and Chan Chan is also taking a bath. If you want to see Chan Chan, come back tomorrow." Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Bailing, you want to see you?" Bailing snorted inside and said, "I won't be fooled again. You, go quickly. I have to go back to help the young lady take a bath." After that, she ran away. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to climb over the wall and had to return to Meixiang Garden. Miss Jean asked and laughed, "Wei Emma went to my sister in the afternoon. Bailing complained to me that brother Qingzhou bullied her and sneaked into her room to look through her things." Luo Qingzhou immediately denied, "No, that girl is just slandering." Miss Jean laughed, "Whether it is slander or not, brother Qingzhou knows it in his heart." The two chatted for a while before going to bed. Miss Jean lay gently in his arms and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, are you going to His Majesty's place tonight?" Luo Qingzhou stroked her hair and said, "I have something to do tonight. I'll go out when you fall asleep." Miss Jean raised her cheek and looked at him, saying, "Looking for your sister you?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and looked at her and said, "How did you know?" Miss Qin smiled and said, "Whenever Brother Qizhou goes out at night, he will naturally go to look for her." Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "I brought back some spiritual medicines this time. I need her help to make the pills. It's a serious matter." Miss Qin smiled and teased, "It seems that other nights are not serious matters." Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "It's also a serious matter." Then he suddenly put his hand into her clothes, bit her ear and said, "Serving my wife every night is also a serious matter." Miss Qin blushed, hugged him tightly, bit her lip, and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou has been away from home for so long. He should have missed it. Right? Do you want Wei-mo?" As she said that, she was about to get into the quilt. Luo Qingzhou quickly hugged her back and said, "No, I don't want to at all. Cultivation is more important." Miss Qin looked at him suspiciously for a moment, and suddenly pouted. Wei-mo forgot that Brother Qingzhou came back from Lei Xiao sect. He even went to the palace today. Luo Qingzhou coughed and quickly took out the message and said, "Wei-mo, come and send a message to Sister Yu." Miss Qin let him go immediately after hearing this, and her cheek was against his, looking at the message in his hand with wide eyes. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his finger, wrote a message, and sent it over. "Sister Yu, I got the golden cicada grass and thunderwood flower. Are you free tonight? I'll wait for you at Donghu Lake." Miss Qin couldn't help but complain, "Brother Qingzhou, you are too bad at talking. How can you ask for help right after you come back? You should greet Sister Yu first, chat with her more, care about her more, and then say that you want to see her tonight and want her to guide your practice. After seeing her, you can talk about business." Luo Qingzhou gently pinched her cheek and said, "My wife, are you teaching your husband to flirt with other women?" Miss Qin also stretched out her slender jade fingers, gently pinched his cheek, and smiled. "Yes. Is my husband happy?" Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth and said, "Of course I'm not happy. It means you don't love me anymore. If you love me, you should be jealous and stop me, not help me." With a smile, Miss Qin was silent for a while, and said, "Brother Qingzhou." Luo Qingzhou suddenly covered her little mouth and said, "Don't say anything. Wait for Sister Yu's news." The girl knew that her life was coming to an end, so as long as he liked it, she would try her best to help him. Even if he didn't express his love, she would help him. How could he not love and be moved by such a wife? So no matter what the cost, he must cure her illness. At this time, the communication treasure suddenly vibrated. Luo Qingzhou clicked it, and saw that it was sent by the princess. Miss Qin was surprised and said, "Hey, it's a picture. Such beautiful feet. It's Sister Meijiao's." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. The princess said not only a picture of beautiful feet, but also a line of small words under the picture, "Brother Feiyong. Do you like it?" When Luo Qingzhou was wondering how to reply, Miss Qin grabbed his finger and wrote on the message, "I like it. Princess. Send more." Then click send. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. Soon, the message came back, "Brother Feiyong is really perverted. No wonder Brother Feiyong surrendered in a few seconds in the carriage today." Miss Qin suddenly turned her head and looked at him. "Luo Qingzhou, I went to get you medicine today. The princess and I played chess in the carriage. The princess lost every time, and then she started kicking my thighs, which made it impossible for me to play chess seriously. And then I surrendered." Miss Qin hee. Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, "Princess, no more chatting. Good night. My wife and I are sleeping." The message came back soon. "Xiao Meijiao, oh, it's okay. Wei-mo knows everything. By the way, Shui will also sleep at my place tonight. I'll take a picture of her feet and send it to you. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, princess, please respect yourself. Xiao Meijiu, hee. Luo Qingzhou, good night. Xiao Meijiu, awu. Baijiu. Luo Qingzhou, childish. Xiao Meijiao, will you tell me? If you don't tell me, I will send your wife a picture of you enjoying yourself." Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "Awu. I'll bite you too." Xiao Meijiao, childish. Luo Qingzhou. At this time, Sister Yu finally replied, Just one word." Miss Qin looked a little disappointed. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that she would send random messages again, so he quickly put away the message and hugged her and said, "Wei-mo, it's getting late. Go to bed." Miss Qin didn't say anything else. She stayed in his arms, thought about things for a while, and then closed her eyes. Luo Qingzhou stroked her hair and soon coaxed her to sleep. It was almost midnight. He quietly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and left directly from the underground. This time, he went directly to the body. Soon, he came to the top of the East Lake Stone Bridge. Long Air had been waiting in the water for a long time. When he saw him walk to the stone bridge, he quickly came out of the water and said happily, "Young master, you are finally back." After that, he flew onto the stone bridge and threw himself into his arms. Luo Qingzhou held her tenderly for a while, then asked, "Is Sister Yu here?" Longer said, "Not yet." "Will Sister Yu come tonight?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I have made an appointment with her. I have brought back the 2 spiritual herbs and plan to ask her to help me make the elixir." Longa was immediately surprised and asked, "Is your luck so good? You picked them as soon as you went out?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "It's not good luck. It's my ability." Longer laughed and said, "Yes, it's your ability." Then he blinked his watery eyes and said charmingly, "Young master, you are so good. When will you mate with Long Air?" Ahem. Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, "Little girls should be reserved and elegant when speaking. What's the point of mating or not? That's called love." Long Air said again, "When will the young master be in love with Long Air?" When Luo Qingzhou was about to perfunctorily say a few words, he suddenly saw a familiar moon-white figure floating down from midair, and quickly took his hand away from her waist. Whispering, "Sister Yu is here." The moon-white figure landed on the lake, looked at the two of them with a cold expression, and went directly into the water. Luo Qingzhou and Long Air hurriedly followed. After all, it was the inner city of Kyoto. Although it was late at night, there was no guarantee that no one would pass by. The 3 of them came to the bottom of the lake and entered the Dragon Palace. The moon-white figure went directly into the alchemy room. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed in. Long Air knew that they had something important to do, so he didn't dare to go in and disturb them. He closed the cave door for them and stood guard at the door. The white figure walked to the corner of the stone room, took out the Tantian ding directly, and then took out the red fire bead and started to make a fire to burn the ding. Luo Qingzhou came behind her, looking at her familiar but particularly kind back, and couldn't help but think of the dream he had in the ancient ruins in his mind. "Sister Yu, give me the things." When Luo Qingzhou was about to talk to her, she was interrupted coldly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, so he had to take out the golden cicada grass and thunderwood flower and handed them to her. After the white figure took it, he began to put the spiritual medicine and dew into the medicine cauldron one by one. Then he covered the lid of the cauldron and began to use his soul power to activate the red fire bead under the medicine cauldron. Wow! The red flame rose and began to fiercely burn the medicine cauldron above. Luo Qingzhou held another wooden box in his hand, which contained the golden snake fruit. He hesitated for a moment and did not dare to disturb her. He also took out the blue spirit flower from the storage ring. This was the surprise he wanted to give to Sister Yu. For alchemists, the value of the blue spirit flower should be higher than that of the golden snake fruit. I hope Sister Yu will like it. Chapter 841. Holding Sister Yu's hand. Xiaoye and Dayue show off. Half an hour later, the red flame under the medicine cauldron finally began to gradually decrease. Open the lid of the cauldron. A strong medicinal fragrance permeated. Yu Bai continued to put the remaining spiritual medicine in, and added some night dew and flower petals. Cover the lid. Continue to simmer slowly over low heat. Yu Bai stopped releasing soul power, letting the fiery bead burn on its own. Luo Qingzhou dared to go up and speak. "Sister Yu, have you heard of the blue spirit flower?" The white figure of Yu was in a daze in front of the medicine cauldron. Hearing this, he was slightly startled, paused, and said, "I have heard of it." Luo Qingzhou said, "How is it compared to the 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit?" The white figure of Yu's cold eyes reflected the jumping flames under the medicine cauldron. After a while of silence, he slowly said, "The 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit is useful for ordinary people, but it is dispensable for cultivators. As for the blue spirit flower, even cultivators with higher cultivation bases need it. The higher the cultivation base, the harder it is to break through, and the more high-quality elixirs are needed. The higher the quality of the elixir, the harder it is to refine. The blue spirit flower can increase the success rate of the elixir, and can even refine elixir." Luo Qingzhou said, "In other words, the blue spirit flower can even affect the promotion of a powerful cultivator to a key realm." The white figure of Yu nodded slightly. "Yes." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Then, does Sister Yu want it?" The white figure of Yu looked at the medicine cauldron in front of her and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou did not keep her in suspense any longer. He took out the blue spirit flower and handed it to her, saying, "Sister Yu, this is what I got from the ancient ruins. Take a look. Is it the blue spirit flower you mentioned?" The white Yu figure lowered her head slightly and looked at the blue flower in his hand. There seemed to be no ripples in her cold eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou handed it to her again and said, "That's good. I was afraid I was wrong. Sister Yu, this blue spirit flower is for you. You have such a high level of cultivation. You will definitely need to refine better pills in the future. With it, the success rate should be much higher." The white Yu figure was slightly dazed, and her eyes looked back at the medicine cauldron in front of her. And she said lightly, "Take it yourself. You should need it in the future." Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister Yu, take it. I brought it back specially for you." The white Yu figure looked at the medicine cauldron and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou stared at her profile for a while, and suddenly he got bold enough to grab her hand and stuff the blue spirit flower directly into her hand, saying, "Sister Yu, I should give you anything. If you don't accept it, I will never accept your spiritual medicine and pills again." As he spoke, he continued to hold her soft and cold jade hand. The white figure frowned slightly, turned his face, and looked at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou then let go of his hand. Feeling a little embarrassed, he quickly took out another wooden box, opened it, and handed it to her, saying, "There is also a golden snake fruit. According to the books, eating it can prolong life, beautify the skin, and can also be used to refine the anti-aging pill. Of course, for a cultivator like Sister Yu who is naturally beautiful and has a high level of cultivation, it is naturally unnecessary. However, this is my heartfelt gift, and I hope Sister Yu will accept it." Yu Bai's cold eyes looked at the spiritual fruit in his hand again, and there was still no emotion on her face. "Take it," Luo Qingzhou said softly, and his eyes looked at her snow-white jade hand again, as if he wanted to hold it. The alchemy room suddenly became silent. Even the medicine in the medicine cauldron seemed to have stopped boiling. He waited for a moment. Luo Qingzhou had to put the wooden box and the spiritual fruit at her feet and said, "Sister Yu, I will go out to practice, so as not to disturb you from refining the pill here." He was afraid that he would do something bold again later. If he affected Sister Yu's mood and caused problems with the pill furnace, it would be too late to regret. After all, there is only one kind of golden cicada grass and thunderwood flower, which can only succeed, not fail. He looked at her cold eyes again, turned around and left. Boom! The stone door opened and slowly closed. The alchemy room was quiet again. The white figure stood quietly in front of the medicine cauldron for a while, then put away the blue spirit flower in her hand, squatted down slowly, and looked at the spirit fruit in the wooden box on the ground. At this time, the communication treasure on her body suddenly vibrated. After a pause, she took it out. "Xiaoya, senior sister, I am in a good mood tonight. Can I go to play with you? By the way, I will bring the 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit that my husband gave me. I will give it to you when the time comes. Can you help me refine a youth pill? Of course, I will reward you." The white figure looked at the spirit fruit in the wooden box on the ground again. Luo Qingzhou left the alchemy room and came to the crystal palace. In the ice coffin, Huagu's body was still lying inside, as if she was asleep, with a kind of quiet beauty. After thinking about it, he took out the little fire fox from the storage ring and placed it on the ice coffin. The little fire fox looked at a loss. Luo Qingzhou looked into its eyes and said, "Hold on. Don't resist. I want to enter your body." The little fire fox opened its eyes wide. Luo Qingzhou's soul suddenly left his body and went directly into its forehead. Now his soul has reached the late stage of the spirit separation realm, and is even more powerful. As long as the little fire fox does not resist, he can easily enter. Even if it resists, he can force it in. But if it resists, it will definitely be hurt. The little fire fox is now his spirit beast, so naturally there is no thought of resistance. But it is still a little humiliated. After Luo Qingzhou entered its sea of consciousness, he immediately saw its soul. It was controlling its body. Luo Qingzhou said, "Don't worry about me. Where is Huagu?" The last time his soul met Huagu here, the little fire fox naturally saw it. But the scene at that time was really eye-catching. It was very angry. It actually did such a dirty thing in its body, in its sea of consciousness. In front of it, and didn't take it seriously. So, when Luo Qingzhou asked it, it simply closed its eyes and pretended not to hear. Luo Qingzhou did not embarrass it and continued to walk forward. Soon, he saw Huagu. Huagu was wearing a pink dress and was sitting in the flowers in front with her eyes closed, as if she was practicing. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and slowly approached. Sister Yu had told him that Huagu's soul was slowly changing in his storage ring and was more powerful than before. If this continues, it won't be long before she can return to her body and come back to life. Luo Qingzhou came to her, looking at her beautiful face, and guessed secretly in his heart, even if it was just a soul, she exuded a mouth-watering sweet smell, like a delicious food, with good color, fragrance and taste. She seemed to feel something. Her thick eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were blurred and beautiful, as if they were born with a charming color, with sparkling autumn water in them, trembling slightly, and it was heartwarming and pitying to look at. Young master. She first showed a touch of confusion in her eyes, as if she felt that she was dreaming. But soon, she stood up and said excitedly, Young master, this is not a dream. This is your soul. Right? Luo Qingzhou nodded. Huagu immediately threw herself into his arms, crying with joy, Young master. Huagu missed you so much. You finally came to see Huagu again. Luo Qingzhou gently hugged her and said, How do you feel now? Huagu said with tears in her eyes, Huagu is fine. I feel my consciousness is getting clearer and clearer, and my whole body is getting more and more real. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he slowly stroked her body with both hands, and then suddenly looked at her chest, and said in surprise, Huagu, you actually condensed the soul heart? Huagu was slightly stunned when she heard this. Soul heart? What is a soul heart? Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and pressed it on her chest. He could clearly feel the beating of the soul heart inside, and was secretly shocked. Were you practicing just now? He asked immediately. Huagu looked confused. Huagu doesn't know. Huagu just felt that just like just now. Sitting there, closing my eyes, breathing in and out, I felt very comfortable. Like I was alive. Breathing in and out? Luo Qingzhou was stunned and asked. Who taught you? Huagu said. Rabbit. Rabbit? Luo Qingzhou was shocked. Which rabbit? Dabao or Erbao? Huagu shook his head and said. A few days ago, a little white rabbit came here again. It was so powerful. Dabao, Erbao, and Xiaohu all wanted to bully it. But it just stood there. It didn't move, and scared away Xiaohu. Dabao and Erbao then. It suddenly came here, and when it saw me, it asked me to breed with it. Luo Qingzhou was shocked, and was stunned for a while. And then he said, Has it always been in the shape of a rabbit? Did it speak? Huagu said, It is a rabbit. It didn't speak, but it looked into my eyes. I knew what it said. And then I breathed with it, sir. Didn't you put it in? Huagu thought it was so powerful. Did you take it away again? Luo Qingzhou's mind was blank. Ancient ruins. Little white rabbit. By wire. Sister Yu in the dream. Sister Yu can only be the soul. And the soul should be attached to the girl named By Wire. As for the little white rabbit, it should be By Wire's pet. At that time, it might be due to other reasons that another soul was needed to be attached to the little white rabbit. So, was the little white rabbit Sister Yu or By Wire at that time? Suddenly, he remembered that when he caught the little white rabbit, he not only grabbed its ears, but also slapped it, and even spread its legs to check whether it was male or female. If it was Sister Yu. Ah. Impossible. It can't be Sister Yu. If it was Sister Yu, she would have come out of the little white rabbit's body and punched him away. But if it was that little girl By Wire, how could she let him bully her? Could it be that the other party's soul became very weak for some reason? Or was trapped in the little white rabbit's body and couldn't get out? So she didn't resist? The more he thought about it, the more confused his mind became. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. It can't be Sister Yu. It can't be Sister Yu. He would never allow himself to treat Sister Yu like that. Sister Yu turned into a cute little white rabbit. He also grabbed her ears and slapped her. And then he spread her legs. Pa! He suddenly slapped himself hard. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo Qingzhou. What are you thinking about? Sister Yu is such a person. How could you humiliate her in your mind like this? If it weren't for Sister Yu, you would have died long ago. Stop your dirty thoughts. Young master. What's wrong with you? Don't scare Huagu. Huagu saw that he looked ugly, and suddenly slapped himself hard. and suddenly became scared. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, and immediately shook off the absurd and messy thoughts in his mind, and asked again, Hua Gu, do you remember the meridians and acupoints you need to pass through for breathing? Hua Gu shook his head and whispered, Hua Gu doesn't know those at that time. The little rabbit looked into my eyes, and I didn't know what was going on. But my body unconsciously followed it to breathe now breathing. As long as I sit down, close my eyes, and breathe, it will start naturally. Luo Qingzhou heard this, and fell into thought. Hua Gu looked at him worriedly and said, Sir, is that little rabbit harming Hua Gu? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, She is helping you. Then he whispered, Hua Gu, your spirit is getting stronger and stronger now. Keep practicing well. It won't be long before you can return to your body again. Hua Gu's eyes widened immediately, and she said excitedly, Sir, is it true? Can Hua Gu really go back soon? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, It shouldn't take long. Hua Gu clung to his arms tightly, and said with tears in her eyes, Sir, when Hua Gu goes back, I will never be separated from you again. Hua Gu won't ask for too much. I just want to be your little maid, and see you serve me every day. Luo Qingzhou held her without speaking, his mind still a little confused. The two talked for a while. Hua Gu suddenly knelt down slowly at his feet, raised her charming little face, and said, Young master, let Hua Gu serve you again. Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he quickly said, Well, I have something to do. Next time. After that, he left immediately. Hua Gu knelt on the ground, looking at his back with tears in her eyes. When Luo Qingzhou came out of the little fire fox's body, he found that Long Air had been standing beside him without knowing when, and was secretly touching his body. Long Air, what are you doing? He immediately came back to his senses. Long Air was caught in the act, but he didn't feel guilty or panic at all. He smiled and said, Young master can't resist. Long Air will take the opportunity to take advantage of you. Then he sighed again and whispered, It's a pity that I can't take this opportunity to make love with the young master. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, put away the little fire fox, and asked, What time is it now? Long Air said, It's almost dawn. So soon? Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and then hurried to the alchemy room. In the alchemy room, Yu Bai's figure still stood quietly in front of the medicine cauldron, silently releasing soul power and driving the flame. In the medicine cauldron, the sound of boiling medicine juice still rang. Luo Qingzhou stood quietly behind and didn't dare to disturb. After another moment, Yu Bai's figure said lightly, It's dawn. You go back first. Come back tonight. Luo Qingzhou knew that this kind of elixir would definitely not be refined in one night. He looked at her back again, said nothing more, and turned away. Some thanks don't need to be said. Thanks spoken out loud are usually the most useless thanks. He remembered all the effort Sister Yu made for him in his heart, and would never forget it. When he came out from the bottom of the lake, the sky outside was already light. He immediately went home from underground. Miss Jean Eyre had just taken medicine, and he had to observe her condition at any time. Not long after he left, a red figure suddenly flew from the direction of the palace and landed on the lake. So you are hiding here? She took out the communication treasure and was about to send a message when a white figure suddenly flew out from the bottom of the lake. The red figure immediately smiled and said, Senior sister, long time no see. The white figure stood on the lake and did not speak. Both of them were in a state of spirit, and there was a thin mist on the lake. Some scattered vendors on the lakeside naturally could not see them. Sister, this is the 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit. You must have never seen it before. Right? The red figure took out a golden fruit and said with a smile, This is what my husband brought back to me after going through a lot of hardships. I heard that eating it can not only prolong life, beautify the skin, but also whiten and enlarge the breasts. Then he looked at her and said with a smile, Of course, sister, I will definitely not use it. But if I refine the anti-aging pill, every woman should like it. Right? Oh, my husband is so good to me. I don't know how to repay him, sister. Why don't you help me think about it? I should. At this point, she stopped talking. In the hands of the white figure, I don't know when, there were suddenly 2 golden fruits that were exactly the same as hers. At the same time, in the other hand, there was also a strange blue flower. I think the blue spirit flower is better, the white figure said lightly. Chapter 842. Celia was furious. Luo Zhao went to a brothel and died. Qin Mansion. After Luo Qingzhou came back, he read quietly in the study. Miss Qin was still sleeping. He didn't dare to disturb her. Not long after, the message on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It turned out to be from the Queen. Rebel. Come and die quickly. Luo Qingzhou was confused. What happened again? Wasn't everything fine when I went there yesterday? And she was loving and eating his food mouth to mouth. So gentle and considerate. Could it be that some minister provoked her? Even if it was, she couldn't take it out on him. Right? He was confused and replied, Your Majesty. Why are you angry? Her Majesty, come here. I'll tell you. Luo Qingzhou, Your Majesty. Speak first. Her Majesty, you come first. Luo Qingzhou, Your Majesty. It's getting late. You should prepare for the morning court. I'm going to start my retreat and practice. I won't say any more. Sent. He immediately put away the message. He was not a fool. No matter what the reason was. He couldn't go at this time. Let's wait until the Queen calms down. He flipped through the books introducing various spiritual medicines for a while. Outside the window, the morning sun was rising. Not long after, Miss Qin woke up slowly. Luo Qingzhou went over to check her face. She felt much better than yesterday. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Mo. It seems that the medicine is very effective. Take it again today. Luo Qingzhou said softly while helping her put on her clothes. Miss Qin leaned gently in his arms, looked at him lovingly and said, Wei Mo thinks it's not because of the medicine. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. What's the reason? Miss Qin said softly, Wei Mo thinks it's because of Brother Qingzhou. As long as he can see Brother Qingzhou every day, Wei Mo's illness will naturally get better. Luo Qingzhou paused after hearing this, and looked at her clear eyes. His heart softened, lowered his head, and kissed her gently, and whispered, I will try not to go out in the future. Miss Qin said softly, A man's ambition is to go out. He should go out. And Brother Qingzhou goes out for our family. Wei Mo dare not let Brother Qingzhou go out. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. He really had to go out. Whether it was to practice, to find practice resources, or other responsibilities, he had to go out. The only solution was to completely cure the girl's illness. If he wanted to cure her, he naturally had to continue to practice hard. And if he wanted to practice, how could he not go out? I will try to travel less in the future. That was all he could say. Miss Qin hugged him tightly and said softly, As long as Brother Qingzhou remembers Wei Mo in his heart, Wei Mo will be satisfied. The two of them stayed in bed for a while before getting up. After washing up and having breakfast, Luo Qingzhou accompanied her to the flower garden at the back. The sun was good today. Many of the flowers planted by Bailing were in bud, and some had already bloomed. He decided to spend more time with Miss Qin today. Of course, he also wanted to relax for a day, because after Sister Yu's elixir is refined tonight, he may have to retreat to sprint to the next realm. As for how many days it will take, it is still unknown. The breakthrough of the Grandmaster realm will definitely cause some fluctuations in the vitality of heaven and earth and other anomalies. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he must go to Lingshao's sect for retreat. After all, he is a disciple of Lingshao's sect. Moreover, if he is there will be his uncle to help him cover. Unless necessary. He certainly does not want to expose his true cultivation. Hey, son-in-law. Second lady. Why are you here too? At this time, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind the two. In the early morning, the sun was shining. Being in the colorful flower garden, bathing in the sun, suddenly listening to the clear voice of this girl. It really feels like a lark singing, which is refreshing. Both of them turned their heads to look at her. Bailing was wearing a pink dress and holding a flower basket in her hand. She ran over happily and said in a crisp voice, Son-in-law, you look very free today. If you have nothing to do, help Xiao Bailing pick flowers. Okay. Before Luo Qingzhou agreed. Miss Qin Air smiled and said, Okay. Then she glanced at someone beside her and deliberately teased, Anyway, he also likes to pick flowers outside. It's only right for him to help us pick flowers when he comes home. Bailing blinked her clear and lively big eyes and said, Son-in-law, is it true? You also like to pick flowers outside. Flowers? What flowers does the son-in-law like to pick? Peony or rose? Then he suddenly said, No. The son-in-law must like to pick wild chrysanthemums. I remember that the second lady said that the son-in-law once wrote a poem called Picking Chrysanthemums Under the Eastern Fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountains. Son-in-law, Nan and Xiao Bailing knows that she is the top star of Yuchunlu in Fenghua Street. Who is Shanshan? And who are Dongnong and Lily? Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth and ignored her. He immediately pulled the second Lady Qin and said, "Let's go to the bookstore to have a look. I must not stay with this girl for too long. Unless he is alone. This girl's little mouth is sharp and can say anything. Not to mention him. Even the mother-in-law is afraid." Bailing pouted her lips immediately and said, "Don't. Sir, the second lady has already promised me that you will help me pick flowers. Besides, I pick flowers for you to make medicine." Miss Qin Air asked curiously. "Bailing, what medicine did you ask me for?" Bailing immediately stretched out her fingers, broke off one, and said one by one, "Anesthetic, drug, soft drug, spring." Luo Qingzhou hurried over to cover her mouth, and said viciously, "Don't slander, sir." Then he threatened in a low voice, "Do you still want rabbit? If you dare to say it again, I will make you suffer tonight." Bailing's eyes widened immediately, and she shook her head hurriedly, indicating that she would not say anything. Luo Qingzhou glared at her again, took the opportunity to pinch her waist as a punishment, and then let her go. "Wei Mo, let's go to the bookstore." He hurriedly pulled Miss Qin Air away. Bailing covered her waist and cried, "Son-in-law, why are you pinching my breasts? It hurts. My breasts have been growing unstoppably recently, and you're still pinching them." Woo-woo. Luo Qingzhou staggered and almost fell. "Wei Mo, ignore her. Let's go." He didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately pulled Miss Qin away. "This girl. It seems that it's time to find a time to teach her a lesson." The two of them left the mansion and went to the bookstore first. There were only two maids in the bookstore. Nandong Shui had been accompanying the princess in the palace these days and rarely came out. In the afternoon, Luo Qingzhou went to Yufeng with Miss Qin Air again, but he couldn't get in. Miss Qin Air wanted to take him in with her, but Song Riyue suddenly came out and said seriously, "There are women's underwear and belly bands inside. How can he, a man, go in? Don't break the rules. And there are guests inside. If you scare them, how can you be embarrassed?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said to Miss Qin Air, "I'll go to Prince Duan's mansion to see Xiaorui and come to pick you up in the evening." Miss Qin Air had to say, "Then Brother Qingzhou, come earlier." Luo Qingzhou agreed and turned to leave. He walked around the street for a while, bought more than a dozen strings of candied haws, went into the alley, and put them in the storage ring. When he arrived at Prince Duan's mansion, the housekeeper said respectfully, "Mr. Luo, I'm really sorry. The prince and the princess are still in the palace. The princess should be playing football with Princess Changle. If Mr. Luo has any urgent matters, I will send someone to the palace to inform her immediately." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "It's okay. I'm just bored today and came to see her. No need to inform her." As he said, he handed him 2 strings of candied haws and said, "When the princess comes back, help me give her." The housekeeper hurriedly took it and thanked him repeatedly. Although it was just 2 strings of candied haws, the gift was small, but the thought was great. Moreover, this young man is now a favorite of the emperor. Even the prince respects him very much. Not to mention him, a small servant. Luo Qingzhou turned and left, wandering on the street for a while, and suddenly heard a burst of laughter from above his head. Then, a woman's delicate voice came, "Wow! What a handsome young man! Young man, come up and play. It's free for the first time." Another woman laughed and said, "Young man is so handsome. Come up to me. I will not only not ask for your money, but also give you a red envelope." Luo Qingzhou looked up and saw a brothel in front of him. And what a coincidence! It was Yuchen Tower. On the railing upstairs, several women wearing light gauze and heavy makeup were twisting their waists, holding handkerchiefs of various colors in their hands and waving at him, saying all kinds of seductive words. He suddenly remembered the voice he heard when he followed Su Qingwan here last time. There are accomplices of the founding marquis hidden here. The founding marquis is the king of Thailand's man, so there may be the king of Thailand's spies inside. The king of Thailand has not been caught yet, and I don't know what other conspiracies there are. It just so happens that he has time today. Why not go in and investigate? He stared at the women upstairs again and suddenly asked, "Really don't want money?" The women upstairs immediately covered their mouths and giggled, and hurriedly said, "Young master, don't worry. Come up. No money. We sisters just want to get close to you." The madam at the door also hurriedly smiled and said, "Young master, please come in. There is an event today. A foot appreciation competition. As long as it's your first time, it's free." Luo Qingzhou followed another young man and was about to go in. But suddenly a voice came from behind that made him shudder. Luo Qingzhou. He thought he had heard it wrong, and hurriedly turned his head to look. Song Ryue was holding a bag of clothes, standing on the street behind with Mare, looking at him with anger and disbelief. Mare also opened her eyes wide. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou felt that his entire soul was about to leave his body out of fear. The noise on the surrounding streets seemed to suddenly become quiet. The madam was still pulling him with a smile on her face. Young master, come in quickly. We have a few new girls, all with blonde hair, blue eyes and long legs. What are you doing? Stop pulling and tugging. I am a scholar. I have a wife at home. I will never go to such a place even if I die. After Luo Qingzhou shouted loudly, he immediately whooshed and fled from the street next to him. He went straight ahead and went to Yuifeng. Xiao Dai happened to be in the store. He hurriedly said, Xiao Dai, go and call the second lady out. Seeing that his face was not right, Xiao Dai did not dare to ask more questions, and hurried in to call the second lady Qin out. After Miss Qin Air came out, she saw that his face was pale, and hurriedly asked, Brother Qingzhou, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong at home? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly pulled her and whispered, Wei Mo, save me. I just went to Prince Duan's mansion, but I didn't see Xiao Rui, so I wandered around the street, and accidentally walked to the bottom of the brothel. It just so happened that I found that the case of the Prince of Nanhua's mansion was related to the Kaigwa Marquis mansion, and the brothel had some connection with the Kaigwa Marquis. So when I saw the brothel just now, I was ready to go in to investigate the situation. But what happened? Miss Qin Air saw that he showed such a panic expression for the first time, and her heart became uneasy. Luo Qingzhou said with an ugly face, as a result, just when I was about to go in, my mother-in-law suddenly called me from behind and Mare. Miss Qin Air. The couple looked at each other. Miss Qin Air said, my mother just went to deliver clothes to an old customer. How could it be such a coincidence? And, Brother Qingzhou, are you really going to go in to investigate the case? Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, of course it's true. Weima, you know, I have so many beautiful wives and concubines at home. How could I possibly go to that kind of place? Compared with you, those women are all rouge and powder, and they are not clean. I am not blind or stupid. There is no need to waste money and suffer again. Right? Miss Qin Air thought for a while and said, yes. Brother Qingzhou can't take care of the people at home, not to mention the people in the palace and the sect. I don't think she would really go to that kind of place to look for prostitutes. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Wei Mo. The main thing is that my mother-in-law and mayor just saw me with their own eyes. They will definitely not believe me. What should I do? I guess it's useless to explain. Miss Qin Air looked helpless. Of course it's useless. With mother's personality, she must have fainted from anger. Then she sighed softly. Now that father and second brother are not at home, mother has regarded you as the backbone of the family. As a result, she suddenly saw you secretly going to a brothel behind our backs. I guess she will be very sad and disappointed. Luo Qingzhou also sighed. Miss Qin Air comforted him softly. Brother Qingzhou, don't be afraid. When mother comes back later, Wei Mo will explain to her. You should go back first. Otherwise she will be even more angry when she sees you, and Wei Mo will not be able to talk to her properly. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and whispered, Wei Mo, I just want to tell you that my cultivation is about to break through, and these few days are a critical moment. I plan to leave tonight and go to Ling Xiao's sect. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to come back. Miss Qin asked, Brother Qingzhou, are you going to run away? Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, I'm not running away. I really want to practice. Of course, I can just avoid her sharp edge and anger first, and come back after my mother-in-law calms down. Miss Qin was about to speak, but Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned his head and looked at her. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, Wei Mo, I'm leaving first. After that, he immediately ran away from the side and went into a small alley in front. At this time, Song Ryue came over from the intersection not far away with Mare. With a gloomy face, Miss Qin looked at her aggressive appearance, and her heart suddenly moved. Maybe this is an opportunity, she said secretly in her heart. Chapter 843 Mother. You don't want to Luo Zhao's frivolousness and threats to sister you. Yuifeng. In the inner room, Song Ryue slammed the table, her face livid. How dare you? How dare you? I'm so angry. My Qin family treats him well. Since he came into the family, we have provided him with good food and drink, and have never treated him unfairly. Without our Qin family, how could he be where he is today? Ungrateful. White-eyed wolf. Even if you went there secretly at night when no one was around, I would feel better if I knew about it. At least you are guilty and afraid. It's broad daylight. There are so many people on the street. And my mother and I are only 2 streets away. You dare to go to that kind of place so blatantly. You really don't take my mother and me seriously. Wow. If the neighbors see it, how will they laugh at our Qin family? He is obviously a son-in-law. But we spoil him to death. He has also raped all the maids in the family. But he is still not satisfied. Wow. Why is my life so miserable? Xiao Dai went in to pour tea, eavesdropped on a few words, and hurriedly left. Mayor stood at the door, looking at him coldly, and was also indignant. Zhuer and Chior came to ask. Xiao Dai lowered her head, her face full of shame, and dared not speak. After a long time, the room finally calmed down gradually. At this time, Xiao Dai took the teapot again, lowered her head, and went in to pour tea. The moment the door opened, Mayor, Zhuer, and Chior, who were standing at the door, heard the weak voice of Miss Qin Er coming from inside. Mother, it's Weima who is useless. It's Weima who can't serve Brother Qizhou. You don't want Brother Qizhou to always go out to seek flowers and ask willows. Right? Apart from you, there is only one person in the family who can control him. The room became quiet. After Xiao Dai came out, several maids immediately asked impatiently. Xiao Dai shook her head weakly. Her mind was still in a mess. She secretly complained in her heart. How could the young master go to that kind of place in broad daylight? And how could he be caught by the lady? Did she and Sister Chior serve him badly? Or the young master was tired of it? Sister Chior. She was sad and hesitated to speak. Chior pulled her to a corner and whispered, "Don't think too much. The son-in-law must have something else to do." Just now, the son-in-law pulled the young lady outside to talk. I guess he has already told the young lady. Otherwise the young lady would not speak for the son-in-law. Xiao Dai said with a bitter face. No matter what the young master has, he really shouldn't go into that kind of place. And the lady saw it with her own eyes. Chior sighed. It's really troublesome. The lady will definitely not give up. I hope the young lady can persuade her to stay. Xiao Dai whispered again. Sister Chior, is it that we didn't serve well? Chior was silent for a while, a little helpless. The book says that men always like new things. At this time, Zhuer also came over and asked, "What's new?" The eyes of the two suddenly looked at her together. Luo Qinzhou didn't dare to go home, wandering around East Lake for an hour. After dark, he entered the Dragon Palace to practice. At the same time, it was late at night in the Pyamyu Immortal Sect thousands of miles away. At Lucian Peak, one of the 5 major peaks of Pyamyu Xinzong, all the elders and elite disciples gathered together. The head of Lucian Peak, Yu Yanglu, was also present. During this trip to the ancient ruins, Lucian Peak suffered heavy losses. Not only did all 6 elite disciples die, but even the steward Wutong and elder Sikong also died. The whereabouts of the Dragon Roar sword, the most precious treasure of Lucian Peak, is also unknown. In the hall, the atmosphere was solemn and silent. According to the information revealed by the head of Gongsun Peak and other sects, these things should be related to the sects of Dian. At this time, an old man bowed and said, "Peak Master, as far as I know, the highest level of cultivation of the sect of Dian, who went to the ancient ruins this time, is Zhuang Jian of Lingxiao Peak, who is only a mid-stage grandmaster, not to mention Elder Sikong holding the Dragon Roar sword. Even junior brother Wutong. He can't kill him directly. Right? Is there another master?" Another old man suddenly said. "Could it be Bai Yishan?" Yu Yangla said with a gloomy face. "Bai Yishan will not come out of Dian. There must be other reasons." At this time, another tall and thin, the old man stepped out of the line and said with a gloomy face, "Peak Master, no matter what the reason, this matter must not be let go. We have been striving for many years to take down Dian, but other peaks disagreed, and the attitude of the sect master was also ambiguous. Now we have suddenly suffered heavy losses, and I guess they are all waiting to see us laugh. So we must avenge this grudge, and we must take down Dian." Yang Tower looked at him. His eyes flashed, and said, "Elder Gu, you have been in charge of this matter. I heard that one of your nieces also died there, and the fire phoenix Ling Luo fan you borrowed from the treasure pavilion was also lost. What are you going to do next?" Elder Gu Chun immediately bowed his head and said with gritted teeth, "Peak Master, rest assured, I will definitely take back the fire phoenix spirit Luo fan and the Dragon Roar sword. I will also take all the warrior army and the spirit mine heart of Dian for my use in Lucin Peak. An old man next to him said, Junior brother Gu. The Peak Master asked you what to do specifically. Tell us. Gu Changchun glanced at him, sneered, and said, this time, we won't beat around the bush. Just go straight over. Now, Zhuang Jian of Lingshao's sect and Luo Ling of Xianyan Pavilion have been seriously injured. It will be impossible for their strength to fully recover without a few months. So I decided to take people there in person tomorrow. Lay thunderstrikes. Destroy their Lingshao sect and Xianyan Pavilion first. And make a show of force. 2 of the 5 major sects of Dian were wiped out at once. And the other forces are naturally afraid. At this time, Dian is in internal and external troubles. The queen has just ascended the throne and her foundation is unstable. There are rebellions everywhere in the country. And the demon army is rampant on the border. It is a good opportunity for us to take the initiative to attack as long as we destroy them first. Other forces will naturally be shaken. At that time, we will promise them lucrative benefits and win over other forces outside the court. At that time, controlling the entire Dian will naturally come after he finished speaking. There was silence in the hall for a moment. The gray-robed old man next to him frowned and said, Junior brother Gu, our 3 major sects have signed a contract. And the other 2 major sects are watching. It is not appropriate for you to personally lead people to destroy the sect. Not to mention that it will break the rules and cause dissatisfaction and accusations from the other 2 major sects. Even within the sect, there will be many people who want to cause trouble for our Lucin Peak. From the beginning, the other peaks did not agree with us getting involved in Dian. As soon as this was said, everyone else frowned. Gu Changchun immediately said, Brother Lei, you should have received the news. The location of the ancient demon clan capital may be in the territory of Dian. The demon clan suddenly organized forces to attack the border of Dian, and a demon king appeared among them. It is said that several damaged items were circulated from there. After careful inspection, they are indeed the items in the ancient demon clan capital. At this point, he paused, looked at the others in the hall, and said, think about it. If it is really the ruins of the ancient demon clan capital, as long as we control Dian first, we have any reason to go there, even occupy it. You should also know that the former capital of the demon clan was looted and hidden with various treasures. And they are all rare treasures. Although many may have been lost in the war that year, there must be some that have not been discovered. What's more, there is a sacred tree of heaven and earth growing there. Even if it is destroyed, there may be some broken branches or even fruits left. And it may even be alive. Why do we work hard to practice? Isn't it for immortality? It is said that as long as the sacred tree of heaven and earth is found, it can be. So, if we do it act immediately, if we do it act now, we will regret it. We can even let the Xiangxianzong go to the next level, and beside Penglai Xiandao. As long as they have no evidence, they cannot turn their faces with us for a small inflammation. Yu Yangla looked at him calmly and said, Elder Gu, don't be careless. As soon as he said this, he agreed. Gu Changchun immediately said respectfully, Peak Master, rest assured, I will be careful and cautious. Go quickly and come back quickly. Yu Yangla said again, how many people are you going to take with you? Gu Changchun pondered for a moment and said, it's not the number of people, but the quality of people. The fewer people, the more secretive. This time, I will only go to Xianyan Pavilion and Lingshao sect. The most powerful masters of those 2 sects should be in seclusion now to recover from their injuries. And the others are not to be feared. I will go quietly. And they will not be able to react no matter how I attack. So I only need to take 5 people. That's enough. Yu Yangla said in a deep voice, don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Gu Changchun paused, bowed and said, Peak Master, rest assured, I will only kill those great martial artists and practitioners above the level of refining spirit. As for others, as long as they don't actively resist, I will spare them. As for the Dragon Song Sword and the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan, I will also use soul-searching skills to track them down and bring them back together. Yu Yangla's eyes flickered, and he didn't say anything else. At this time, in Jiutianyao, a paradise on earth, Hong Yuan and the other 5 were standing respectfully in front of a woman, talking excitedly. The woman was sitting on a lotus platform surrounded by flowers, with her eyes closed, motionless, as if she was practicing, or as if she was resting her mind with her eyes closed. Master, I can be sure that the boy does have the root of thunder spirit. That Si Kongyun was a mid-stage grandmaster. holding the dragon roar sword, but was directly killed by his thunder tribulation. 3 colors of lightning. Red, black, purple. The next one should be gold. Master, can he help you overcome the tribulation? Master, and his attainments and formations are amazing. Even junior sister Fonfin doesn't know what he said. The 9 Dragon Emperor formation. One of the 10 ancient formations. It is easy to break away, master. People from Pumlai Xiandao also look at him. If you do it decide, you will be snatched away. Master, accept him. The 5 people in front of them were silent. And my tone said lightly, then do you know? How do you absorb his thunderbolt? As soon as the words came out, the red kite immediately said, the book says, you can absorb it together. The woman on the lotus looked at her. How to cultivate together. Out. Everyone else changed his face slightly. She came back again, holding a book in her hand, and opened it in front of several people, saying, I remember that the introduction to the root of thunder spirit should be on the 5th page. Yes. It's here. Several people immediately read it carefully. Absorbing the spirit of thunder can resist some thunder tribulations, enhance one's own defense against heavenly thunder, and increase the success rate. If you want to absorb the spirit of thunder, there are 3 ways for the same sex and 4 ways for the opposite sex. For the same sex, you can use the Tianqing Pearl to transfer, but it will waste and consume too much thunder spirit. You can use the energy of special physique to exchange with the catheter. You can also let the person with the root of thunder spirit dig his own abdomen and use the thunderstruck wood to connect the other party's thunder spirit root and his own Dehai. For the opposite sex, you can't use the Tianqing Pearl. You can use the energy of special physique to exchange with the catheter. You can let the other party dig his own abdomen to connect. You can use the method of loving couples to obtain. You can use the method of J girl playing music to obtain. After reading it, several people were confused. Hong Yuan couldn't help asking, Master, this book says that besides loving each other, there are other methods. The girl in green skirt said crisply. Master, mouth to mouth, self-abdomen cutting, loving each other, are not suitable for us. But the last one should be suitable for us. Master and disciple, we can learn it now. Fairy Qin Yao's eyebrows twitched slightly, and she still closed her eyes and did not speak. Hong Yuan looked at her face for a while, and suddenly felt something was wrong, and looked back at the book in her hand. Let's go. Don't disturb Master's meditation. Let's go to the library. Hong Yuan decided to take them to the library to find out the reason. My fellow junior sisters, I always feel that this last one is not simple. Senior sister, Master is called Fairy Qin Yao, so she can play music, but she has always played the piano alone. It is probably said that she should play the piano for the young man, and Master will probably be a little embarrassed. After all, Master has always been aloof and cold, and not close to men. Everyone knows that if Master suddenly does that one day, it will greatly damage his image. That makes sense. Ziwei, you still understand Master. Senior sister, could it be a problem with the Jade girl? The Jade girl should be a girl, right? Several of us agree. But Master, that also makes sense. Luha, I will tell Master what you said later. Ah, senior sister, don't. Several people laughed and went to the library. But soon, after flipping through many books and asking an older sister, the 5 of them suddenly fell silent. The senior sister looked at the 5 people with dull faces and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. At this time, it was already early morning in the Great Flame. Luo Qingzhou waited in the Dragon Palace for another half an hour, and Longer finally came to inform him, Young Master, Sister asked you to go over. Luo Qingzhou hurried to the alchemy room. At this time, the flames in the alchemy room had been extinguished, and the lid of the medicine cauldron had been opened. A strong smell of medicine came to the nose. Yu Bai stood in front of the medicine cauldron, with her entire cheeks covered in white mist, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked, Sister Yu, did it succeed? Yu Bai looked at the cauldron and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt nervous and walked over quickly. When he walked to the cauldron and looked at the ground, his heart suddenly sank. There was only a dark pile of medicine residue left in the cauldron. It's over. It was so hard to get a piece of golden cicada grass and a piece of thunderwood flower. Now he really didn't know where to go to pick them. Go to Jiotian Yaotai? When he was looking at the medicine residue in the cauldron with worry, the white figure next to him looked at him and said in a cold voice, Scold me. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and quickly looked up at her and said, What are you talking about? Sister Yu, How could I scold you? Let alone blame you. There are successes and failures in alchemy. Not to mention this kind of advanced medicine. It's okay. I'll go find the 2 medicinal materials. The white figure looked at him and said nothing. Although Luo Qingzhou felt heavy-hearted, he did not dare to show it. He quickly said softly, Sister Yu, I will try to go to the spirit mind heart to practice for a few more days. Maybe I can break through without the use of pills. Then he comforted her softly. Sister Yu, it's okay. Even the most powerful alchemy master can't succeed every time. There will always be a failure. You are already very good. Don't be too sad. The white figure suddenly looked at him coldly and said, Don't you believe me? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. When she was about to speak, she suddenly stretched out a jade hand. In her palm, there were 2 steaming red pills. The pills were round and smooth, of the same size, and extremely shiny, and looked extraordinary. At the same time, a saliva-filled medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose. Luo Qingzhou didn't react for a moment. Sister Yu. This is. Yu Bai said coldly. Do you want it? Yes. Of course. Luo Qingzhou finally reacted and grabbed it. The moment he touched her jade hand, his heart suddenly wavered. And then he got bold and grabbed her jade hand, pretending to be angry and asked, Sister Yu, why did you lie to me? Yu Bai froze for a moment, glanced at the jade hand he grabbed, narrowed his eyes, and looked at him coldly. It turned out that he was afraid immediately when she looked at him like this. But today, humph! Tell me or not. Luo Qingzhou snorted coldly, and suddenly grabbed her other jade hand boldly, threatening fiercely. If you don't tell me, I'm going to. Crack. The next second, his entire body suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. Only his eyes were blinking. The moon-white figure looked at him coldly and turned away. Long Air giggled at the door. Chapter 844 Sister Yu's Little Mouth. The Mountain Beast. The night was silent. When Luo Qingzhou chased out from the bottom of the lake, the white figure had already left. Longer followed out. The girl smiled and said, Young master is really brave. He dared to touch my sister's hand. Luo Qingzhou looked at the moonlight above his head and was stunned. Then he looked at her and said, Touching the hand is nothing. If she doesn't run, I dare to kiss her mouth. Longer immediately laughed and said, Really? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of those beautiful dreams again. And his expression suddenly became a little dazed. Of course it's true. Sister Yu's little mouth should be very fragrant, very soft, very sweet. He suddenly found that the expression on the girl's face was wrong. Then he turned his head suddenly and looked. A white figure was standing silently behind him, only half a meter away from him, with a pair of deep eyes, looking at him coldly. Caw. Luo Qingzhou turned into an ice sculpture again. Long Air laughed so hard that he fell into the lake, still laughing in the water, splashing water with his 2 snow-white jade feet, and the red rope bell on one of his jade feet jingling non-stop. The moon-white figure looked at someone coldly again, and then turned into a ray of moonlight and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou froze on the lake, and froze himself for a while. And then a layer of flame suddenly ignited on his body, instantly melting the ice all over his body. Long Air still lay flat on his back in the water, with his long hair flying, his jade legs together, gently kicking his snow-white and exquisite jade feet, swimming happily in the water, laughing tenderly. When Luo Qingzhou looked over, her shiny aqua dress was suddenly washed away by the swaying waves, revealing her snow-white and tender body in the moonlight. She smiled and said, Sir, this time my sister is really leaving. Come and punish Longer. Don't pity Longer. Fairy, stop being so arrogant. Luo Qingzhou immediately pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Wow! Water splashed everywhere. He quickly touched the pair of cute little feet, then turned and flew to the lakeshore, and disappeared with a whoosh. Longa floated on the water. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Luo Qingzhou came to the Yunwu River with the elixir made by Sister Yu. When he was about to cross the river surface not far away suddenly boomed and rolled up waves several feet high. And then, a figure flew out of the water. The man was wearing a gray monk's robe and holding a golden bowl. His bald head was shining in the waves. He shouted angrily, Evil beast, eat my bowl. After that, he raised the golden bowl in his hand. The bowl shot out a golden light shield, which fell into the water and covered a huge black shadow under the water. The black shadow swung its long tail, and the waves flew, rushing straight to the middle-aged monk. At this time, another Taoist priest wearing a gray Taoist robe and carrying a sword rushed out from the nearby forest. The sword behind him came out of the sheath with a clang sound. And then he shouted, "Cut!" The sword swelled in the wind and instantly turned into a giant sword dozens of meters long, slashing down at the black shadow in the water. Boom! The waves were surging. The monk and the Taoist attacked together, and the black shadow in the water finally flew out of the water, covered in blood, but still extremely ferocious. It swung its iron tail and swept towards the monk, then opened its mouth wide and spit out a mouthful of inky black venom, spraying it towards the Taoist. "Evil beast! You dare to resist!" The middle-aged monk's eyes suddenly widened with anger, and his figure flashed, dodging the iron tail. Then, his robes bulged, and the golden bowl in his hand swooshed and shot out a more dazzling golden light column, instantly fixing the huge black shadow on the water. At the same time, the old Taoist priest who drove the sword immediately flew into the air, pointed his hand, and shouted, "Cut!" The sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling sword light, and fell down at the fixed monster. The monster was fixed on the water surface by the light column and could not move. It had to shake its head and tail desperately, and let out a desperate roar. Just as it was about to be separated from its head, a figure suddenly appeared above its head, and boom punched the sword that was falling from above. There was a deafening explosion. The golden fist light and the dazzling sword light collided violently. The huge sword was blown away with a hum sound. The old Taoist spirit floating in the air suddenly changed his face, and immediately used his mind to stabilize the sword, shouting, "Where is the demon? Dare to help the tyrant and stop us from killing demons." Luo Qingzhou fell on the water and punched the golden light column again. The moment the fist light collided with the light column, the golden bowl in the middle-aged monk's hand suddenly hummed. The monster fixed in the water by the light column immediately gained freedom, and hurriedly swam in front of Luo Qingzhou like an iron tail, and said excitedly, "Young master, save the little crocodile." It turned out that this monster was the demon crocodile that was a neighbor of Long Hair and gave him treasures. Somehow, today, it was almost killed by this monk and Taoist. Luo Qingzhou bowed to the two and said, "I wonder what kind of evil things this demon crocodile has done." He had warned this guy before that he could not do anything evil here, let alone hurt the nearby villagers. This guy would need his help to overcome the tribulation, so he would not dare to disobey him. The monk holding the bowl said coldly, "There are villagers on both sides of the Yunwu River, but this demon crocodile is hiding at the bottom of the river. It must have evil intentions and ate many villagers. We killed this monster to eliminate harm for the people. I hope the donor will not make a mistake and get out of the way." As soon as these words came out, the demon crocodile named Ibatian cried out in a hurry, "Sir, they wronged the little crocodile. The little crocodile has been here for many years and has never interfered with the nearby villagers and has never hurt them. The little crocodile has already opened his spiritual wisdom and is in cultivation. How could he eat people? What is delicious about people? There are monsters everywhere in the Yunwu Mountains. After eating a lot of tonic, the little crocodile will lurk close to the shore every time. It would wait for the monsters and wild beasts to drink water and then hunt. Sometimes, when it was extremely hungry, it would go ashore to look for prey." The little crocodile swore that it had never eaten any villager. The old Taoist flying in the air shouted, "Evil beast! Don't quibble." Then he looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, "My friend, this monster is mean and treacherous, and extremely cunning. Don't listen to it. Get out of the way quickly. Let us kill this monster and give peace to the villagers here." The monster crocodile cried hurriedly, "Young master, they are interested in the iron armor on the little crocodile and the inner elixir in the body." Luo Qingzhou looked at the two and said, "Have you ever seen it harming people with your own eyes?" The middle-aged monk had a hot temper and could no longer bear it. Seeing that he was still blocking him, he immediately shouted angrily, "Boy, if you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for not warning you." Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, "You two have strange accents. You don't look like people from Dian. Do you? It's none of your mother's business." The monk shouted angrily, pointed the bowl in his hand directly at him, and shouted, "Behead!" Wow! A golden light shield suddenly shot out and enveloped Luo Qingzhou. Then the monk looked up and shouted, "Behead him! This kid is an early master, and he must have treasures on him." Before he finished speaking, the old Taoist sword, which had been charged in the air, fell down with a boom. Who knew that the golden bowl light column that the monk was proud of was not effective at all? Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, and he disappeared from the golden light column, and instantly appeared in front of the monk. The monk was not in a hurry. and a layer of golden shield suddenly bloomed around him. However, Luo Qingzhou's target was not him. Swoosh! Luo Qingzhou passed by him in an instant and flew to the woods on the opposite shore. The monk was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was going to run away. But at this moment, the old Taoist priest flying in the air changed his face and shouted, "How dare you, thief!" Then his figure flashed, and he hurriedly rushed over. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched out, and the golden fist light flew directly to the woods. Under a big tree in the woods, the old Taoist priest's body was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Although he was protected by the shield of the treasure, he was instantly shattered by the fist light. Then, the fist light fell on the old Taoist priest's body again, smashed directly into his chest, and exploded with a boom. No! The old Taoist priest's soul screamed miserably, watching his body turned into a puff of blood mist, and shook suddenly, almost falling from midair. Little beast, I'm going to awe. Just as he was about to drive the sword over with a ferocious look on his face, a flying sword suddenly flew out of the darkness and cut off his head in an instant. Brother Nan, save me! He shouted in panic, who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, the flying sword suddenly flew back with a ray of purple lightning, instantly destroying his entire soul. This old Taoist priest was only at the initial stage of the spiritual realm, and was naturally not good enough in front of Luo Qingzhou's soul. But such a cultivation level can really walk sideways into yin. After all, the highest level of the soul of the masters of the 5 major sects of De Yin is only the spiritual realm. The Pavilion Master Luo Shan of the Immortal Cloud Pavilion is only at the middle stage of the spiritual realm. So the death of this old Taoist priest is really unjust. He probably never dreamed that he would meet a young man who not only has the cultivation level of a master in the flesh, but also has the cultivation level of the late stage of the spiritual realm. As for his monk friend, the moment he saw Luo Qingzhou using the flying sword, he had already put away the golden bowl and ran away. He crossed the water and fled to the other side. The crocodile tyrant in the water swept its long tail, trying to stop him, but he evaded it nimbly. After he flew to the other side, Fong turned around and said viciously, "Boy, see you later." After saying that, when he was about to continue running forward, several sword chi of green, white, red and other colors suddenly shot out from the darkness in front of him, which instantly pierced through the protective wind and golden shield on his body, and with a few puffs, penetrated his entire body. Ah! He screamed in shock, twisted his body in a hurry, endured the pain, and wanted to escape downstream along the Yunwu River. However, at this moment, dense sword shadows suddenly lit up in the air, falling like a torrential rain. The terrible sword formation instantly enveloped him, without waiting for him to make any resistance. Those sword shadows brought with them the sharp and unmatched sword chi, and instantly cut his entire body into pieces. Although he and the old Taoist had fought with the demon crocodile for a long time before, his internal strength was exhausted, and he was also injured. But after all, he was also a master in the early stage of the Grandmaster. But at this time, he had no power to resist, and was directly killed by the sword chi. This shows that the strength of the person coming is extraordinary. Crocodile Tyrant, floating on the water, was frightened. He hurriedly swung his tail, went ashore, and hid behind Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou looked at the other side. In the darkness, Lenghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, walked out slowly, stood on the other side, and looked at him across the river. Her black hair and green dress fluttered in the night breeze. Crocodile Tyrant whispered, "Sir, it's the sword fairy of Lingxiao sect. This woman is very scary. She has no sword in her hand, but her whole body is full of swords. And even her eyes have swords a few days ago. She killed several powerful robbers with her fingertips in Yunwu Mountain." Luo Qingzhou looked at the figure on the other side and nodded. "It's really scary. And very fierce. Very fierce." After that, he took the storage ring and sword of the old Taoist priest from the ground. And then his figure flashed, stepped on the waves and landed on the other side in an instant. Seeing this, Crocodile Tyrant also hurriedly went into the water and swam over. At this moment, it suddenly saw a scene that stunned it. When his son reached the other side, he actually hugged the terrible woman on the shore and bit her mouth hard. Lenghu Qingzhou resisted for a few times and then stopped moving. Luo Qingzhou bit her for a while before letting go and said, "Uncle Master, why are you here? Have you been waiting for me at the foot of the mountain?" Lenghu Qingzhou pushed him away, looked at the monk's body, and said coldly, Recently, some villagers were killed at the foot of the mountain. It should be these two people who did it. I have been waiting for them. It turns out that you are not waiting for me. Luo Qingzhou looked disappointed. Linghu Qingju glanced at him, then looked at the demon crocodile with wide eyes in the water, and said, "Is this demon crocodile yours?" Without waiting for Luo Qingzhou to answer, Crocodile Tyrant hurriedly flattered, "Fairy is very smart. And you can tell at a glance that the little crocodile is the young master spirit beast. It's amazing." The little crocodile's admiration for the fairy is like a surging river. Endless. It's also like a flood, which is out of control. Luo Qingzhou. Linghu Qingju turned his head and looked at him and said, "There is a lake on the main peak. Let it go to the lake to be the Sex Mountain Guardian Spirit Beast. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, "Is this appropriate?" Linghu Qingju said coldly, "Why not? The Spirit Beast is yours. You belong to the sect. And the sect will also be yours in the future. Why is it inappropriate?" As soon as these words came out, Crocodile Tyrant's eyes widened. And then his eyes lit up. And he said excitedly, "Master, little crocodile will go. Little crocodile will go. Little crocodile will go to guard the mountain gate for you. And will do his best until his death. On the mountain, clothes are served and food is served. There is food and drink. No worries about food and clothing. And there is no need to worry about those evil people coming to kill demons and eliminate monsters. Of course, it is willing to do such a good thing. Moreover, the heaven and earth vitality in Lingxiao sect must be much richer than here. As for freedom, it's nothing. Okay, since the uncle said so, even the sect is mine. How can I refuse?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged and agreed. Linghu Qingju looked at the evil tyrant in the water and said coldly, "You go back to recuperate first. I will report to the sect master and come to you tomorrow." Evil tyrant immediately thanked him excitedly and flattered him. At this time, the night had receded. A ray of light appeared in the eastern sky. Luo Qingzhou and Linghu Qingju left the Yunwu River and went up the mountain from the back. "Uncle, I'm going to retreat for a few days and prepare to sprint to the middle stage of the Grandmaster. You've already told me. I just want to remind Uncle again. I hope Uncle will take care of himself." "Oh, no. By the way, your master is about to break through." "What do you mean?" "No. Uncle, I only belong to you. You have to protect me." The two quickly went up the mountain. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, "Uncle, have many practitioners from other countries come to our dine recently? How do you know? It feels like something big is going to happen. Hey, Uncle, are we going to Jianfeng?" "No." Luo Qingzhou was stunned, stopped immediately, and said, "Where to go then?" Linghu Qingju looked at him and said, "Go to your master's cave." Then he said, "I want to rest for a few more days." Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 845 Breakthrough with Master. Charge. The dawn is just beginning to appear. The hazy night sky that remained on the main peak was finally completely dispelled. The orange-red light fell down. In the flower bed, the colorful flowers were covered with a layer of rosy clouds. Beautiful as a dream. The scenery of Lingxiao sect has always been beautiful. However, Luo Qingzhou is not in the mood to appreciate the scenery now. He wants to go to the cave of his uncle. But his uncle is very tough and insists that he go to the cave of his master. So, he can only threaten, "Uncle, don't regret it. When I get used to practicing in the cave of my master, I will never go to your cave again. It's useless to beg." Linghu Qingju ignored him and continued to walk forward. Not long after, the two of them walked through the flower path and came to a cave on the cliff. The cave looked very simple. There were a few big characters engraved on the door. Zixia Xianfu. Boom. As soon as the two approached, the heavy stone door slowly opened. Then, the calm voice of Fairy Zixia came from inside. "Fei Yang. You are here? Come in. The master is ready." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Master, I heard that you are striving for the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. I'd better not go in and disturb you." Fairy Zixia said in a faint voice, "It's okay. Come in." When Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, Linghu Qingju next to him pushed him in, and then closed the stone door. The light in the cave suddenly dimmed. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly turned around and said, "Uncle Master, you come in too. Let's practice together. With Uncle Master here, it should be fine." The cave door slowly closed. Linghu Qingju outside the door had already turned around and left. When Luo Qingzhou was in a daze, the voice of Fairy Zixia came from inside again. "Fei Yang, don't dawdle. Come in quickly. A spring night ba. Every minute counts. For us cultivators, time is more important. The master has already bathed and changed clothes and is ready. And has taken the pills. Just waiting for you to start. Pills? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it. And his heart became more uneasy. Master. What pills? Fairy Zixia said, of course. The pills for sprinting. When Luo Qingzhou heard it, he immediately walked to the door, and was about to force his way out. Fairy Zixia said again, the time for the master to sprint to the late stage of the master should not be much different from your sprint to the middle stage of the master. At that time, there will definitely be strange phenomena, since you don't want others to know your true cultivation. It just happens that the strange phenomena of our sprint breakthrough can be mixed together to confuse people. Paused. She added, just like the last time you broke through in your uncle's cave. Everyone thought it was your uncle who broke through. But they didn't know it was you. Fei Yang. Your master is so worried about you. Luo Qingzhou froze in place. Fairy Zixia urged again, okay. Don't dawdle. Come in. Your master feels that the energy of the elixir in your body has been dispersed. And I will start to try to sprint. You go to the second secret room to practice. And there is a wall between you and your master. But your master must warn you not to leave your body and peek at your master through the wall. When your master sprints, his body may heat up and take off his clothes. You take care of yourself. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked in, found the second secret room, and walked in. Boom. The stone door closed automatically. The secret room was extremely simple, with only a cushion on the ground. However, in the corners of the walls on both sides, there seemed to be some crystal clear stones. He took a closer look and was shocked. They were all yuanshi. No wonder the yuanshi here is so rich. Fairy Zixia said next door, there are a total of 32 yuanshi in the cave, which are all accumulated by the master over the years. And I also borrowed 2 from the ancestor. Although the yuanshi of the main peak is more concentrated. If the 2 of us want to break through, we must absorb more yuanshi. So put some yuanshi. Just in case. Luo Qingzhou looked at the yuanshi in the corner and counted. There were a total of 25 yuanshi here alone. A total of 32. He put 25 here. And the master put only 7? A warm current suddenly surged in his heart. And at the same time, he felt deeply guilty and self-blame for his dirty thoughts just now. Master. Thank you. He choked up a little. Then he immediately took out the more than 20 jade stones he had picked up from the ancient ruins from his storage ring and said to the person next door, Master, I have some yuanshi here. I'll leave them with you. After saying that, he immediately left his body and passed through the wall with a bag of yuanshi. He was afraid that the master would not accept it. So he threw it on the ground. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly found that in the corner in front of him, the master was wearing a red dress and sitting on a futon with her hair loose. And her body was full of crystal clear yuanshi. Those yuanshi almost covered half of her body. And they were all large pieces of yuanshi. At least 100 or 200 pieces. The air suddenly became quiet. Fairy Zixia sat in the yuanshi pile, looking at his spirit, and froze for a moment. Then said calmly, Fei Yang, thank you for your yuanshi. You are so filial. I will accept it with a smile. As for the yuanshi around me, they are all left by the ancestors. And the remaining yuanshi in them is almost gone. Wow! As soon as she finished speaking, a yuanshi vortex suddenly appeared above her head. Then, the yuanshi around her suddenly flashed. And immediately a stream of rich and surging yuanshi gushed out from them. Luo Qingzhou. Fairy Zixia immediately glared at him and said, Evil disciple. Don't go over. What did I tell you just now? Don't come over to peek at me. I'm going to take off my clothes. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched fiercely for a few times. And he immediately took back the yuanshi he had just thrown on the ground. And then quickly drilled through the wall and returned to his secret room. Fairy Zixia muttered, Stingy guy. Luo Qingzhou's spirit returned to his body. And he sat down on the futon in the corner and closed his eyes. After clearing his mind, he immediately took out a pill made by Sister Yu, put it into his mouth, and swallowed it. At this time, the voice of Fairy Zixia came from next door, Fei Yang. The master is going to start first. Ah! So much energy. Collect it. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, focused on his practice, and quickly entered the state of cultivation. The pill fell into his stomach. It quickly melted in the Sea of Dan, turning into streams of hot and vast energy. In the Sea of Dan, the Yuan force began to surge. The energy of the heaven and earth around him began to slowly gather towards his head. Then, It began to speed up. Wow! A transparent vortex of energy suddenly appeared above his head. At first, it rotated slowly. But after a while, the speed began to speed up. At this time, Fairy Zixia next door suddenly said, Fei Yong, don't be too fast at the beginning. Slow down. Let the energy go through the meridians and acupuncture points in the body and the 5 internal organs several times. And wait until the energy of the elixir is completely integrated with the energy in the body. And then start to speed up. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately slowed down the speed of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. At this time, the burning sensation in the meridians in the body gradually eased. Master is still experienced. No wonder the uncle forced him to come here. After all, the master had broken through this realm before. The master and the apprentice practiced together. And unknowingly, a day passed. When it was dark outside, Fairy Zixia then spoke again, Fei Yong, you can speed up. Remember not to rush. The speed should be increased step by step. Not too fast suddenly. Otherwise the meridians and acupoints will not be able to bear it and may be torn. Luo Qingzhou said, yes. Master. Fairy Zixia said again, after the energy in the acupoints is full, inject it into the internal organs, and then fill up the Danhai. Then you can start the final sprint. The vortex of vitality above Luo Qingzhou's head began to gradually speed up the rotation speed. Streams of pure heaven and earth vitality quickly flowed to his head, then entered the vortex above his head, and quickly drilled into his body. Another night passed. When the morning sun appeared outside the cave, Fairy Zixia's voice began to tremble. Fei Yong, the master is going to make the final sprint. You should be almost there too. Right? Let's do it together. Luo Qingzhou said, Master, I feel that the energy in the acupoints in my body has not been filled yet. Fairy Zixia was shocked when she heard it. How is it possible? The master is in the middle to late stage of the Grandmaster, and the meridians and acupoints in the body are deeper than yours. Now they are already full, and have begun to overflow. How could it be that they are not full yet? Is there something wrong with the pill? And the energy is not enough? Luo Qingzhou paused and said, the pill should be fine. The disciple feels that the pill has brought a lot of energy, but it still feels not enough. Fairy Zixia pondered for a moment, and suddenly said in a panic, Fei Yong, could it be that you were severely injured in the ancient ruins, and the scars in the meridians and acupoints in your body have not been repaired? So you can't feel the energy overflowing? If so, stop immediately and don't force yourself to practice. Otherwise the meridians and acupoints in your body, and even your internal organs, may be torn again, or even explode, and the gods can't save you. Luo Qingzhou immediately slowed down the speed of absorbing vital energy, carefully felt the meridians and acupoints in his body, as well as the Danhai, and carefully checked it again, but didn't feel or find anything wrong. Master, it seems that there is no injury, but I feel that the energy is not enough, and I feel that the acupoints in my body are still hungry, and I want to continue to absorb the vital energy quickly. Fei Yong, you temporarily Fairy Zixia was about to speak, but suddenly exclaimed, her voice trembling a little. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked, Master, what's wrong with you? Fairy Zixia said in a trembling voice, Master, I can't do it anymore. The energy in my body is ready to move, and I can't control it. I have to sprint immediately. You be careful after that. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt the vitality of the world around him, like a wave, rushing towards the next secret room. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Master, don't worry about me. Sprint quickly. Fairy Zixia didn't say anything else. At this moment, it was her most critical moment. If she sprinted, she would be a master in the late Grandmaster stage, and her future would be bright. If she failed to sprint, it would be terrible. It is estimated that she will have to wait for a few more years. And even because of this failure, the meridians and acupoints will be damaged, and it will be difficult to make any further progress. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to disturb her again. After thinking for a while, he took out another elixir that Sister Yu had refined for him. Before, when he was in the ancient ruins, he was injured by the ancient sword formation in the sword tomb and was dying. The meridians and acupoints in his body, including the Danhai and the internal organs, were severely impacted and torn apart. I thought I was disabled, but it was soon repaired. Moreover, the repaired meridians and acupuncture points were much wider, stronger and deeper than before. Sister Yu told him at that time that this was a blessing in disguise. Relying on the power of the sword formation, he had tempered his early master's body into a late master's body. The meridians acupuncture points, and Danhai in his body could all withstand the energy of the late master. So, he might be able to directly advance 2 levels. He guessed that because of this, he practiced for a whole day and night. But he still couldn't fill up the acupuncture points in his body. And the reason why Sister Yu refined 2 pills for him was probably because of this reason. Just in case. He was afraid that he would suddenly run out of energy at the critical moment of practice. Thinking of this, when he was about to put the remaining pill in his hand into his mouth, he suddenly hesitated. At this time, there must be no mistakes. Let's ask Sister Yu first. He immediately took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu to inform her of his current situation. In fact, he had confirmed his idea and could take the pill directly. But he didn't know when it started. Whenever he encountered some small things in cultivation, he would ask Sister Yu in advance. It felt like he had developed a serious dependence on Sister Yu. This was not in line with his character. The message came back quickly. Take another pill and prepare to sprint directly to the late stage of the Grandmaster. If the energy is still not enough, there is a high-level spirit stone under the handkerchief in your storage ring. Take it out and hold it in your hand. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he saw this message. He immediately looked into his storage ring. Handkerchief? He was startled and looked at the most hidden space in the corner. Sister Yu's snow-white handkerchief was placed there. At the same time, there were also various colors of stockings, belly bands, underwear and other girls' supplies, and even several sets of exquisite jade foot illustrations and other books. When did Sister Yu put the yuancher in? Could it be when she was freezing him? He immediately picked up the snow-white handkerchief. And there was indeed a crystal-clear yuancher underneath. The size of this yuan stone is not large, but it is completely different from the other 20 yuan stones, and the yuan stones placed in the surrounding corners. Not only does it look exceptionally exquisite on the outside, but it also sparkles with colorful colors inside. At the same time, there are traces of yuan qi liquid visible to the naked eye flowing slowly inside. Like blood. High-level yuancher? I'm afraid there isn't even one in the whole of the yin? Even the spiritual mines under the palace can't produce a high-level yuancher. The value of this yuancher can be seen. Luo Qingzhou's heart was full of mixed emotions. When he was in a daze, his eyes suddenly looked at those shameful things such as stockings and belly bands. Sister, you must have seen everything. At this time, the voice of Fairy Zixia suddenly came from next door. Fei Yang. How are you? Everything is going well for the master. And I feel that I can break through tonight. Don't worry. Wait a while. And I will help you after the master breaks through. Then she roared again, as if she was urging the energy in her body to sprint. And her mouth seemed to be cheering herself up, saying loudly, the master will become a big man in the late Grandmaster stage. Fei Yang, the master will always be ahead of you. Go! After that, another vast yuanqi of heaven and earth poured in from outside the cave. Luo Qingzhou took out the high-level yuancher and put it aside, then put the last pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Go! Chapter 846 Master and Disciple break through together. Luo Zha's fourth lightning. A strong enemy is coming. In the evening, the setting sun dyed half of the sky red, and the entire main peak was also dyed orange-red. Outside Zishu Immortal Mansion, the clouds and mist rolled, and the cranes flew. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, was standing alone on the edge of the cliff, facing the wind, with his sleeves fluttering. Other people in Lingxiao sect were also busy with their own cultivation at this moment. At this moment, a transparent vortex suddenly appeared above the main peak. Then, the heaven and earth energy on the entire Lingxiao peak began to gather quickly towards the back mountain of the main peak. The transparent vortex in the air began to rotate faster and faster. At the same time, half of the sky was changing. Energy vortex. At this time, people on all peaks of Lingxiao Peak clearly felt the flow of energy. Then, they saw the energy vortex that continued to rotate in the air behind the main peak. Someone is breaking through the back mountain of the main peak. Could it be the sect master? This strange phenomenon should be the sect master. The sect master is about to advance to the late stage of the Grandmaster. The elders and peak masters of each peak were all excited when they saw the scene. They immediately put down their work and rushed to the back mountain of the main peak. The cultivation of each sect master in the 5 major sects of De Yin is comparable, with little difference. Once the sect master of their Lingxiao sect breaks through to the late stage of the Grandmaster, then the status and strength of their Lingxiao sect will naturally be taken to a higher level. In the future, they will have more say in allocating cultivation resources. And in the future, they will be more confident when they go out to speak. In the whole De Yin, even if you are at the early stage of the Grandmaster, You can establish a sect and walk around everywhere. Not to mention the late stage of the Grandmaster. So at this moment, whether it is the Lingxiao sect's senior officials or those disciples, they are all very excited. At this time, the vortex of vitality in the air in the back mountain of the main peak is spinning faster. Streams of heaven and earth vitality are rushing towards there like a tide. The elder Wu Yuzi, who was busy at the main peak, arrived first. Seeing Linghu Qingju standing outside, he hurriedly asked, "Master Linghu, is the sect master going through the barriers?" Linghu Qingju came back to his senses, nodded slightly, and said coldly, "Yes." Wu Yuzi was immediately excited and clapped his hands and said, "Great! Great! The sect master has been stuck in the middle stage of the Grandmaster for several years. I didn't expect that he would start to break through the barriers as soon as he came back. It seems that practitioners of my generation still need to go out for more adventures and training." At this time, Mo Jiofeng from Beiwang Peak strode over and laughed loudly. It seems that the sect master must have encountered some good opportunities when he went out with his uncle this time. Otherwise, he would not have started to break through the barriers as soon as he came back. Linghu Qingju looked at the distance with a cold expression and said nothing. She certainly knew what opportunity her senior sister encountered. She also knew who gave this opportunity to her senior sister. At this time, Wu Yuzi suddenly sighed. Master Linghu is really amazing. He has been practicing on the Sword Peak and has never gone out to experience life and death. In just a few months, not only has his physical body broken through to the master level, but his soul has also advanced 2 levels. From the soul refining realm to the middle stage of the soul separation realm. It is really enviable. Mo Jiofeng was naturally envious. He had asked several times before, but Master Linghu did not answer. At this time, he couldn't help asking, "Master Linghu, we are all family members. Please tell us what kind of skills you practiced, or what kind of elixir you took to make such rapid progress." Wu Yuzi also said hurriedly, "Yes, Master Linghu, we are all fellow disciples, and we all prosper together. We dare not ask you to reveal too much. Just simply tell us the reason. Of course, we will not ask you for anything, so don't worry." Linghu Qingju saw that these 2 elders, who were older than him, were looking at him eagerly. He was silent for a while, and then said coldly, "Both skills and elixirs are needed." Then he said, "Of course. More importantly, it is one's own physique and talent." After speaking, she looked at the clouds ahead calmly. I don't know if it was the reflection of the setting sun or what, but her cheeks were suddenly stained with 2 red spots. Mo Jiofeng asked hurriedly, "Can Peak Master Linghu tell us more about what kind of magical skills and elixirs they are? Can we get them from somewhere?" Linghu Qingju looked into the distance and did not answer. At this time, the Peak Masters and Elders from other peaks all came. It's really the sect master who is breaking through. But this vitality of heaven and earth is so terrifying. Why doesn't it look like the momentum of a sprint to the late Grandmaster? It looks more like the momentum of a sprint to the Grandmaster. The sect master must have practiced some extraordinary skills. Or he has a great opportunity this time. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a big commotion. God bless my great yin. Ha ha ha. If the sect master can break through this time, the strength of my great yin will be further improved. Huashan sect will be completely trampled under our feet. Xianyan Pavilion is not a match. That Luo Shang is only in the middle stage of the spiritual separation realm. The sect master is so young. But he is about to break through to the late Grandmaster. Breaking through to the Grandmaster is just around the corner. The uncle master really didn't make a mistake about him. My Lingxiao sect will have 2 Grandmasters at once in the future. I'm excited just thinking about it. Who dares to underestimate us in the future? My Lingxiao sect is finally going to be revitalized. The senior leaders of the Lingxiao sect were all excited. Then someone saw Linghu Qingju, who was as cold as ice on the cliff, and immediately said, "We still have Linghu Peak Master. Linghu Peak Master is 1 year younger than the sect master. And he is also practicing both soul and body. Now he has broken through to the realm of Grandmaster and the middle stage of the spiritual division realm. The main thing is that a few months ago, Linghu Peak Master was only in the late stage of the Great Martial Master and the spiritual refining realm. This cultivation speed, let alone the entire Great Yin, even the entire Jiuzhou continent, is unmatched." As soon as this was said, everyone began to admire and sigh. Then, naturally, someone began to ask about the reason. Linghu Qingju wanted to leave, but thought that if she didn't explain it clearly now, it might be more troublesome in the future. After all, she would continue to advance quickly in the future. Thinking of this, she pondered for a while, and slowly said, The main reason is that I practice swordsmanship. And I am a woman. The skills and elixirs I got can only be used by women. And they need to match their own physique and talent. Even the sect master can't use them. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other, half believing and half doubting. At this time, Ling Hu Qingju said coldly, "If you don't believe it, go ask the sect master." After hearing this, everyone put aside their doubts, and were immediately disappointed. Indeed, if everyone could use it, then with this person's relationship with the master would have used it long ago, and he would not have been stuck in this realm for so many years. Nor would he have to risk going out to find other opportunities to break through. It seems that we old guys really have no hope. Everyone sighed, and was very disappointed. Ling Hu Qingju looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. She didn't lie. The special nature of that kind of practice, and the powerful explosive power of the elixir, were originally prepared for women. And other women might not be able to bear it. Only her physique could barely bear it. And she happened to absorb and integrate those energies into her body, relying on them to break through. She always suspected that her physique was some kind of special physique. Now it seems that it is true. Otherwise, other women should have practiced and used it. Why didn't they have any reaction? At this time, the sunset had already set. The boundless night fell silently. Above the cave, the transparent vortex was still rapidly absorbing the heaven and earth energy gathered from all around. In the cave, Fairy Zixia was still sprinting. Vast and powerful energy surged in her body, rushing towards the pass ahead again and again. The defense of the pass was getting weaker and weaker. Every impact of energy made it tremble violently, as if it was about to be broken through. But it was still resisting tenaciously. Fairy Zixia's forehead was full of sweat. Her whole body was hot. Her red dress was wet with sweat, and her hair was stuck to her cheeks and mouth. In her body, it seemed as if there was a ball of hot flames, constantly surging, rushing towards the pass. Almost there. Almost there. Keep rushing. And in the secret room next door, Luo Qingzhou was also urging powerful energy in his body to rush towards the pass in the dark. In the Danhai, the 2 pills that Sister Yu helped him refine had turned into surging power, constantly mixing with the Yuanli in his body, and charging towards the pass together. The Yuanqi and the Yuanshi in the corners, together with the Yuanqi of heaven and earth that was gathering from outside, poured into his body like a tide. He was also sweating all over, and it was extremely hot. At this time, the voice of Fairy Zixia suddenly came from the stone room next door. "It's so hot. Fei Yang, the master is going to take off his clothes. You are not allowed to come and peek." Luo Qingzhou stood accumulating strength and preparing for the next pass, and ignored her when he heard it. "Fei Yang, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Fei Yang? Fei Yang." Fairy Zixia's voice suddenly became anxious. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that she would fail. So he hurriedly said, "Disciple is fine. Master is concentrating on the breakthrough. And disciple is also breaking through." Fairy Zixia was relieved and said, "Master needs to rest for a while and accumulate more energy again. This time, I will definitely succeed. This barrier of master is already shaky and about to break through. I must break through it tonight." "Fei Yang, what about you?" Luo Qingzhou said. "Disciple feels that it will take some time." Fairy Zixia said, "It's okay. After master breaks through, the energy in your body will overflow and then be released. You can use master's energy and make a concerted effort. I believe you can break through in one go. It's not difficult to go from the early to the middle stage of Grandmaster. You must have confidence in yourself. If it doesn't work once, try again. You will definitely break through. Master believes in you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you. Master. Master. I won't say anything more. I'm going to start another breakthrough." Fairy Zixia immediately said, "Come on." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, "Master, how do you know the word come on?" Fairy Zixia said, "I heard it from you." Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "When did I tell you?" Fairy Zixia said, "You didn't tell me. You told your uncle. That night when your uncle was about to break through. You kept saying come on. Come on. To her." Luo Qingzhou. "Not good. I feel that the barrier seems to be getting stronger again. Damn it. I have to keep sprinting. Go." Fairy Zixia suddenly explained, and immediately continued to accumulate strength to prepare for the sprint. Neither of them spoke again. After a new impact, Luo Qingzhou was about to prepare for a second impact, when he suddenly found that a stronger force was rising in his body. Looking inside, There was an arc flashing on the root of the thunder spirit. In addition to the purple, red, and black arcs, there was an extremely tiny golden arc. The fourth color, gold. Luo Qingzhou was excited, and then suddenly looked up. Oh no! There will probably be another thunder tribulation later. Thinking of this, he hurriedly shouted to the next door, Master, break through as soon as possible. If the thunder tribulation suddenly came, the master sitting next door would probably suffer. He was happy with the thunder tribulation, but the master was not okay. He was afraid that a thunderbolt would hit him, and the beautiful and lovely master would immediately turn into lightning. Fairy Zixia thought he was in trouble, and hurriedly said, Don't be afraid. The master will come to help you right away. Then she shouted, Go! At the same time, the senior leaders of Lingxiao sect, who were waiting outside the cave, also stopped talking and began to get nervous. And thousands of miles away, at the border of Dian, several figures sneaked through the dense jungle, and after bypassing the border guards, they immediately sped up. The person with the highest cultivation level in the Yin should be Bai Yishan from Dragon and Tiger Academy. However, he has been in seclusion for many years and rarely comes out. He would never have thought that we would suddenly enter the Yin to attack their 5 major sects. Xianyan Pavilion is far away from Kyoto and is the richest. We will attack Xianyan Pavilion first. We will set up a formation 20 miles outside their sect to isolate the information of the treasure letter inside, and then kill them with thunder and lightning, and then immediately go to Lingxiao sect. With our strength, we should be able to solve it quickly. Even if Bai Yishan got the news, he should not be able to rescue in time. He would never have thought that we did not leave immediately after destroying Xianyan Pavilion, but went to Lingxiao sect again. Even if he comes, I can fight him for a few moves. You just need to retreat first. At this time, a man whispered, Elder Gu, are we going to kill all the people from Xianyan Pavilion and Lingxiao sect? Gu Chongqun's eyes showed a cold light, and he said, Kill one if you see one. If he doesn't show up, don't worry about him. Make a quick decision. Kill those 2 old guys and their sect leader first, and then kill those elite disciples if you complete this mission well. You will naturally get a generous reward. By then, the Yin will be in our hands, and you can call the shots here and become the real masters of this land. Several people were excited. It should be safe here. Let's take the spaceship immediately and rush to Xianyan Pavilion as fast as possible. Humph! You killed my niece and disciple, and robbed my treasures. Today, I will ask you to pay back 100-fold. At midnight, in the main hall of Xianyan Pavilion, Pavilion Master Luo Shang was discussing things with several elders. On other peaks, all the disciples were practicing in the cave. On the mountainside, the outer disciples and some servants were busy. Many magic tools and many warrior supplies into Yin were refined by Xianyan Pavilion, and the quality has always been guaranteed. Therefore, among the 5 major sects into Yin, Xianyan Pavilion is the richest. At this time, the saint of Xianyan Pavilion Liuli, wearing a white dress, was riding a crane and flying to the main peak. When she was about to land from the sky above the main peak, she suddenly raised her head and looked at the heavy cloud in the air. Suddenly, the cloud broke open, and a slender spaceship flew over at a high speed. Then, several figures jumped up from the spaceship. The leader held a sword in his hand. A huge sword light instantly lit up on the sword and slashed directly at the mountain protection shield of Xianyan Pavilion below. Master! Lioli immediately sounded the alarm and punched the roof of the main peak's hall. Then, she jumped down from the crane. The wind under her feet spun, and her figure flashed, and she ran to the back mountain of the main peak. Luo Ling, the ancestor of Xianyan Pavilion, was recovering in the cave there. She just took a look and knew that the enemy was very powerful. She had to inform the ancestor as quickly as possible. Boom! A loud noise. The powerful mountain protection shield of Xianyan Pavilion was vulnerable to a blow, and a huge hole was cut out in an instant. The whole mountain was shocked. The senior members of Xianyan Pavilion, who were discussing things in the hall, as well as the disciples on each peak, were all startled and hurried out to check. Lioli's face turned pale. Such terrifying strength is at least the cultivation of a grandmaster. She immediately rushed into the back mountain and rushed directly to the ancestor's cave. At this time, the figures in black robes in the air immediately rushed in from the gap of the light shield like lightning and headed straight for the main peak. Ah! A roar suddenly sounded from the ground. A huge monster suddenly flew out of the pool next to the main peak square, with a blue light all over its body. Opening its bloody mouth and fiercely pounced on the enemies in the air. At this time, Luo Ling, who was recuperating in the cave in the back mountain, rushed out of the cave as soon as possible. When she saw the sword in the hands of the leading figure in the air, her face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, she immediately said to Liuli beside her, "Go to Lingshao's sect immediately and inform Zhuang Jiyan. Let them go to Lunghu Academy quickly." Liuli thought that the ancestor wanted her to call for help. She was stunned when she heard this. Before she could ask, she saw the ancestor flying into the air. The sword in his hand flashed, and he flew directly towards the figures, shouting, "Luo Shang, open the flowing cloud storm formation." Liuli did not dare to delay. Riding on the crane and leading from the back mountain, when they left the mountain protection formation and looked back, the figures of the enemies had landed on the main peak and were killing everywhere. At the same time, a flash of light suddenly appeared on several peaks, and several hurricanes appeared, sweeping towards the main peak together. Liuli immediately took out the message and sent the message to Fairy Zixia, and then to her friends at Dragon and Tiger Academy. But then she realized that the message could not be sent at all. Ah, die. Let's go! Liuli's heart suddenly sank into the bottomless abyss. The crane under her suddenly wailed, spread its wings, and sped up. Boom! Behind her, the entire mountain protection formation suddenly broke. Liuli's face was pale, and she clenched her fists. At this time, in the back mountain of Lingshao Sect's main peak, above Zixia Fairy Mansion, the surrounding heaven and earth vitality was still gathering here quickly. At the same time, in the higher night sky, the clouds seemed to be changing. Chapter 847 Sister Yu attacked the enemy, and Luo Qingzhou advanced 2 levels in a row. Break. In the cave, Fairy Zixia used up her last bit of strength, urged the energy in her body, and rushed to the already broken pass. The surging and vast power rushed over like a flood. Boom! The sound of something breaking suddenly sounded in the body. The pass finally collapsed, and the vast power finally rushed over unimpeded. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the brain. The whole sea of consciousness, the whole body, was suddenly filled with a strange and powerful force. She finally broke through. Advancement. Grandmaster late stage. And next door, the energy accumulated in Luo Qingzhou's body also boomed and successfully broke through the pass. But, after the pass, there was another pass. The vast energy did not stop sprinting, and rushed through the next pass. Boom, 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 like a huge wave hitting the coast. Again and again, more fierce each time. The second barrier began to loosen. The vortex above Luo Qingzhou's head was spinning faster and faster. The surrounding heaven and earth energy was gathering faster and faster. The crystal clear yuanshi in the corner, as well as his own more than 20 yuanshi, were all drained of energy and turned into powder. Charge. A vast energy rushed to the barrier. At this time, Fairy Zixia had successfully broken through. She was soaked in sweat. Her chest was heaving, and her skin was covered with shiny sweat, which seemed more delicate than before. The temperament and breath of the whole person seemed to have changed. The yuanshi vortex above her head had disappeared. At the same time, the residual energy in her body from the breakthrough, and the overflowing energy after the promotion, after her active promotion, began to slowly spread to the surroundings with her breathing in-pores. She opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of spirit, and she panted and said, "Fei Yang, the master has broken through, and the master has reached the late stage of the master. Now, the master will emit energy to help you." Then she said proudly and passionately, "We are the master and disciple. One is the late stage of the master, and the other is the middle stage of the master. In the future, we will laugh at the world and look down on the heroes." After that, the whole body boomed and a large amount of energy was emitted from the pores. Fei Yang. Next, the master is coming. At this moment, the high-level leaders of Lingshao sect outside the caves suddenly looked at the night sky above their heads. The highest point of the night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. At the same time, the entire Lingshao peak and the clouds within a radius of dozens of miles began to gather here. What's going on? Why are there so many dark clouds? Everyone looked surprised and doubtful. Soon, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. At the same time, with a sizzle, lightning flashed in the vortex. This is thunder tribulation? At this time, more lightning flashed in the black vortex. Oh my god! It's really a thunder tribulation. What kind of skills did the sect master practice? He just broke through the late stage of the grandmaster, but he attracted a thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation is so scary. It doesn't look like an ordinary thunder tribulation. The sect master is mighty. The sect master is domineering. Ha ha ha. It's rare to see a grandmaster level in 100 years. No. 10,000 years. And he actually attracted a thunder tribulation. As long as the sect master survives this thunder tribulation, he will probably be invincible below the grandmaster level. God bless my Lingxiao sect. God bless my Lingxiao sect. The peak masters and elders of Lingxiao sect were all excited. But suddenly someone changed color and said, "Not good. The breath of this sky thunder is so terrifying. Run. Be careful that all of us old guys will be wiped out." At this time, in the black vortex in the sky, thick lightning began to accumulate power. It was about to fall. Run. Run. Linghu Peak Master. Run. Seeing this scene, the great elder Wu Yuzi shouted in a hurry. Everyone immediately fled here as quickly as possible. And Linghu Qingxu, dressed in green, still stood alone on the edge of the cliff, facing the wind, her dress fluttering. She raised her head slightly, looking at the lightning in the night sky, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. The terrifying pressure and breath of the sky thunder enveloped all creatures on the peak, trembling and fleeing in panic. Even the evil tyrant Tian, who had just come up the mountain today and hid in a lake in the corner of the square, was frightened and fled in panic. But at this moment, she was not afraid at all. At the beginning, let alone this terrifying thunder tribulation, even ordinary lightning, her soul would tremble when she saw it. And now, her soul was not fluctuating at all. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of the lightning that penetrated her acupoints and spread throughout her body at the critical moment of cultivation every time. In the cave, Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his eyes and said to the next door, "Master, let's go!" Fairy Zixio was sitting next to her, recalling the comfortable feeling after the breakthrough. When she heard the words and was about to ask, she suddenly raised her head and looked at the top of her head. A terrifying pressure and breath suddenly passed through the top of the cave and enveloped it. Such a familiar breath. Sky thunder? She suddenly remembered the nightmare of thunder tribulation she had experienced at that ancient ruins and under the giant tower. Her face suddenly changed, and she stood up in a hurry, but suddenly found that her breath seemed to be locked by the thunder tribulation. Not good. The breath of the master has also been locked by the thunder. Fei Yang, save me. After saying that, she suddenly came through the wall and fled to Luo Qingzhou's side, and said anxiously, "Master remembers that when I was under the giant tower, the master held you, and the lightning struck you directly. The master was safe and sound, right?" Luo Qingzhou was accumulating strength to break through the barrier at this time. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "Danger. Master, you'd better run." Fairy Zixio immediately said with a sad face, "The breath of the master has been locked by the thunder. No matter where you run, you will be struck by thunder. Instead of destroying yourself, it is better to stay by your side and let you attract thunder and lightning. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope." Luo Qingzhou felt that the thunder and lightning this time might be more powerful. After all, the root of the thunder spirit in his body has a fourth golden arc. He immediately took out the jade mouse, handed it to her and said, "Master, then you hide underground, right under me. In this way, the lightning may be blocked by me." Fairy Zixu immediately said, "Master has a magic weapon that can penetrate the ground." After saying that, a red shadow suddenly flashed, drilled into the ground, hid under him, and then raised his face underground and said, "Fei Yang, don't fart. The master is right under your butt." Luo Qingzhou. Boom. At this time, the first thick purple lightning in the night sky, like a purple giant python, pounced down on the edge of the cliff. Linghu Qingzhou held her hands in her sleeves nervously, raised her head, stared at the terrible lightning with her eyes, and her face turned slightly pale. Zizi. The lightning suddenly passed over her head and entered the cave behind her, and the high-level leaders of Lingxiao sect standing on other peaks watching this side. All of them changed color and trembled at this moment. What a terrible thunder! Just this pressure, this breath. My soul trembles. I wonder if the sect master can bear it. This lightning is so thick. What about the next one? The sect master is afraid. Everyone is worried and extremely worried at this moment. At the same time, thousands of miles away from Xianyan Pavilion, Gu Chongqun brought 5 black-robed people to chase and kill Xianyan Pavilion Patriarch Luo Ling and various high-level practitioners of Xianyan Pavilion. Several elders died on the spot. Luo Ling was also severely injured again, and had almost no fighting power. Luo Shan supported her and fled into the hall with the rest of the people, and immediately activated the formation in the hall. But when Gu Changchun's sword slashed heavily on the formation shield, everyone's hearts were filled with despair. The powerful formation shield was actually vulnerable. Gu Changchun slashed with a sword, and a crack immediately appeared on the shield. The second sword slashed, and the shield was instantly shattered. Kill! No one in the hall will be left alive. Gu Changchun held the dragon scale sword, his face full of bloodthirstiness, and rushed in first. Wow! Who knew that at this moment? A moon-white light shield suddenly lit up in the hall, covering everyone in Xianyan Pavilion. Humph! A trifling trick. Gu Changchun smiled contemptuously, and the dragon scale sword in his hand flashed, and suddenly slashed down at the light shield. Break! The dazzling sword light slashed heavily on the thin moon-white light shield. But an amazing scene happened. The sharp sword was blocked by the thin light shield. A trace appeared on the moon-white light shield. But soon there was another flash of light, and the trace was quickly repaired. Seeing this scene, not only was Gu Changchun shocked, but everyone in the Xianyan Pavilion in the light shield was also confused. Break it for me! Gu Changchun immediately accumulated more power in the dragon scale sword, and then slashed at the moon-white light shield again. Boom! The dazzling sword light burst out. The moon-white light shield still did not break. Gu Changchun's pupil shrank, and he immediately held the sword with both hands. All the soul power in his soul suddenly surged to the dragon scale sword in his hand like a tide. The dragon scale sword swelled against the wind, making a deafening dragon roar, and a blood-red light appeared on it. Break it! Gu Changchun held the sword with both hands and chopped it down with the greatest force. Boom! There was a loud bang. The huge sword light chopped on the thin light shield. Finally, a crack appeared on the moon-white light shield, and then the crack began to grow larger. The people in Xianyan Pavilion, who were protected by the light shield, turned pale. Gu Changchun laughed grimly, and the dragon scale sword in his hand was still fiercely cutting the growing crack. The light shield hummed and looked like it was about to break. But at this moment, the moonlight flashed on the light shield, and suddenly many dense and strange runes appeared. Then, the crack on the light shield, despite the huge sword and sword light, began to heal slowly. How could it be possible? Seeing this scene, Gu Changchun's pupil shrank suddenly, and he felt incredible. How could the small Xianyan Pavilion, which was like an ant in their Piamu Xianzong, have such a powerful formation? Just because he was worried that the two major sects had some strange formations, and wanted to make a quick decision, he went to the treasure pavilion to bet all his wealth, and borrowed this dragon scale sword specially used to break the formation. He thought that all the formations could be broken with one sword. But who knew that he would be defeated here? No! Can't delay here. He looked at the people in Xianyan Pavilion in the light shield, and immediately took back his sword, turned around and rushed out of the hall, shouting, Go! There might be a master of formation in the hall, or a rare formation treasure. They came to Dian this time to kill the other party by surprise with the force of thunder, and to make a quick decision. Now that they are blocked, they must not stay here to waste time. Otherwise, when Bai Yishan gets the news and rushes over, it will be a waste of time. Since it doesn't work here, they should rush to Lin Xiao's sect as quickly as possible and give it a thunderous blow. This time, they must not fail again. If they fail to kill even a master of Dian and return without success, they may never have a chance to come out again, and they will be laughed to death by others. Before coming, he made a solemn promise. Damn it! How can a small Xianyan Pavilion have such a weird formation that even the dragon scale sword can't break it? He cursed with a gloomy face and immediately took people back to the spaceship in the sky. Several people returned to their senses. One of the women's expressions changed, and after a moment's hesitation, she whispered, Uncle Gu, that formation just now seems familiar. As soon as she said this, several people looked at her. Gu Changchun did not linger, and immediately urged the spaceship to fly towards Lin Xiao's sect at the fastest speed, and then turned around and asked, Do you know that formation? The black-robed woman seemed to have some concerns, but after a pause, she still said, Disciple once saw that formation several years ago. It is somewhat similar, but I am not sure. Gu Changchun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said, Where have you seen it? The black-robed woman lowered her head and said, It's in our sect. As soon as she said this, several people were shocked. The black-robed woman had a complicated look on her face and continued, When I went to the medicinal field behind the main peak to ask for medicine, I saw someone setting up this formation, and it felt very similar. And the aura fluctuations of that formation also felt the same. Gu Changchun's face changed slightly, and he said, Main peak? Who is it? Tell me. The black-robed woman lowered her head, was silent for a moment, and said, Yu Yao, the saint of our Piao Miao Xianzong. As soon as this name came out, the entire spaceship was silent. After a while, Gu Changchun sneered. Good. Very good. No wonder even the dragon scale sword and my strength couldn't break that formation. It turned out that she set it up. Even the ancestors praised the formation genius. No wonder. At this time, a black-robed man next to him said, Uncle Master, didn't I hear that after she left? She signed a contract to promise not to use any of our sect's skills, or any skill she practiced under the protection of our sect? At the beginning, even the ancestor came out to keep her, but she still stubbornly left. And the sect master was furious. Gu Changchun suddenly grinned and said, We will report this matter after we go back, and someone will come to deal with it. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he hesitated for a moment, took out a paper crane, whispered what had just happened, and then released the paper crane. The paper crane flew into the air, suddenly burned, and turned into ashes. Then, he took out the communication treasure and sent the message out. Of course, he pushed all the responsibility for the setback in Xianyan Pavilion onto the formation. In this case, no one should blame him anymore. Right, Uncle Master? It seems that a woman escaped just now. The disciple was cut open by Luo Ling's sword, and there was no time to chase her. At this time, a middle-aged man in a black robe said. Gu Changchun narrowed his eyes and said, No matter how fast she is, she can't be faster than my spaceship. Before she arrives at Dragon and Tiger College, we should have dealt with the people from Lingxiao Peak. Swoosh. The spaceship carrying several people cut through the night sky and disappeared in the sky in an instant. Not long after, a black-robed man on the spaceship suddenly said, Uncle, look, what's over there? It seems to be. Gu Changchun looked suspicious. Thunder tribulation? The black-robed woman asked in confusion. It seems to be above Lingxiao sect. It is impossible for anyone to pass the thunder tribulation there. Even their ancestors are only in the middle stage of the Grandmaster. Gu Changchun took a few more glances and guessed, it should be the guardian beast. Many spirit beasts will have thunder tribulation when they are promoted. Then he sneered and said, God really helps us. The guardian beast is at its weakest when it passes the tribulation. It is very difficult for me to pass the thunder tribulation. They are not a threat at all. And it just so happens that the high-level leaders of Lingxiao sect should all be gathered together. When the time comes, we will suddenly appear and catch them all in one fell swoop. At this time, a man in black robes suddenly pointed down and said, Uncle, the woman from Xianyan Pavilion just now seems to be down there. Gu Changchun walked to the edge of the boat, looked down, smiled contemptuously, and said, So she came to inform Lingxiao sect. Don't worry about her. Kill Lingxiao sect immediately. And when she passes by, she will probably just see those people from Lingxiao sect being slaughtered by us. As soon as these words came out, several black-robed men laughed. Swoosh. The spaceship instantly passed through the Yumu Mountains and fell rapidly towards Lingxiao Peak. Above Lingxiao Peak, the formation of heavenly thunder was particularly terrifying. Except for Gu Changchun, who practiced both body and soul. The others were all masters of spirit and soul, and naturally feared heavenly thunder. Uncle Master, the aura of this thunder is so terrifying. It doesn't look like an ordinary thunder tribulation. Gu Changchun took a look, a greedy look in his eyes, and said, It is indeed very unusual. I'm afraid that the guardian beast is not an ordinary spirit beast. It is probably an ancient species, or it has some powerful bloodline. We will kill people first, and when the thunder tribulation is over, we will immediately snatch it away. After the thunder tribulation, it is estimated that it is half dead and has no power to resist at all. Go! Kill! Boom! The spaceship directly blasted through the mountain protection formation of Lingxiao sect. Then, Gu Changchun, holding the dragon scale sword, led 5 black-robed men and rushed straight to the back mountain of the main peak. The spirit beast was undergoing tribulation in the back mountain of the main peak. The high-level leaders of Lingxiao sect should have gathered there to protect it at this moment. Kill first, then take the spirit beast. At this time, in the Zishu Immortal Mansion in the back mountain of the main peak of Lingxiao sect, Luo Qingzhou's body has absorbed a large amount of heavenly thunder. At this time, the small golden arc on the root of the thunder spirit is slowly growing. His body is still being tempered by the entanglement of heavenly thunder. However, there are too many heavenly thunders, and he feels that his whole body is full of energy and can't hold on. Master, quickly notify the people outside to go away. The meridians and acupoints in the disciple's body can't hold on any longer. I have to go out and explode and release some. Luo Qingzhou's whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and his figure could no longer be seen. Fairy Zixia in the underground suddenly said, "Not good. Enemies are coming." Lioli sent a message. "I just saw it. The enemy is very powerful. It seems to be Fei Yang." "Fei Yang? Where are you going?" When Luo Qingzhou heard that the enemy was coming, he immediately stood up and rushed out. The lightning in his body was already surging, hungry and thirsty. Just as he rushed out of the cave with lightning all over his body, and several thick three-colored lightning connected to his head, he suddenly heard a fierce laugh from outside. Little things of Lingxiao sect. Die! Chapter 848 Thunder Tribulation shows divine power. The first person of Confucianism and Taoism. Ah! A scream cut through the sky. The black-robed man who was still laughing sinisterly in the last second was suddenly submerged in the sea of thunder in the next second. His body and soul were destroyed and turned into nothing. Gu Chongqun, who was holding the dragon scale sword and preparing to show his divine power and kill as much as he wanted. And the other 4 black-robed men were all shocked. A huge 3-color thunder ball suddenly flew out from the back mountain and rushed directly towards them. At the same time, the top of the 3-color thunder ball was connected to several thick lightning bolts in the sky, carrying dense thunder, and rushed towards them like a monster. What the hell? The people were horrified. Gu Chongqun hurriedly stopped rushing towards the high-level leaders of the Lingxiao sect, and the dragon scale sword in his hand suddenly hummed, and fiercely chopped at the terrible thunder ball. Boom! The huge sword light illuminated the entire main peak and chopped heavily on the ball of thunder. The ball of thunder was safe and sound. At the same time, the lightning on the ball of thunder suddenly splashed more dense lightning in the sword light, like a long and ferocious snake, rushing towards them. One of the black-robed women was unable to dodge, and was suddenly hit by a small purple lightning. Then, more lightning in the sky rushed towards her, instantly hitting her to ashes. And she didn't even have time to scream before she completely disappeared from the world. In a short moment, 2 people were killed. Gu Chongqun was shocked and angry, hateful and horrified, and almost without any hesitation, he hurriedly said, "Go!" However, how could they be as fast as lightning? What's more, except for him who came down in his body, the other 3 black-robed people all came down with their souls out of their bodies. Heavenly thunder restrains the soul. Now that they were covered by so many thunders, and seeing the 2 men's bodies and souls destroyed in an instant, the 3 black-robed men were already scared out of their wits, and their escape speed was naturally much slower. Swish, swish, swish. Under the attack of the huge thunder ball, more thunder and lightning in the sky enveloped them. Boom! Ah! The 3 black-robed men screamed, and before they could make any resistance, they were instantly submerged in the sea of thunder and turned into nothing. Dang! 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 At this time, the alarm bell on the main peak of Lingxiao sect sounded deafeningly. Enemy attack! All the deacons and disciples of Lingxiao sect rushed out. Zhuang Jian, who was recuperating in seclusion, also rushed out of the cave and flew into the air with a solemn look. And Wu Yuzi, Mo Jiufeng and other Lingxiao sect leaders, who were on another mountain, were all frozen there, with stunned expressions on their faces. It's not that they didn't raise the alarm in time. It's really, they didn't even have time to shout. The monster-like thunder ball suddenly rushed out from the back mountain, killed an enemy instantly, and then rushed fiercely towards the other enemies. As a result, in the blink of an eye, there was only 1 enemy left, and he had already fled. Some elders didn't even react. How many enemies had come? Zhuang Jian then shouted, "Where are the enemies?" Lingxiao sect senior leaders. Then Zhuang Jian looked at the terrible thunder and lightning on the main peak square, and said in horror, "What monster is in it?" Lenghu Qingzhou, who was standing at the entrance of Zixiao Immortal Mansion. Luo Qingzhou was wrapped in lightning, seeing the most powerful enemy flying away at a very fast speed. He knew that he could not catch up, so he had to fly back to the cave quickly. Zhuang Jian looked more and more familiar, but he couldn't believe it. The terrible ball of lightning suddenly passed by Lenghu Qingzhou, rushed into Zixiao Immortal Mansion, and disappeared. Lenghu Qingzhou stood there, ignoring it, and there was not even a ripple on his face. This scene not only shocked Zhuang Jian, but also shocked the senior leaders of Ling Xiao sect, who were watching here not far away. Ling Hu Peak Master was not afraid of the thunder. Zhuang Jian didn't dare to approach, and asked hurriedly, Qingju, what was that ball of lightning just now? At this time, the voice of Fairy Zixia sounded proudly in the cave. Grandmaster, this is a new spirit beast that my disciple has obtained. It was just undergoing a tribulation, and just when an enemy attacked, I let it attract the thunder tribulation to go out. Zhuang Jian was stunned when he heard the words. And then he was surprised and happy. It turned out to be a spirit beast. What kind of spirit beast is it? It can attract such a powerful thunder tribulation. It must be an extraordinary spirit beast of heaven and earth. Tell me quickly. Fairy Zixia paused for a moment. And when she didn't know how to answer, a clear and calm voice suddenly came from the night sky above the Yunwu Mountains not far away. My friend, since you are a guest in my dian, why are you leaving in a hurry? Zhuang Jian was stunned when he heard this voice. And then his face was full of shock. Bai Shan. When this name came out, everyone in Ling Xiao sect was shocked. Bai Shan, the former dean of Dragon and Tiger Academy, the most powerful and mysterious person in Dian. It is said that he had cut off the beast tide in the north with his own strength and protected tens of thousands of civilians and soldiers. It is also said that he had taken the head of the enemy king in the midst of thousands of troops and saved the former emperor from trouble. He is called a legend in the whole of Dian, but few people have seen him really take action. And this name seems to have always lived in legends. I didn't expect that he would appear here today. Zhuang Jian immediately flashed and flew over. Although the senior leaders of Ling Xiao sect were very curious, they were afraid that there were still enemies hiding nearby and did not dare to leave. Some people went to repair the mountain protection formation, and some continued to guard the distance of Zixia Immortal Mansion, waiting for the sect master to come out. At this time, the thunder tribulation in the sky had begun to disappear. In the sky above the distant Yunwu Mountains, Gu Changchun's voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? I just brought my disciples to travel into Yin, but was besieged by the people of Ling Xiao sect. Is this how you treat guests into Yin? When Zhuang Jian flew over, he saw a spaceship parked on the clouds in the sky, and in front of the spaceship, there was a tall figure wearing a white Confucian robe, standing with his hands behind his back, blocking the way. The man had gray hair on his temples and looked only in his 40s. His Confucian robe fluttered in the wind. He had a gentle and elegant temperament, and his eyes were warm and bright, like a well-mannered scholar. But Zhuang Jian recognized him at a glance. He was that man. The expression on Bai Shan's face was as gentle as his tone. If I'm not mistaken, you are Gu Changchun from Piao Xianzong. Brother Gu. Right? I got the news that Xianyun Pavilion was invaded by foreign enemies, and 5 elders and 7 disciples were killed or injured. After the enemy left, they came to Ling Xiaozong. That group of people should be Brother Gu. Right? Gu Changchun immediately sneered. Bai Shan, what evidence do you have? I just brought my disciples to your great Yin to travel and wanted to visit Ling Xiao sect. But I was suddenly attacked by Ling Xiao sect. My disciples all died on the spot. You treat guests like this in great Yin. Do you not take our Piaomu Xianzong seriously? Zhuang Jian immediately shouted angrily. Bullshit. I never invited you. Why are you here in the middle of the night? You came as a guest and directly destroyed my Ling Xiao sect's mountain protection formation. You also shouted and killed with a sword. What's the reason? Gu Changchun turned his head on the spaceship and glanced at him. A trace of resentment suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then his figure suddenly flashed, and he rushed directly towards him. At the same time, the dragon scale sword in his hand made a hum sound, and a dazzling sword light shone. If he doesn't kill this old man today, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. It will be even more difficult to go back and report. Zhuang Jian's injuries had not yet healed, and he could not match his cultivation level, so he retreated in a hurry. Gu Changchun was about to strike with the dragon scale sword in his hand, when a white shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. A golden light flashed in his hand, and he recited aloud, "The sharp mountains by the sea are like swords, cutting my heart everywhere in autumn. If I could transform into billions of bodies, I would scatter on the peaks and look at my hometown." Wow! As soon as this poem came out, the white shadow suddenly turned into a sky full of white shadows. And then the golden sword light in his hand also turned into a sky full of sword shadows, instantly illuminating the entire world like daylight. A terrifying aura rose between heaven and earth. Gu Changchun was immediately horrified, and hurriedly waved his sword and retreated, screaming, "Bai Shan, you have actually broken through." Boom! The golden sword shadows in the sky slowly fell. It looked very slow. But Gu Changchun's whole body seemed to be suddenly fixed in place, unable to dodge or fight back. His entire body and soul seemed to be immobilized. And the Yuanli and soul power in his body suddenly stagnated. No! Bai Yishan! You can't kill me! I am Awe. Before he finished speaking, the golden sword shadows in the sky slowly fell on him, instantly shattering his body and soul. And even the dragon scale sword in his hand. The elder of the Piamu immortal sect, a top master with a late stage of the Grand Master realm, was annihilated by a sword in the blink of an eye without making a single move. This scene immediately frightened Zhuang Jian, who had retreated to a distance, and opened his mouth wide. And behind him, the fairy Zixia, who had just come out of retreat, and the high-level officials of the Lingxiao sect were also stunned by the scene. At this time, the dense white shadows and golden sword shadows in the night sky gathered together. At this time, everyone could see clearly that the golden sword held by the white shadow was actually a series of golden characters arranged together. And those golden characters were the poem he just read. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but sigh with a complicated expression. You are worthy of being the only successor of Confucianism in the world. In a place like my great Yin, you have broken through to the state of unity. I admire you. I admire you. Bai Yishan restrained his breath, looked at him warmly, and said, Brother Zhuang, are there any casualties in your sect? Zhuang Jian hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you for your concern, Brother Bai. There are no casualties in my sect. Bai Yishan looked behind him, and then looked at the place where the thunder tribulation just appeared. A strange look appeared on his face, and he said, Brother Zhuang, can you tell me who just survived the thunder tribulation here? Zhuang Jian was slightly startled when he heard this, and then smiled and said, It was not a person, but a new spiritual beast that Zixia got. Spiritual beast? Bai Yishan frowned slightly, and looked at that half of the sky again, as if he was feeling the breath of the thunder tribulation just now. Zhuang Jian looked at the ownerless spaceship in the air, and said solemnly, Has the ambition of Piamu Xinzong become so blatant? Bai Yishan pondered for a moment, and said, Tomorrow I will take these evidences, and go to the 3 major Xianzongs in person. Zhuang Jian looked at him and said, What if no one is in charge? Bai Yishan's tone was still gentle, saying, If there is really no one in charge, then naturally we can only rely on ourselves. Then he said calmly, My great Yin has stood up to this day. Although it is not worth mentioning in their eyes, it will not be slaughtered by others, let alone become a tool for the struggle of certain forces. Zhuang Jian immediately said, Yes. If anyone wants to humiliate my great Yin, my tens of thousands of warriors in great Yin will never agree. Bai Yishan bowed. He bowed and said, Brother Zhuang, let's say goodbye. If you have anything, just send a message to Bai. Bai still needs to go to Xianyan Pavilion, and then go to the border to prevent other people from coming in. Zhuang Jian hesitated for a moment, as if he had something else to say, but he didn't say it. He bowed and said, Brother Bai, be careful on the road. Bai Yishan nodded, put away the spaceship in the air, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly looked behind him and said with a smile, Brother Zhuang, I see that your sect has a 3-color thunder disaster from the sky, and the luck is soaring. I think there must be a genius. Brother Zhuang, you must train him well and inject new blood into my great Yin. Zhuang Jian was slightly stunned when he heard the words. Before he could reply, he saw him roll up his long sleeves, carrying a figure on the ground and flying away. The figure wrapped in the flowing light shouted, Senior Zhuang, the ancestor asked me to report the enemy situation. Since the enemy has been killed, I will go back first. It turned out to be the saint of Xianyan Pavilion Liuli. Zhuang Jian's heart moved when he heard this. Did Fairy Luo ask her to come? He looked at the white shadow that was going away quickly. He wanted to go to Xianyan Pavilion with him to check the situation. But when he thought that his injuries had not healed yet, and such a thing happened in the sect again, he didn't know if there would be another enemy attack. So he had to give up. Fairy Luo has always been obsessed with Bai Yishan. Today, Bai Yishan went to visit her in person. She must be very happy. Zhuang Jian thought so. A little absent-minded. When he returned to the sect, everyone came to ask, but he was not in the mood to talk. He just said a few words to Fairy Zixia, and even forgot to ask about the origin of the spirit beast, and went back to his cave directly. Bai Yishan's cultivation level was almost the same as his, but now he has reached the realm of unity. He just saw with his own eyes that the other party killed the elder of Piamu Xinzong, who was more powerful than him with one sword. How could he not sigh and feel lost in his heart? Ah, I can't compare. I can't compare. He returned to the cave, thought about it for a while, and immediately cheered up and continued to recuperate. The Pyamyu immortal sect actually dared to violate the contract of the three major immortal sects and came to destroy the sect blatantly. Obviously, the current situation in Diyin has reached a precarious point. He must recover from his injuries as soon as possible to deal with the next crisis. Fortunately, God has treated Lingxiao's sect well. Xingju and Zixia, who he has always valued, have made breakthroughs one after another, making Lingxiao's sect's strength even higher. Of course, there is also the young man he values more. He has practiced both body and soul. At a young age, his physical body has already reached the early stage of the Grandmaster, and his soul has broken through to the late stage of the spiritual realm. Given time, what else can he do? The genius that Baishan mentioned should be this boy. My Lingxiao sect will eventually shine. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly improved again. At the same time, outside the Zixu Immortal Mansion, Wu Yuzi and other senior members of the Lingxiao sect were excitedly surrounding Fairy Zixia to congratulate her. And at the same time, they were curiously asking about the origin of the spirit beast. Fairy Zixia was full of smiles, but she avoided the question and did not say it clearly, seeing that she was unwilling to answer. Everyone thought that there was some difficulty, so they did not ask any more questions. Anyway, no matter what spirit beast it is, it belongs to the sect, and when the time comes, they will naturally know. Everyone chatted for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. After all, the sect master had just broken through, and he probably had other things to do. After everyone left, Fairy Zixia immediately glanced at Linghu Qingju next to her and whispered, "Qingju, aren't you afraid of the thunder?" Linghu Qingju looked at her fiery eyes for a moment, paused, and said, "I am." Fairy Zixia immediately rolled her eyes at her and said, "Qingju, are you even lying to my senior sister now?" Then she said in a faint tone, "If my senior sister hadn't helped you accept a disciple and let you sever your relationship with him, would you be in this situation today?" Linghu Qingju looked at the sea of clouds outside the cliff and said nothing more. Fairy Zixia approached her, held her cold little hand, and whispered, "Is it because of him? Not afraid of thunder. That's incredible. If you can cultivate to the realm of transcending tribulation in the future, won't it be smooth sailing? Qingju, tell me, what did you do to not be afraid of thunder? Is it because of what you did with him? Or because of other reasons?" Linghu Qingju was silent for a while, and said, "I don't know." Fairy Zixia snorted, "Then I'll go ask him directly." After that, she turned around and walked towards the cave. Linghu Qingju hesitated for a moment, turned around and said, "Every time he practices, there will be thunder and lightning." Fairy Zixia immediately stopped, turned her head and looked at her and said, "Tell me more specifically. What thunder and lightning? How did he practice? What did he do with thunder and lightning?" Linghu Qingju's cheeks were slightly hot, turned around, and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance again. After a pause, he whispered, "He shocked me." Fairy Zixia, how did he shock you? Did he hit you with a fist or kick you? Or did he directly release thunder and lightning to shock you? Also, where did he shock you? Hands or feet? Or other places? Tell me clearly." Fairy Zixia was very anxious, and said with longing on her face, "If it's not too painful, I will let him shock you every day. In this way, I won't be afraid of thunder in the future." Linghu Qingju didn't answer again. When Fairy Zixia was about to ask again, the door of the cave suddenly opened slowly. Luo Qingzhou whispered inside, "Master, are they all gone? Can I come out?" Fairy Zixia immediately said, "Come out." Luo Qingzhou walked out of the cave, changed his clothes, and his temperament looked brand new. Fairy Zixia couldn't help but praise Fei Yong. After advancing to the middle stage of the Grandmaster, "Your temperament is really different. I am proud of you. Keep working hard and strive to catch up with me as soon as possible. When you catch up with me, I will give you a big gift." Then he smiled again, "But it's not so easy to catch up with me." Linghu Qingju, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and seeing that there was no one else around, he whispered, "Master, Uncle Master, I will tell you a secret, but you must not tell others." The two saw that he was so mysterious, and they were immediately curious. Linghu Qingju pricked up his ears. Fairy Zixia immediately approached him and whispered, "What secret?" "Don't worry. Although Master is talkative sometimes, Master's mouth is actually more important than your uncle's. Come on. Luo Qingzhou released his spiritual sense again, explored the surroundings, and then whispered, Master. In fact, I just broke through not only the middle stage of the Grandmaster. Huh? What do you mean? Fairy Zixiao was stunned when she heard this, with a puzzled look on her face. Linghu Qingzhu was also stunned, and then turned around to look at him. Luo Qingzhou coughed and pushed Master's cheek away from his face, saying, Master, please respect yourself. Then he whispered, Master, Uncle, I just broke through 2 levels in a row, and now I am in the late stage of the Grandmaster. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. Chapter 849. The flowers have intentions, but the water is ruthless. The shame and happiness of a dog liquor. Xianyan Pavilion. After the enemy left, everyone in the hall was still in a panic and did not dare to go out. The moon-white shield slowly disappeared. Everyone thought it was a formation arranged by their ancestors, so they did not ask much. After a while, Luo Shangfang cheered up and ordered several elders to repair the mountain protection formation. At the same time, others went to patrol the surrounding area. Everyone left one after another with an uneasy mood. When a girl in a white dress followed the crowd and prepared to leave, Luo Ling suddenly whispered, Where? You stay with Luo Shang. Bai Weier stopped. After returning from the ancient ruins last time, she has been practicing on the main peak of Xianyan Pavilion. Soon there were only 3 people left in the hall. Luo Ling looked at the girl in front of him, and after a moment of silence, he said, Where? Who taught you that formation just now? When this was said, Luo Shang was shocked. The formation that just defended against the Grandmaster was actually set up by this girl, and it looks like it was set up hastily. Bai Weier lowered her head slightly, and did not answer. Luo Ling's eyes were gentle, and he said, If I'm not mistaken, it should be the person who taught you the ruthless technique and extended your life, who taught you. Bai Weier still lowered her head, and did not answer. Luo Ling was silent again, and said, If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I'm just curious. This time, my Xianyan Pavilion can be saved. Where? It's all your credit. In the future, practice here well. No matter what you need, tell your master. After that, she sighed, looked outside, frowned and said, I hope Ling Xiao sect at this time. Luo Shang suddenly looked at the communication treasure in her hand and said in surprise, Master Uncle, Lioli sent a message. There are no casualties in Ling Xiao sect, and the enemies have all been killed. After saying this, Luo Ling was stunned and looked at her and said, All killed. Luo Shang looked at the communication treasure, and suddenly excited again. Uncle Master, Lioli also said that Dean Bai from Dragon and Tiger Academy is here, and is bringing her to our Xianyan Pavilion. Luo Ling's body was shaken, and he slowly stood up from the chair, looking at the dark night outside, his face changing emotions, and murmured, Bai Yishan, is he here? Luo Shang glanced at her and said, No wonder the enemies were all killed. It turns out that Dean Bai has come out of retreat. Uncle Master, I heard that Dean Bai is the only one in my great yin who practices Confucianism and Taoism, and his strength is unfathomable. I wonder what realm he is in now. Luo Ling's expression was complicated. He walked to the door of the hall and looked at the night sky outside. As if he didn't hear her words, the whole person became a little dazed. Seeing this, Luo Shang didn't dare to disturb her anymore and replied to Lioli. Not long after, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the night sky outside. Several elders who were repairing the mountain protection formation were startled, thinking that there was another enemy attack. Just as they were about to sound the alarm, Lioli's voice rang out in the stream of light, Master, Uncle Master, Senior Bai is here. The elders breathed a sigh of relief, but they were all wondering, who is Senior Bai? At this time, Luo Ling walked out of the hall with Luo Shang and Bai Weier and looked up into the air. Lioli first passed through the mountain protection formation and fell down. When the elders put away the light shield of the formation, the stream of light slowly descended. The light dissipated, revealing a tall figure wearing a Confucian robe and with a refined temperament. Luo Ling looked at the man in front of her with gray hair on his temples, but still gentle and handsome. All kinds of emotions suddenly surged in her heart. For a moment, she had thousands of words to say, but she couldn't say a word. Bai Yishan looked at her gently and bowed. Master Luo, long time no see. At the beginning, Luo Ling was only in his 20s, and was just a peak master of Xianyan Pavilion. However, once he saw him, he was ruined for life. Dean Bai, Long time no see. Luo Ling also bowed, his expression dazed. Bai Shan looked at the mountain protection formation above his head, and then looked at the traces of battle in the square and in front of the hall. He frowned slightly and said, "A total of 12 people were killed and injured. Right?" Luo Ling did not speak. Luo Shang hurriedly said respectfully, "Yes. Elders and disciples. A total of 12 people." Bai Shan nodded slightly, looked at her, and said curiously, "The other party is powerful, and they should be here with the intention of destroying the family. I wonder what method your sect used to repel the enemy just now." Luo Shang felt a little ashamed and said respectfully, "It was a disciple of the younger generation. He learned some formations elsewhere, and used the formations to protect us inside. When the other party saw that they could not attack for a while, they left immediately." Bai Shan was a little surprised, and looked at the people behind her again, without asking more questions. He nodded and bowed to Luo Ling and said, "Master Luo Feng, Bai Mao still has to go to the border to take a look, so I'll say goodbye. If there is anything else, you can send a message to Bai Mao." After speaking, his robe fluttered, and he was about to leave. Luo Ling suddenly looked at him excitedly and said, "If I send you a message, will you reply? In all these years, when have you ever replied to a message I sent?" Bai Shan was silent for a while, and said, "As long as it is news of foreign invasion, Bai Mao will definitely reply." Luo Ling's eyes suddenly had tears. Bai Shan said nothing more. His figure flashed and flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Luo Ling stood there motionless, tears silently sliding down his cheeks. Luo Shang and the elders of Xianyan Pavilion looked at each other immediately after seeing this, and left silently, not daring to make a sound. Although they were very curious, no one dared to ask. Bai Wire stood behind Luo Ling, looking at her silently, with a stunned look on her tender cheeks, and secretly said in her heart, "Feelings are really not a good thing. Even the ancestor was hurt by it. I hope my sister will not regret it." The knight quietly retreated. Lingxiao sect. After Luo Qingzhou finally got away from his master, he went directly to Jianfeng and prepared to take a good bath. In the past 2 days of breaking through the barriers, his body was not only covered with sweat, but also covered with some waste residues, and the whole person smelled extremely bad. The master just invited him to take a bath in her cave, and said that she would massage his back personally, but he naturally refused. Men and women should not touch each other, and they are master and apprentice. How can this be allowed? And his uncle was watching him from the side. Although he felt good after breaking through 2 levels in a row, it was not a big surprise, because Sister Yu had already told him about this surprise. Moreover, after going out once, he has seen that there are mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heavens. So he will not be satisfied with just this little progress. In the whole Great Yin, he is indeed a top existence. But in the whole Jiuzhou continent, he is nothing at all. If he had not happened to have a thunder tribulation today, and used it to kill the enemy, I am afraid that at least some people in this sect would have been killed or injured. So their current strength is still very weak. If he wants to kill Lan Ling, break the shackles of Piamiu Xinzong for Sister Yu, and protect the whole Great Yin, he must continue to become stronger. Came to Jianfeng. He went directly into the cave of his uncle, and came to the training room with a bathtub with ease. He took off his clothes, untied his hair, and jumped directly into the bathtub. The warm spring water immediately wrapped his whole body. He stretched out his finger and flicked it, and a strong wind flew out. The petals in the flower basket by the pool were suddenly blown up, like the hair of a goddess, and fell into the pool. He was thinking about things while scrubbing his body. After a while, he took out the communication treasure and reported the good news to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, I broke through. And I really broke through 2 levels in a row." After the message was sent, he hesitated for a moment and sent another message. "Sister Yu, I have used that high-level yuanshi, and there is still half of the energy in it." After a moment, the other party replied with one word, "Oh." Luo Qizhou couldn't help but say, "Sister Yu, when did you put that high-level yuanshi into my storage ring?" "Sister Yu, is it important?" Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Of course it is important. Sister Yu, if someone can put things in your storage ring silently at any time, are you afraid?" "Sister Yu, do you think I will hurt you?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Of course not. Sister Yu will certainly not hurt me. What I mean is that everyone has their own privacy. Even between husband and wife, there are their own privacy. But in front of Sister Yu, I seem to be naked, with no privacy at all. Sister Yu, it's not like you haven't been naked before. Luo Qingzhou, when? Why don't I remember? How could I be naked in front of Sister Yu? Then he suddenly realized, Sister Yu wouldn't often peek at me taking a bath and sleeping. Right? I thought the other party would not reply again. Soon. The message came back, yes. How is it? Luo Qingzhou. Sister Yu. I don't mean anything else. I just want a little privacy. Okay. Next time you put something in my storage ring. Can you tell me first? After a while. The message came back. Don't ask me for anything in the future. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Thinking carefully. In fact, most of the things were not asked for by him, but given to him by the other party. And they were prepared for him long ago. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that he was really nothing. Sister Yu was so good to him, and silently paid so much for him. What's wrong with just looking at his privacy? Didn't he take the initiative to invite Sister Yu to see his storage ring? And he was ready to give everything to Sister Yu. Thinking of this, he quickly replied, Sister Yu, don't be angry. I just said it casually. You can look at it any time in the future. It doesn't matter. There is no secret in it anyway. Even if there is a secret, it is open to you. At worst, I can just put the illustration of the jade feet at home next time. As for the stockings and bellyband, it doesn't matter. Sister Yu has already seen it. And the person has already been thrown away. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Just despise it. Sister Yu did not reply to the message. He thought about it, and sent another message to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I have broken through again. Last time Xiaoya wanted to meet him in the evening. He was waiting for Sister Yu to make pills in the cave. So he didn't agree. After a while, the message came back. But the tone seemed a little cold. Oh? Physical breakthrough. Or soul breakthrough. Luo Qingzhou, I went out some time ago. And my soul has broken through to the late stage of the spirit separation realm. This time it's a physical breakthrough. I broke through 2 levels in a row last night. And now I have reached the late stage of the master. Xiaoya, brother, good brother, handsome brother, great brother. You are so awesome. You broke through 2 levels in a row. You are already a super master in the late stage of the spirit separation realm, and the late stage of the master. My sister's eyes were filled with tears. And she felt happy and proud of her brother. Good brother. I really didn't make a mistake about you. Let me see you tonight. My sister is already hungry. No. I can't wait. My sister wants to use the most passionate way to let my brother feel my tenderness and warmth. Ugh. In the palace. In the study of Yahua Palace. A dry retching sound suddenly came. The great Yen Queen, dressed in a fiery red dress, sat in front of the window, looking at the communication treasure in her hand, with a look of disgust on her face. Xiaoya, you are so disgusting. Ugh. At this time, the message came again. By the way, Xiaoya, the root of the thunder spirit in my body seems to have a 4th thunder and lightning. Just a small arc of electricity, which is golden. Do you know what power it will have? The great Yen Queen was shocked and stared at the communication treasure in her hand for a long time. Muttering, dual cultivation of body and soul, late stage of physical master. Late stage of soul and spirit separation, root of thunder spirit, 4 kinds of thunder and lightning. Brother, you are so awesome. You are my idol. The root of thunder spirit is also going to be promoted. Who else in this world can be my opponent? Good brother. I love you. I will give you everything I have. I must meet you tonight. When we meet, I will love you and explain the use of golden lightning to you. Okay? Ugh. Disgusting. The Queen of Great Yin just sent the message and vomited again, with a disgusted expression on her face. Then she said excitedly, my vision is really amazing. Who in this world can compare to the man I choose? She suddenly remembered what happened a few nights ago. Damn it! Qin Jianjia. Even if you trick him into giving you good things, you are just an outsider. At most, you are just a sister-in-law. He is mine. He is my husband. He is my man. Humph. Even if your sister is his legal wife. So what? My marriage law was promulgated yesterday, and I will be his legal wife at that time. Moreover, neither you nor your sister got his body. Only I got him completely. Only I can make him kneel on the ground to serve me. Only I can kneel on the ground to serve him. You just watch helplessly. She thought about it again, and suddenly said to the outside, Yuewu, go to Qin's mansion tomorrow to inform Miss Qin Air and him, as well as Meiju and Xue, to summon them to the palace. Also, prepare a few more copies of the newly issued marriage law yesterday, and put them here. Yes. Your Majesty, Yuo's voice sounded outside the door. At this time, the sky outside the window was already dim. Lingxiao sect. Jianfeng. Luo Qingzhou put away the message treasure, and was about to get up from the bath, when the cave door suddenly boomed and slowly opened. Then, Linghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, with a jade flute on his waist, walked in from outside the door. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly sat down again and said, Uncle Master, you are back so soon? I'm done with the bath. You go out first. I'll get dressed. Although the two had met each other frankly many times, if the atmosphere was not there, it was not that kind of scene, and it was still a bit uncomfortable to look at each other like this. The main reason was that the Uncle Master was too cold, and he was expressionless when staring, which made people very uncomfortable. Even if he exclaimed, or showed an expression of shock or fear, it was better than having no fluctuation on his face. Linghu Qingzhou did not go out, but closed the cave door, walked to the edge of the pool, looked at him, was silent for a while, and said, Your master cried. Luo Qingzhou was shocked when he heard it, and said, What's wrong? Just because I didn't let her watch me take a bath, and let her rub my back? Linghu Qingzhou said expressionlessly, No. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, Then why? Linghu Qingzhou stared at him up and down again, and said lightly, She said she regretted that she shouldn't have snatched you from me and made you her disciple. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 850. Uncle Master is beaten. The Queen summons. The sun is rising. Under the leadership of Linghu Qingzhou, Luo Qingzhou entered the Sutra Library of Lingxiao sect. He has been promoted to the late stage of the Grandmaster and needs a new technique. However, the two searched for a long time in the Sutra Library, but did not find a technique suitable for him to practice. He majored in fists, so naturally he wanted to find a better set of fists. But there was obviously no fist suitable for the late stage of the Grandmaster. The two had to leave the Sutra Library. On the way back, Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a long time before he spoke. You are progressing too fast. The cultivation resources you need may not be available to us, Lingxiao sect, including Dian. So I think you should consider joining Jiutianyao Tai. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look at her, deliberately teasing her, Uncle, if I join Jiutianyao Tai, we will be thousands of miles apart, and I may only be able to come back once a year. How will you practice then? Linghu Qingzhou looked ahead and said calmly, Your future is important. After a pause, she lowered her voice and said, I will go out for training often. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, Go to the vicinity of Jiutianyao Tai for training? Linghu Qingzhou had a cold face and did not speak again. The two walked towards the back mountain. After leaving the sect and entering the mountain road behind the mountain, Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle Master, you don't need to see me off. I can go down by myself. Linghu Qingzhou suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at him and said, What do you think? Luo Qingzhou said, What do you think? Linghu Qingzhou's expression suddenly became serious, and he said slowly, After you left the main peak this morning, I talked to your master. With your talent and cultivation speed, it is indeed a waste in Lingxiao sect. We in Lingxiao sect don't have so many cultivation resources for you. Now we can't even take out a set of Grandmaster's late-stage boxing. In the future, you will need more cultivation resources for cultivation and breakthrough. This time, you need to find materials to refine the elixir you need to break through the barrier. The sect can't help you at all. So, your master and I both think that you should leave here. Luo Qingzhou said strangely. Uncle Master, did you and Master talk about these? Didn't you say that Master cried? Linghu Qingzhou said coldly. We talked after crying, but talking is not enough. After that, she laughed again. Luo Qingzhou? Linghu Qingzhou said, Your master said that after you go to Jiutianyao Tai to become a disciple, she will no longer be your master. Luo Qingzhou. That Uncle Master. Didn't you say that once you become a master, you will become a master for life? Linghu Qingzhou said, Rules are set by people. We don't have such rules in Lingxiao sect. Even if there are, your master, as the sect master, has the power to abolish them. What's more, the original ceremony of becoming a disciple did not conform to the rules at all. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but whispered, Uncle Master. In fact, maybe only you can have that effect. You should understand what I'm saying. I feel that this is related to everyone's physique. Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, I told her the same thing, but she didn't believe it. She said I was stingy? Luo Qingzhou. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him seriously and said, When are you going to go? Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, I'm not going to go. Ling Hu Qingzhu was stunned for a moment and said, Your master said that you promised the people of Jiutianyao. And do you know that this opportunity is what all the practitioners in the world dream of? Luo Qingzhou said, I didn't promise them. I just promised them to come back and think about it. It's too far away. And Uncle Master should know that I am a person who misses home. Ling Hu Qingzhu frowned, was silent for a moment, and said, You can move your home there. After all, there. At this point, she suddenly stopped again. Luo Qingzhou said, It's easy to move the Qin mansion. But it's hard to move to Yin. I've married the queen. And the queen has handed over everything into Yin to me. Including Ling Hu Qingzhu looked at him and said, What? Her innocence? Luo Qingzhou sighed softly and said, If it's just her innocence, it will be much easier. At least, I only have to be responsible for her. At this point, he looked at her solemnly and said, Uncle, do you know why I was able to advance so quickly this time? And even advance 2 levels? In addition to the sword formation in the ancient ruins that tempered my body by accident, there is another very important reason. Ling Hu Qingzhu was stunned. And suddenly his eyes flashed, and said, Spirit ore? Luo Qingzhou whispered, The heart of the spirit ore. I consumed the inheritance and hope of the entire Yin warrior. Ling Hu Qingzhu's body shook slightly. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, So, Uncle Master thinks that at this time, Yin is facing internal and external troubles. Can I leave? I can't. Not only can I not, I have to practice hard and do my best to protect it. Ling Hu Qingzhu fell silent and didn't speak again. The two stood for a while and continued to go down the mountain. After a while, she said, I will go to the back mountain to tell Uncle Master today. Maybe he has a suitable method for you. Luo Qingzhou said, No, Uncle Master. You don't have to worry about this. I will have a method. He plans to ask Sister Yu tonight. Sister Yu has thought about the possibility that he may break through 2 levels in a row when he breaks through the barrier. That he may not have enough energy. That he may need 2 pills. And that he may need a high-level yuanshi. She has prepared all these things for him in advance. So she naturally thinks that he will need a method after the promotion. Ling Hu Qingzhu looked at him and said, I feel more and more that I can't see through you. You have so many secrets. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but stop and looked at her and said, Uncle Master, I don't have any secrets in front of you. After all, you have seen everything. Ling Hu Qingzhu turned her head away and ignored him. The morning light passed through the branches and fell on her cold and beautiful cheeks, which was particularly gentle. Luo Qingzhou suddenly leaned close to her and whispered, Uncle Master, just now in the practice room, I thought you were going to practice again. Ling Hu Qingzhu turned her head and looked at him, and said coldly, What do you want? Luo Qingzhou said, I have been in seclusion for several days, and I have just broken through 2 levels in a row. The energy in my body is overflowing. I guess I can knock Uncle Master to the foot of the mountain with 1 punch now. Ling Hu Qingzhu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, Master, you look so cute when you roll your eyes. I always like to see it. Ling Hu Qingzhu's fair and cold cheeks were immediately stained with 2 blushes, and under the shining sun, she looked even more beautiful. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but kiss her. Ling Hu Qingzhu trembled, pushed him modestly, then lowered her head slightly, drooped her eyelashes, and leaned on his arms. Master, you have been practicing in the cave all the time, and you haven't practiced outside yet, right? Wait a few days. No, I just broke through the late Grandmaster stage, and I have no boxing skills to practice. The energy in my body is uncomfortable, so I must burst out. Master, watch my fist. As soon as the words fell, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched out, and with a bang, he directly knocked her into the dense forest next to him. Master, fight back. Luo Qingzhou's fists flashed with fist light. The energy in his body surged, and his fighting spirit was high. He immediately rushed up again. Ling Hu Qingzhu fell on the thick fallen leaves in the woods. His long hair was scattered, and he lay on his back, motionless. Master, get up. Let me hit a few more punches. Luo Qingzhou felt that he was about to explode. In the forest, there was silence. In the distant forest, occasionally there were a few clear and distant bird calls. Lishao sect is located on a majestic and steep mountain. The back mountain has always been sparsely populated and no one cares. At this time, apart from the 2 people, there were only some birds. Puff! Not long after, Luo Qingzhou attacked again. This time, He seemed to be unable to control his strength, and hit the master's uncle hard, almost piercing her body. A cry of pain suddenly came from the woods. Fortunately, the master's uncle had a strong cultivation, a special physique, and amazing defense, so it was not a big deal. Luo Qingzhou apologized quickly. He almost forgot that he was now in the late stage of the Grandmaster, while the master's uncle was only in the early stage of the Grandmaster. This time it was indeed a bit too heavy. It seems that he has to find a set of boxing suitable for the late stage of the Grandmaster quickly. Otherwise, every time his body is full of energy, he really doesn't know how to temper the body and burst out at the same time. If anyone uses other boxing techniques to burst out, it will not have any effect on the tempering of the body. Instead, it would waste the energy that he had accumulated with great effort. I hope Sister Yu can give him a surprise tonight. Of course, he can't be too greedy. Sister Yu has given him enough. If Sister Yu doesn't have it, he will ask the Queen again. If the Queen doesn't have it either, then he can only think of another way. At worst, he can exchange it with something, as long as the reward is generous. I believe that even Jiutian Yaotai will be willing to exchange it with him. While practicing, he was thinking about these things. The birds on the treetops not far away seemed to be frightened, flapping their wings and fleeing here in a hurry. His current strength can already crush his uncle, so naturally he can't use lightning anymore. Now he can use the lightning in his body flexibly, using it when he wants to, and not using it when he doesn't want to. Whether it's the physical body or the soul, it can be used easily. I don't know what the power of the fourth golden lightning will be. I'll ask Sister Yu tonight. However, the golden lightning is still just a very thin arc, and it needs to continue to develop. Lei Dian's advancement should be related to his advancement in cultivation. Thinking about something in his mind, his punches became faster and faster. Then, they became faster and faster. Puff! 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 Soon, the sound of his fists hitting and the air tearing apart filled the silent woods. On the leaves and petals, crystal clear dewdrops suddenly fell like rain. Perhaps it was because of too much accumulated energy. After an instant's stick of time, the energy accumulated after he advanced to the late Grandmaster stage suddenly burst out with a boom. The towering trees around him fell to the ground one after another. Finally, I felt refreshed. After a long rest, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and checked the situation in the Danhai. At this time, the energy was recovering rapidly. The realm of the late Grandmaster stage was indeed different, and even the speed of recovering Yuanli and physical strength was much faster. Very good. Keep working hard. To the next realm. The uncle was still lying on the ground, his eyes staring at the sky absent-mindedly, his towering chest constantly rising and falling. After another long rest, he helped the uncle up and went down the mountain directly, heading towards Kyoto. Now that he has broken through, he needs to continue to use the spirit mind heart to practice quickly. I wonder how many days I can last in this closed-door training. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, leaned against a big tree halfway up the mountain, silently watching his back as he gradually went away. That cold face, under the morning light, became even more charming. At this moment, the voice of Fairy Zixia suddenly sounded behind him. Why did you leave so quickly this time? Lenghu Qingzhu turned around and walked up the mountain quickly. Fairy Zixia looked at her charming face and sighed. Maybe it's my junior sister. She's getting more and more charming. Then she looked at the clothes on her chest that were held up high, and her face was full of envy. Oh, no wonder. Swish. Luo Qingzhou crossed the river with the wind. Faster. Batian had already moved away from Yunwu River and moved to a pool in the corner of the square of the main peak of Lingshao sect. But I heard that he was scared enough last night and almost defected from the sect. Generally, when enemies come to attack a sect, the first to be attacked are the mountain guardian beasts of each sect. Fortunately, those people were attracted by his thunder tribulation last night. Of course, fortunately, Crocodile Tyrant was scared by his thunder tribulation and hid. It seems that no matter what kind of creature it is not so easy to live a life of comfort. Just like him, he was born as a concubine and a son-in-law, so he should have lived a peaceful life of comfort. What was the result? As a result, he not only has to take on the responsibility of protecting the Qin family, but also has to take on the responsibility of protecting the entire Diyin. Oh! Tired. When he changed his clothes and returned to the Qin mansion, the princess and her sisters also came. The two were whispering with Miss Qin in the study. Several of them were holding a few pairs of stockings in their hands. lifting their skirts and gesturing on their long legs. How amazing is Luo Qingzhou's eyesight now. He walked through the yard and saw it through the window. Nandong Meijia wore black stockings under her purple skirt, while Nandong Shui wore white stockings under her white skirt. As for Miss Qin Er, she didn't see him. Chior saw him coming back and knocked on the door of the study room, saying, "Miss, 2 princesses. The son-in-law is back." The 3 sisters hurriedly pulled up their skirts and put away the stockings on the couch. Luo Qingzhou walked to the door, glanced at Chior, and couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her beautiful and tender little face, looking at her with a squint, and whispered, "What? Are you still afraid that the son-in-law will see something?" Chior smiled and said, "If only the young lady is here. I'm not afraid. The 2 princesses are here too." Then she smiled again and whispered, "If you want to see it, you can tell the 2 princesses directly. Or you can tell the second young lady. If you are embarrassed to say it, I can tell you for you." Luo Qingzhou pinched her again and threatened, "You dare to dig a hole for me? Tonight? Well, something's going to happen tonight." Chior didn't seem to be afraid at all, and she bit her lip. Her eyes were flowing, and she whispered with a smile, "Then tonight, Shao Dai and I will wait for you in the room." Ahem. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand quickly. Chior smiled and whispered again, "Adjure?" Squeak. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and pushed open the door and entered the room. "Just enter the room," Miss Qin Er said. "Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meiji said that His Majesty summoned us to the palace at noon to accompany His Majesty for dinner." "Oh!" When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he was secretly puzzled and asked, "Who are you summoning?" Nandong Meiji said, "You and Weima. Me and Shui. The 4 of us." Then she said, "When I came, Shiorui and Changel were also playing in Yaohua Palace. Maybe they also had lunch there at noon." Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly and asked, "Do you know why?" Nandong Meiji looked at him deeply and said coldly, "How do I know? Maybe it's just a simple meal." "It's strange that it's simple. The queen suddenly invited them to dinner together. It must be something special. The queen is not that idle." For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. At this time, Nandong Shui, who was sitting on the couch, suddenly looked at him with a half smile and said, "Luo Qingzhou, I heard that you went to a brothel in broad daylight and were caught by your aunt and mayor on the spot. Right?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched immediately. Miss Qin Er hurriedly explained weakly, "Brother Qingzhou, it's not Weimo who said." Nandong Shui smiled and said, "People in our shop also saw it at that time." Then he said, "By the way, His Majesty should also know about this. Luo Qingzhou, it's over. The queen suddenly invited them to the palace for lunch today. Isn't it just for this matter to tease him? Or what to do to him? Shameless. Obscene." Nandong Meiji looked at him coldly and said, "There are so many beautiful wives and concubines at home, but you don't know how to cherish them. You actually have to go out. And it's in broad daylight. Isn't it embarrassing?" Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to explain to her, and turned around and left the room, saying, "I'm going to Lingshan Yu Palace." He had to go see Chan Chan. I hope the girl doesn't know yet. If she knows, he will definitely explain it well. Chapter 851 The Trap of Lingshan Moon Palace. The Change of Miss Qin. Lingshan Moon Palace. The gate of the courtyard was open, and the courtyard was quiet and silent, with no one. There were still some petals scattered on the stone table in the courtyard. It looked like they were just picked. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and knocked on the door, but no one responded. "Chan Chan," he called out, hesitated for a moment, and walked in. "Bai Ling." When he came to the courtyard, he called out again. However, the whole courtyard and the house were silent, and no one responded. "Are you all in the back garden?" He walked up the steps and went to the corridor. The door of the main room was open, and there was no sound in the room either. He walked through the main room and went to the back garden. However, there was no one in the back garden either. Did she go to the flower garden in the back? He was confused, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a subtle and strange sound coming from Miss Qin's room. Squeak. It sounded like a mouse. Is there a mouse in the young lady's room? He glanced at the half-open door, hesitated for a moment, and did not dare to go in. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the more urgent sound of mice coming from inside. Squeak, squeak. It seemed that several mice were fighting and biting each other. So many mice? He was stunned for a moment, and immediately walked to the door. At this time, the sound of the mice inside became slightly smaller. "Miss?" He shouted softly into the room. The sound of the mice disappeared immediately. The room was quiet and silent. And it seemed that there was no one. With so many mice. If the young lady suddenly climbed on her, or bit her, when she was sleeping at night, it would be bad. I went in to catch mice. I am upright and upright. So what am I afraid of? There is nothing to hesitate. He encouraged himself in this way. And immediately opened the door, and walked in. The air in the room was filled with a faint floral scent, and the unique fragrance of the young lady. The floor was covered with a snow-white velvet carpet. Spotless. He looked around, took off his shoes, stepped on the soft carpet, walked inside, and looked around the corners. The sound of the mouse had disappeared. He searched under the table, under the wardrobe, and every corner. There was no trace of a mouse. Moreover, the walls and corners in the room were intact, and there seemed to be no mouse holes. When he was wondering, a strange sound suddenly came from under the bed. He immediately squatted down and bent over to look. In the innermost corner under the bed, there was a snow-white silk stocking falling there, right next to the corner. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Why did the eldest lady's silk stocking fall there? Could it be that a mouse took it in? The sound just now. There may be a mouse hole under the silk stocking. Thinking of this, he immediately crawled under the bed, came to the innermost corner, picked up the silk stocking, and looked down. Sure enough, there was a small hole on the ground near the corner. It is estimated that there is more than one mouse hiding in it. He immediately took out the jade rat, and prepared to use the earth movement technique to drill into the ground and kill the rats. However, with a bang, his head hit the ground hard. The earth movement technique was ineffective. It doesn't matter. There is still a flying sword. He immediately urged his soul power, drove the flying sword into the cave, and killed randomly. Strange. The cave is very shallow, and there seems to be no rats in it. When he was in a daze, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. Then, a frightening voice sounded, "Jianjia. This is the bellyband made by your mother for you. And the lotus on it is also embroidered by your mother. Go back to your room and try it." When Luo Qingzhou heard it, he was immediately frightened. He hurriedly put away the flying sword and quickly got out from under the bed. When he was about to rush out of the room, Beiling's crisp voice suddenly came from the door. "Miss, I will help you clean the mirror first." As he said, he was about to push the door. Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he immediately got back under the bed with a whoosh sound without any hesitation. Suddenly, he saw the shoes at the door of the room. Swish. He used the object control technique, stretched out his hand, and grabbed his shoes back. Squeak. At this moment, the door opened. A figure came in bouncing. Pink skirt, pink embroidered shoes, light and cheerful movements. It was Beiling. Beiling took off her shoes at the door, revealing a pair of slender feet in pink stockings, and walked directly to the mirror in the corner. "Wipe. I'll wipe." She was wiping the mirror with a rag while bouncing, making cheerful and pleasant sounds. This girl is always happy. Luo Qingzhou hid under the bed trembling, watching her slender feet bouncing happily under her skirt, and wanted to rush up and punch her. "You are happy while your son-in-law is suffering. Damn it!" At this time, a sound of footsteps sounded at the door. Then, two figures slowly walked in. One of them was wearing a purple dress and took off her shoes at the door, revealing a pair of slender feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. The other was wearing a snow-white dress and was about to take off her shoes at the door when Bai Ling suddenly said in a crisp voice, "Miss, don't take off your shoes. It's time to change the carpet anyway." So, the figure in the snow-white dress did not take off her shoes. The door closed. Song Ryua's voice sounded, "Jianjia. Try it quickly. This bellyband took a long time for your mother to make for you. Your mother knows that you don't like the one sold in the store. This bellyband is very traditional and made of the best fabric. Touch it. It's very soft and smooth." Bai Ling walked in front of the two and said, "Miss, you stand in front of the mirror. I will take off your clothes and let Madam help you put them on." The snow-white figure stood at the door without moving. Song Ryu urged, "Jianjia, try it quickly. This is mother's gift. Even if you don't like it, you have to try it. Try it first. If you really don't like it, mother will give it to Weima." Bai Ling flattered, "Madam, if the young lady doesn't like it, you can give it to Xiao Bai Ling." Song Ryue glanced at her chest and said with a smile, "You can't. It's too loose for you. Only the three of us can wear it." Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, looked at their chests, and suddenly felt a little discouraged, muttering, "It's obviously grown a lot." Song Ryue smiled and encouraged. Keep working hard. There are still a few years. Then she said with the belly band in her hand, Jianjia. Hurry up. Mother has to go to the store later. At this time, Miss Jean's cold voice sounded, You go. Song Ryue froze for a moment. And said unhappily, Why? Now that you have grown up. Even mother can't see you? Miss Jean stood there. Did not move. And did not speak again. Song Ryue pouted and looked at her aggrievedly. Seeing that she was still as cold as frost and had no intention of letting go. She sighed slightly, handed the belly band in her hand to Bailing, and said, Forget it. Mother is going to the store. You try it yourself. If it doesn't fit, let Xiao Bailing take it to Weimar. After that, she turned and walked to the door, put on her shoes, and left with a sigh. After she walked out of the courtyard, Bailing went over and closed the door, whispering, Miss. The lady seemed sad. Miss Jean still didn't speak. Walked to the bed and sat down. Bailing came over and said, Miss, can I help you change? Luo Qingzhou hid under the bed, looking at Miss Jean's slender feet under her white skirt, and was so scared that his breathing and heartbeat almost stopped. Silence for a moment. Miss Jean suddenly said coldly, There is one less stocking on the bed. As soon as this was said, Luo Qingzhou's face changed immediately. Hey, it seems that one is really missing. Bai Ling checked it, with a puzzled face, and immediately searched at the head and foot of the bed. In the end, he didn't find it. Strange. How could one of the socks be missing? Did someone steal one? Who is so perverted that he came in to steal socks? Even if he wants to steal, he should steal too. Right? Bai Ling talked to himself while searching on the bed again. In the end, he still didn't find it. Will it fall under the bed? After saying this, Bai Ling immediately squatted down, tilted her head, and looked under the bed. In the end, two pairs of eyes. Big eyes staring at small eyes. The air suddenly became terribly silent. Bai Ling opened her eyes wide, as if she had seen something incredible. Luo Qingzhou held 2 strings of candied haws in his hand, his face pale, and he blinked hard at her, even knocking his forehead on the ground a few times. Bai Ling still squatted there, tilting her head, looking at him with wide eyes, as if she was scared silly. Luo Qingzhou took out 2 more strings of candied haws, and continued to beg with his eyes. Bai Ling seemed still unmoved. Luo Qingzhou had to take out Dabao and Erbao again, indicating that as long as she pretended not to see them, these 2 little rabbits could be given to her directly. Bai Ling looked at Dabao and Erbao, and her eyes suddenly lit up, and she seemed to be moved. Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to continue to signal her with his eyes, Dabao and Erbao in his hand seemed to have suddenly seen something delicious, and suddenly became extremely excited. He shook his head hard, broke free from his hands, and then rushed out with a whoosh. Wow! The 2 little white rabbits, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly bit Miss Jean's shoes. Miss Jean shuddered and stood up in a hurry. Luo Qingzhou was immediately scared to death. Bai Ling saw that the matter had been exposed, and hurriedly shouted, Ah! Uncle! Why are you hiding under the bed? You. Then he immediately stood up and complained, Miss, Uncle is so perverted. He actually hid under your bed eating candied haws. Luo Qingzhou. Miss Jean looked under the bed. Luo Qingzhou's mind was blank. He lowered his head and crawled out from under the bed step by step, trembling. Miss Jean looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou crawled out, but did not dare to get up, let alone face her eyes. He still lay on the ground, lowered his head and trembled. Miss, if I say I came in to help you catch mice, would you believe it? Miss Jean looked at the snow-white silk stockings in his hand. Her eyes were cold, and she didn't speak. Bai Ling was immediately surprised and said, Son-in-law, it turns out that Mrs. Socks were stolen by you. You stole Mrs. Socks and hid under the bed, eating candied haws while smelling Mrs. Socks. Did you lick them? Son-in-law, you are so perverted. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her. Bai Ling immediately hid behind Miss Jean with a whoosh, and said hurriedly, Miss, the son-in-law is threatening me with his eyes. So scary. Then he shouted to the outside of the door, Chan Chan. Help me. A figure holding a sword walked in from the outside and stood coldly at the door. The room was quiet. The 3 of them looked at someone on the ground and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou held the stockings in his hand and lay on the ground for a while. Then he slowly got up and looked at Miss Jean in front of him, and said in a deep voice, Miss, I can explain. Are you willing to believe me? Miss Jean said coldly, No. Luo Qizhou, forget it. There is no point in explaining. What else to explain? He put the stockings on the bed, drooped his head, and prepared to leave. Squeak at this time. Xia Chan, who was standing at the door, suddenly stretched out the hilt of the sword, closed the door, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou stopped and looked at her and said, Chan Chan, are you willing to believe me? Xia Chan looked at him and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou smiled miserably, turned around, walked to the window, and prepared to climb out of the window to leave. Bai Ling immediately ran over, closed the window, opened her arms and blocked there, and said crisply, my son-in-law, in fact, we are all willing to believe you. But this matter is not a question of whether to believe or not. You hid under the bed of the young lady, holding the young lady's socks in your hand. The lady just came in with the young lady and was about to let the young lady change her bellyband. But the son-in-law didn't make any sound. Of course, it's right for the son-in-law to be afraid. But it's wrong, right? Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly, nodded, and said, yes. So, Luo Qingzhou asked, so, what should I do so that you can let me go and not tell this matter? Bai Ling didn't speak, and looked at her own young lady. Miss Qin looked at him coldly and said, little donkey, 100 times. Luo Qingzhou was a little surprised when he heard this. This is easy. And it's only 100 times. Less than the last 200 times. It seems that Miss Qin is still kind. Just when he was about to sing, Miss Qin added coldly, let Bai Ling ride. You sing. Luo Qingzhou. When Bai Ling heard it, he immediately cheered and clapped his hands excitedly. Great. Great. Little Bai Ling is going to ride a donkey. Then he whispered in a voice that only he could hear, let you go to the brothel to fool around. Luo Qingzhou froze and said, can Chan Chan ride on it? Bai Ling immediately smiled and said, son-in-law, Bai Ling will ride first. Then Chan Chan. And finally let the young lady ride on it. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he looked at Miss Qin. Miss Qin's flawless face was still as cold as snow. Facing his gaze, she lowered her head slightly, and looked at Debao and Erbao, who were still biting their shoes with cold eyes, and did not speak again. Is this accepted? Luo Qingzhou was secretly surprised. The young lady seems to have changed a lot. Now not only did she punish him to sing the little donkey, but she was actually interested in riding him as a little donkey. In the past, she would never dare to think about this. Okay, since they are not ashamed, what is he afraid of? Anyway, he will not suffer any loss. And whether it is Miss Qin, Chan Chan, or Bai Ling, he owes them a lot. It is also right to sing a few songs for them, be ridden by them a few times, and make them happy. Thinking of this, he happily lay on the ground and propped up his back. Bai Ling immediately walked to his side with a smile, then spread her legs and rode on his back, saying happily, son-in-law, go slowly. Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned his head and looked at her and said, by the way, can you imitate the sound of a mouse? Bai Ling was stunned for a moment and shook her head hurriedly. No. No. Little Bai Ling can only imitate people's speech, not the sound of a mouse. It was not little Bai Ling who called just now. Little Bai Ling swears. Oh. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again, retracted his gaze, and said nothing more. He carried her and climbed up in the room. Soon, a cheerful song sounded. Giggle. Little Bai Ling's crisp and pleasant laughter immediately echoed in the room, and then passed through the window and flew to the small courtyard, exuding the purest happiness in the sun. The happiness of a girl is always so simple. Soon, it was Chan Chan's turn. Chapter 852. The new marriage law is promulgated. 2 legal wives. Xianzong captures Sister Yu. Humph. Next time I go in, I'll be a dog. At the gate of Lingchan Moon Palace, Luo Qingzhou swore secretly and strode away. Every time he entered the eldest lady's room, something went wrong. If he went in again next time, he would be stupid and foolish. Fortunately, this time he successfully blocked their mouths. The little donkey sang 100 times. He was ridden many times as a little donkey. But Chan Chan may feel sorry for him. Or maybe she is shy in front of others, so she didn't ride him. As for the eldest lady, perhaps she was reserved, so she didn't ride him either. It was always Bai Ling who rode him. While riding, the girl sang the little donkey with him, and laughed so hard that she lay on his back and couldn't get up. Happy, right? Gloating over others' misfortunes, right? A trap, right? Very good. He remembered it all. when it's her turn to be a little donkey. Let's see if she can still laugh. At that time, I will make her cry more miserably than my master uncle, and her tears will be more violent than my master uncle. Tears. As the master said, it is horrible to watch. Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he suddenly heard the voice of his mother-in-law coming from the house. His face changed, and he turned around and left. Just after taking a few steps, the voice of the princess suddenly came from the window. Luo Qingzhou, where are you going again? We should go to the palace. Luo Qingzhou's footsteps froze, and he stood still. Song Ryue's figure appeared in front of the window. Looking at him coldly, Luo Qingzhou turned around with a stiff face, bowed his head and bowed to the window, saying, Princess, mother-in-law. Humph! Song Ryue's pretty face turned away. Her slender waist twisted, and she went into the house. Luo Qingzhou's cheeks were hot. Mayor also stood in the corridor, looking at him coldly. Not long after, Song Ryue, the two princesses, and Miss Qin Er came out of the house. Miss Qin Er, wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, looked at him and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, Mother, please come with us to the palace to see His Majesty. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and looked up at them. Nangong Meiju explained. His Majesty just sent a message saying that everyone in the Qin family can go, including Jinjia. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he became more suspicious. Song Ryue said coldly, Let's go. I just asked Jinjia, and she won't go. After saying that, she snorted again and walked in front. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, didn't dare to look at her, and hurried over to support Miss Qin Er. Seeing his apprehensive look, Miss Qin Er comforted him in a low voice. Don't be afraid, Brother Qingzhou. Mother won't mention that matter again. Luo Qingzhou whispered, How did you explain to mother-in-law? Miss Qin Er smiled and said, Just say that Brother Qingzhou is tired of studying and wants to go in to listen to a song. There are not only those things in there. There are also many elegant performances of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Luo Qingzhou said, Does mother-in-law believe it? Miss Qin Er sighed softly. What if she doesn't believe it? Can you still drive Brother Qingzhou out of the house? Mother can't bear it, so she can only turn a blind eye. At this time, Song Ryue, who was walking in front, suddenly turned her head and glanced at the two of them coldly. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to speak again. The group left the mansion. Auntie Mu drove the carriage and waited at the steps outside the gate. When Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Er to get into the car, Aunt Mu glanced at him and said meaningfully, The blankets and cushions inside were just replaced. New ones. The original ones were thrown away. Miss Qin Er was slightly startled when she heard this, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly helped her into the car. Song Ryue and the two princesses sat on one side. Luo Qingzhou, Miss Qin Er, and Chior sat on the other side. This time, they were the only ones to enter the palace. Song Ryue couldn't help asking, Meijio, do you know why the queen suddenly summoned us to the palace? Just to have a meal? There must be something else. Right? Nangong Meiju glanced at someone opposite and said, Maybe she has something to ask Luo Qingzhou. It's not good to always call him to the palace alone. So she called us together. Song Ryue narrowed her eyes and looked at the opposite side coldly. She tried to hold back, but couldn't help it. Qingzhou, are you tired of studying recently? Luo Qingzhou sat upright, looking at his nose and his heart, and said, Thank you for your concern, mother-in-law. I'm not tired. Song Ryue raised an eyebrow. Not tired? But why did I hear Wei Ma say that you were very tired of studying recently? So you want to go out to listen to some music and watch some dance? When Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer, Miss Qin Er next to him whispered, Mother, it's normal for Brother Qingzhou to go out to listen to music and watch dance. It can relax your mood. Song Ryue snorted and didn't say anything else. At this time, Nangong Shui on the side suddenly smiled and said, Brother Qingzhou, do you like listening to music and watching dance? What a coincidence. I just have a few sisters there who are all good at singing and dancing. If Brother Qingzhou likes it, I will take you to play next time. Okay? You are bored at home studying all day, and you really need to go out and relax. Song Ryue immediately said coldly, No need. It's almost the spring examination. It's time to seize the time, not to relax. Then he looked at her and said, Shui, didn't you call him Mr. Luo before? Why do you call him like this suddenly? Nangong Shui smiled naturally and said, Calling Mr. Luo is too formal. Wei Ma and I are sisters. Wei Ma calls him Brother Qingzhou. So I naturally call him Brother Qingzhou. I originally wanted to call him Luo Qingzhou like Meijiao, but it felt impolite. So, calling him Brother Qingzhou is the most convenient. Song Ryue frowned slightly, as if she wanted to refuse her to call her. But she felt that she was too petty, so she had to hold back. Try to yell again. I'll tear your mouth apart. At this time, Nandong Meiju suddenly threatened in a cold voice. Nandong Shui immediately covered her mouth and said, You want to yell. You want to yell. You want to yell. But you can't let go of your princess's pride. You're jealous. Right? Say it again. Nandong Meiju raised her eyebrows and immediately tried to pry her hands apart, trying to pinch her mouth. Nandong Shui hurriedly said, Aunt. Wei Ma. Save me. Meiju was angry. Song Ryue rolled her eyes at her and pretended not to hear. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, Sister Meijiao. It's okay. Let Sister Shui yell. Wei Ma thinks it's good to call Qingzhou brother. And we sisters really shouldn't be too formal. Nandong Meijiao's eyes flashed, and he looked at her deeply. The carriage quickly entered the palace. The whole journey was smooth and stopped outside Yahua Palace. The maid had already gone in to report. Some exquisite dishes had been set up in the study. The great Yen Queen, wearing a fiery red dress, was sitting in front of the desk with her snow-white feet bare, flipping through the memorials. After hearing the report, she asked calmly, Who is here? The maid said respectfully, Mr. Luo, Madame Song, Miss Qin Er, and Princess Meiju and Princess Shui. Hearing this, Nandong Huiyue put down the memorials, narrowed her eyes, and murmured, Senior sister, it's a pity that you don't come to such a wonderful lunch. Then she stood up and said, Call them in. The maid immediately withdrew. Not long after, there were several people outside the door respectfully paying homage. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, You're welcome. There's no one else here. Come in. Nandong Meiju and her sister walked in with Song Ryue and others. Nandong Huiyue glanced at someone and smiled faintly. Sir. Long time no see. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your invitation. Nandong Huiyue glanced at the others and said with a smile, Madame Song, Miss Qin Er, how are you recently? Song Ryue was flattered and hurriedly said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Everything is fine with me. Miss Qin Er also thanked her respectfully. Nandong Huiyue smiled, dragged her fiery red skirt, walked to the inner room, and said, Come in. Let's eat and talk. I went to your house for a meal last time, so I want to come back today. Don't be too restrained. Just treat it as eating at home. When she said the words at home, she glanced at someone again. And, Wei Mo. Let's go. Nandong Shui was very relaxed and natural, and pulled them in. The few people entered the inner room, and after seeing the queen sit down first, they lowered their heads and slowly sat down. Nandong Huiyue sat alone opposite, looking at someone opposite, and suddenly sighed and said, Last time I dined in your house, I was scolded by you, and I was very angry at that time. But after I came back, I thought about it carefully, and I felt that you were right. As a woman, I have now ascended the throne as the emperor, and I should do my part for women all over the world. As she spoke, she picked up a book from the table and said, Sir, Madame Song, Miss Qin Er, you all have a copy of the Dian marriage law in front of you. It was newly revised and formulated after a long discussion with the ministers, and it has been promulgated. Compared with the previous marriage law, some regulations have been added, and some regulations have been deleted. You can take a look. If you think there is anything inappropriate, just tell me, and I will revise it after discussing with the ministers. Because it is a new law, some regulations have shaken the foundation of the laws and customs of Dian for many years. So it will be implemented in Kyoto for the time being. If the effect is good, it will be promoted nationwide. When several people heard it, they found that there was indeed a brand new book on the table in front of them. On the cover of the book, there were 5 big characters written, Dian marriage law. Nandong Meiju and Nandong Shui also placed a copy in front of each other. Several people looked at each other silently, picked up the book, and read it carefully. Nandong Huiyue said, before the revision, I had already discussed with Miss Qin Er and Meijiao, and I added all the things you proposed. However, the ministers all opposed the rule that concubines cannot be divorced or sold at will, and I had no choice but to do so. So I did not delete it. As for wives, I struggled for a long time before the ministers agreed. However, only men who have made contributions to the country and have meritorious service can have 2 wives. But wives are also divided into big and small. Only the son of the first wife can inherit the title and property of the head of the family, etc. At this point, she glanced at Miss Jean Eyre and said, "But if the first wife is infertile and has no children, then the son of the second wife can also inherit these. As for the concubine, she can inherit some of the family property. But the title and most of the family property cannot be inherited." Miss Jean Eyre heard this, looked up at her, met her eyes, and lowered her head again. Nan Donghuyua looked at someone and said, "Sir, you can also open it and take a look. If there is anything inappropriate, just say it. I will consider it carefully for what you said." Luo Qingzhou opened the book and read it carefully for a while, and found that there were still some regulations that disrespected women. But he knew that these regulations were deeply rooted in the hearts of all people in the Yin and even neighboring countries, and it was impossible to change them all at once. The queen had just ascended the throne, so naturally she did not dare to make large-scale revisions in a big way and risk the world's disapproval. Now that such a revision has been made, it is estimated that it has been under a lot of pressure and infamy, especially the 2 wives. It is simply nonsense. It is estimated that those ministers also agreed reluctantly under her threat. The room fell silent. There was only the sound of a few people flipping pages. Nan Donghuyua drank tea and waited patiently. After she estimated that everyone had finished reading, she said, "Madam Song, do you think there is anything else that needs to be revised?" Song Ryue said hurriedly, "Your Majesty's revision of these regulations is already a great favor for women all over the world. I think these regulations are perfect. Your Majesty is kind. I, the women of Dian, will be grateful and grateful." Nan Donghuyua's mouth moved slightly, and said, "Madam Song, do you think it is inappropriate for a man to have 2 wives?" Song Ryue certainly complained in her heart that it was inappropriate. But since these regulations have come out, it means that the queen has approved of them. How dare she be stupid? Hearing this, she hurriedly said, "No, of course not. Your Majesty also said that only men who have made contributions to the country and have great merits have the right to have 2 wives. That is what they deserve based on their own abilities. I think that your Majesty is. The regulations are very good and very suitable." Nan Donghuyua smiled and looked at Miss Jean Eyre, saying, "What does Miss Jean Eyre think?" Qin Weimao lowered his head, looked at the book in his hand, frowned slightly, and was silent for a while. Then he raised his head and looked at her and said, "Your Majesty, can you add another wife?" As soon as this was said, Song Ryue on the side immediately pulled her sleeves below and whispered, "Weima, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Nan Donghuyua's eyes moved, and he sighed, "It must be impossible to add more. Miss Jean Eyre doesn't know that I have spent a lot of energy to add one more. I have debated with those ministers many times and made many concessions on other regulations. In the end, they reluctantly agreed. 2 wives are already the limit. I really can't do anything." Miss Jean Eyre lowered her head and said nothing. Nan Donghuyua's eyes flickered, and she looked at her with a smile and said, "Why? Miss Jean wants to marry a few more wives for her husband?" Song Ryue's face suddenly changed, and she immediately smiled and said, "Your Majesty, don't listen to my daughter's nonsense. She just said it casually. Your Majesty, don't pay attention to her." Miss Jean Eyre suddenly whispered again, "Your Majesty. Then can the rules for men to divorce their wives be modified to be simpler and not so harsh?" Nan Donghuyua was slightly startled, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, and said, "How does Miss Jean Eyre want to modify it?" Miss Jean Eyre lowered her head, looked at the book in her hand, was silent for a while, and whispered, "You can only divorce your wife if she is unfaithful and unfilial, and then modify some regulations, and add if the wife is infertile and cannot give birth to offspring for the man. She can be divorced." After speaking, she raised her head and looked into her eyes, and said, "What do you think, Your Majesty?" When this was said, everyone was stunned. Nan Donghuyua was also stunned for a moment, looking at her with complicated eyes. Song Ryue, who was standing by, suddenly changed her expression, and said in a trembling voice, "Wei Imo, what are you talking about? Mother forbids you to say it." Nan Donghuyua was silent for a moment, looked at her and said, "Miss Jean Eyre, this regulation cannot be amended." Miss Jean Eyre's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to speak. Luo Qingzhou held her hand under the table and said, "Wei Imo, stop talking." Nan Donghuyua glanced at him, put down the book in her hand, and said, "That's it. Try it for a while. If there are other problems, I will discuss it with the ministers again. Then he picked up the wine glass and said, Okay. Let's eat. Sir, I toast you first. I hope your family is harmonious, and you will grow old with your wife. Miss Jean Eyre is very good. I hope you can treat her well. Luo Qingzhou picked up the wine glass and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. The two looked at each other, raised their heads, and drank it all. Lunch took about half an hour. During this time, Nandong Huiyue talked about some border matters. The king of Thailand has not been caught yet, and there is news that he may have colluded with the demon tribe. As for other places in Diyin, they have settled down. The princes who had raised troops to fight against the king of Thailand and the 7 rebels were frightened when they saw that the imperial army had ended the battle like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. They dared not have any second thoughts and immediately returned home and stayed in their respective fiefdoms honestly. As for the promises that the queen had made to them, they were naturally fulfilled one by one. The fiefdoms of the king of Thailand and the 7 rebels were divided up. However, some smart princes declined these generous rewards and only symbolically asked for some military expenses and other rewards, because they knew that the ambitions of the Queen of Diyin were far more than that. In order to completely eliminate the rebellion of the vassal states and to thoroughly govern the country, the court would definitely centralize power, and at that time, it would definitely find ways to attack them. Don't look at the queen calling them uncles now. When the world stabilizes, the knife will be hanging over their heads. Unless they pose no threat to the court. The feudal state is too big, the army is too many, and the court will definitely deal with it if they form cliques. The queen defeated the 7-nation coalition and the Thai king's army with tens of thousands of troops. It will be easy to deal with them at that time. Therefore, it is better to guard your own piece of land and keep a low profile. After lunch, Luo Qingzhou and his party said goodbye and left. Nandong Meijiao and her sister did not leave with them, but went to the harem to accompany the princess. Aunt Mu drove the carriage, bringing Luo Qingzhou, Miss Qin, Song Ryue and Chiu back to the Qin mansion. The atmosphere was depressing along the way, and no one spoke. After returning to the mansion, Luo Qingzhou left first. Song Ryue pulled Miss Qin back to the backyard and talked for a long time. Luo Qingzhou returned to the Meixiang garden, collected the spiritual liquid, and was about to practice in the room for a while when the queen sent a message, Come here. Accompany me for lunch. I have something to say to you. Luo Qingzhou waited for Miss Qin to come back, then said something to her and prepared to leave. Miss Qin was hesitant to speak. Luo Qingzhou asked, Did mother-in-law tell you something? Or is there something else? Miss Jean Eyre looked at him and said, Brother Qingzhou, did you finish reading the Dian marriage law when you were in the palace just now? Luo Qingzhou said, I have finished reading it. What's the matter? Miss Jean Eyre lowered her head slightly and said, If you want to divorce my wife. Luo Qingzhou immediately covered her mouth and said sternly, Don't say these words again in the future, such as divorcing my wife because she can't have children. If you say it again, I will be angry. Miss Jean Eyre lowered her head and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou took his hand away and said in a slow tone, Wei Mo. Believe Brother Qingzhou. Brother Qingzhou said that he will definitely help you cure your illness. When your illness is cured, we can naturally have sex and have children. Miss Jean Eyre whispered, Yeah. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, kissed her forehead gently, and said, Take a nap. I'm going out. After that, he turned and left the room. Miss Jean Eyre raised her head, looked at his back, and sighed secretly in her heart. Chiu Eyre entered the room and couldn't help asking, Miss, why did you say that in the palace? Why did you ask His Majesty to change it to 3 wives? Miss Jean Eyre smiled bitterly and murmured, It's just for her good. I'm afraid that if she knows it then. Chiu Eyre asked curiously, Know what? Miss Jean Eyre glanced at her, paused, and said, It's okay. Chiu Eyre, are you and Xiao Dai's stomachs not responding? Chiu Eyre's cheeks were slightly red and shook her head. Luo Qingzhou changed his clothes and entered the palace quietly from underground. Yaohua Palace. Training room. The misty bathtub was full of petals. A girl's jade body as white as jade, with her slender and straight legs together, was lying in it. On the water, only a delicate and majestic face was exposed. Her eyes were closed. Her eyelashes were trembling, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Not long. Yu's voice came from outside, Your Majesty. Master Chu is here. Nandong Huiyue still closed her eyes, and after a while of silence, she said lightly, Let him in. Boom. The heavy stone door slowly opened. At the same time, it was already dark in Piamu Xianzong, thousands of miles away. In the main hall of Lucent Peak, the woman in a blue dress said coldly, "Peak Master." She broke her oath first. "This time, it's not our fault. I think we should report to the elders and the sect master immediately and send someone to capture her." When she left, she made an oath and signed a contract. Everyone in Pengli Fairy Island and Jiotian Yaotai knows it. So this time we go to capture her. It doesn't count as breaking the rules set by our 3 major sects. We just go to clean up the door. And they naturally won't say anything. So many people died in our Piamu Xianzong this time. Even Elder Gu was killed. And the dragon scale sword was lost. All because of her. We must make her pay the heaviest price for betraying my Piamu Xianzong. And her family. None of them can be spared. Chapter 853 The Queen's Punishment. The Matter of the Legal Wife. Water lilies bloom in clear water. In the pool, mist lingers and petals sway. The flawless white jade body of the great Yin Queen is like a natural and beautiful scenery. Dazzling and fascinating. Luo Qingzhou seemed to see the paradise in his dream again. Blue sky and white clouds. Green mountains and green waters. Not far away. The mountains are undulating. The valley is deep. And a stream is gurgling. He longed for such scenery. But now, he has a heavy responsibility and must. "Come down," the queen said. "Oh." He walked down the stairs. It is difficult to disobey the emperor's order. The queen stared at him majestically for a moment. And suddenly said coldly, "Tell me, what did you do wrong?" Luo Qingzhou thought of what happened that day. And then thought of her sudden anger that day. So he had to confess, "I deceived your majesty, and committed the crime of deceiving the emperor." The queen snorted coldly, her face full of coldness. "The crime of deceiving the emperor is punishable by death." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to quibble. So he had to raise his head and walk towards her, kneeling at her feet, saying, "I know I was wrong. Your majesty wants to kill or shave. I have no complaints. Humph. It's getting bigger and bigger. Dog guts." The queen narrowed her eyes, looking at his raised head and the recklessness in his eyes. With a cold light flashing in her eyes, Luo Qingzhou lowered his eyes, looked at her beautiful white and slender jade feet under the water, and admitted his mistake again. "I really shouldn't have deceived your majesty. And now I regret it. Your majesty wants to kill or shave me. I will hold my head high and never resist." The queen sneered, raised her jade foot, stepped on his head fiercely, and said sarcastically, "Do you dare to resist?" Luo Qingzhou's breathing stagnated, and whispered, "I dare not." Of course he didn't dare. And he couldn't resist. If it were someone else, he would have been dragged outside the Meridian Gate and beheaded. The queen's eyes were cold, and she gritted her teeth. That night she went to find that woman excitedly, and she wanted to show off triumphantly. But in the end, she became a clown. Damn it! When she thought of this, she became angry. "You dare to raise your head? Lower it to me." She stepped on his head with her jade foot, and suddenly exerted force, her eyes full of anger. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to say anything. But the backbone of a scholar and a warrior made him still hold his head up stubbornly and firmly. The two seemed to be competing. In the training room, it was quiet. In the bath, the petals floating on the water were rippling slightly. After a long time, the expression on the queen's face was still angry. Luo Qingzhou was very uncomfortable being stared at by her. So he had to change the subject and said, "Your Majesty, thank you for your spiritual or heart. I have broken through. Breaking through 2 levels in a row. And now I have reached the late stage of the master." "Oh!" The queen raised her eyebrows, stared at him for a while, and then said lightly, "Not bad. You have lived up to my expectations of you." After saying that, she seemed to feel that her reaction was not normal, and snorted again, "Since you have won me so much honor, I will forgive you for the previous things. However, it will not happen again. If you dare to deceive me again next time, I will not show mercy." As she said that, she stepped hard on his head again. Luo Qingzhou's expression changed, and he immediately said, "I swear that I will never dare to deceive your majesty again." "What if I disobey you?" the queen said coldly. Without waiting for his answer, she suddenly put 2 fingers together to make a pair of scissors, cut hard, and snorted, "If you disobey me, then come to the palace and be my eunuch chief." Luo Qingzhou was shocked and trembled. He stood up and said to her with his head held high, "Yes, your majesty. I will remember it in my heart." He was not afraid of such threats. Bold. The queen's cheek twitched slightly, and she clenched her fists. She was furious. Who told you to stand up? She seemed to want to say something, but had to shut her mouth, her face full of frost. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, then bowed his hands and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I have to go back to practice, and I will serve your Majesty next time. After that, he was about to leave. Swish! At this moment, a fiery red scarf suddenly flew out of the water, wrapped around him, and pulled him back directly. Wow! Luo Qingzhou fell heavily into the bathtub. Water splashed and petals flew. The queen gritted her teeth and said, I have never seen a traitor as bold as you, who disregards my face and is selfish and self-serving. Luo Qingzhou. Okay. After he meets Sister Yu tonight, he may have to practice in seclusion. At that time, he will need the queen's spiritual ore. If the queen is not coaxed at this time, I am afraid that I will not even be able to enter the palace, let alone enter there. Your Majesty, it's not that I am selfish. It's really that I dare not. Humph. Why don't I dare? Let me tell you. I have also been promoted. Really? Do I need to lie to you? Try it, and you will know. Okay. Since your Majesty said so, I will do my best and die. At the same time, the Piamu immortal sect is thousands of miles away. In the main hall of the main peak, several old men were arguing fiercely about something. What do you mean she doesn't owe us anything? What do you mean she has paid it all back then? Master Lin Feng, I know you have always valued her, and you are still upset about her leaving. But she insisted on leaving and insisted on drawing a clear line with our Piamu immortal sect. When she left, she swore and signed the contract herself. Now she has broken her oath. If we turn a blind eye, what will other sects think? Do they think we are easy to bully? What will the disciples in this sect think? I firmly agree. We must capture her immediately to set an example. At the same time, in another ocean thousands of miles away, there is a super island shrouded in fairy air. Palai Fairy Island. A handsome middle-aged man in white stood in the void, looking at the colorful mountain protection formation below, waiting calmly. Not long after, a figure flew from a tall building in the formation, also dressed in a Confucian robe. With a graceful demeanor, he smiled and said, Brother Bai, I am sorry for not welcoming you. Please come in. Then he looked at the two middle-aged men with gray hair in front of him and sighed. You are the only Taoist friends left in my Confucianism and Taoism. I guess it will wither away in a few years. Alas, the luck of Confucianism and Taoism has been lost. There are no young people in the world who can enter this way. It's sad. Lamentable. Flowers bloom and fade. The wind and clouds change. It's the way of nature. Brother Su, don't be too sad. There is no way in the world that will last forever. My Confucianism and Taoism have been prosperous for thousands of years, which is also glorious. Enough. The two chatted as they entered the mountain protection formation. Brother Bai, the matter you mentioned? The Piao Xian Zone did break the rules and violated the contract signed by our three major Xian Zones. But? Brother Su, you can say whatever you want. I will report this matter, and the Piao Xian Zone will definitely be punished. However, I don't think the punishment will be too severe. After all, you also said that those people have died in your great yen. Moreover, you also know that every sect has factions, and my lineage is really declining in the sect. The Piao Xian Zone gives us a lot of things every year, and there are many of their relatives and friends in the sect. If Brother Bai wants to teach them a big lesson because of this matter, I'm afraid. Brother Su misunderstood. Of course, I know that our great yen cannot be compared with the Piamu immortal sect. We cannot afford what they give you. In this world, the strong are respected and interests are important. Any force may be helpless when it reaches a certain level. I came here today not to let your sect punish or teach them a lesson. I just hope that they can abide by the contract and not invade our great yen again next time. Of course, your sect may not care about these trivial matters, but I hope that your sect can remind them. Brother Bai, don't worry. I will definitely help you get a satisfactory answer for this matter. Then I'll trouble Brother Su. The night just fell. Luo Qingzhou left the palace and returned to the Qin mansion. After he left, Yu Wu entered the training room and suddenly smelled a trace of dangerous breath in the air. The breath of thunder and lightning. But this breath of thunder and lightning seems to be stronger than the breath of thunder and lightning magic weapons she has seen before. Her face changed, and she immediately rushed inside and said anxiously, Your Majesty. There was no response from inside. On the soft couch covered with a fiery red carpet, the great Flame Queen was lying there, with her eyes wide open. staring at the cave ceiling above her head absent-mindedly, not knowing what she was thinking about. The temperature in the room suddenly rose. The bright red flame mark between her eyebrows was looming in the mist, and her snow-white flawless body was still rising and falling slightly. Yuewu dared not speak again, lowered her head, and retreated silently. At this time, it should be the moment of enlightenment and aftertaste after the burst of cultivation. Although the eyes are still open, the mind should be blank and unconscious, and must not be disturbed. Qin Mansion. At dinner, the whole family gathered together. Today, Qin Wenzheng and Qin Urge sent letters to report safety and greet everyone in the family. But Song Ruoyue was worried. The letter said that your father and second brother are both in Lord Yuing's army. Your second brother has been promoted to the captain of the Iron Cavalry, and your father is still in the logistics. They followed Lord Yuing to the border to prepare to resist the demons at this point. Song Ruoyue wiped her tears and said, I thought they would come back after suppressing the rebellion. But who knew they would go to the border to fight the demons again? The demons are not so easy to fight. If they were easy to fight, I don't know why so many cities on the border were occupied. If they hate, Miss Qin Air hurriedly comforted her softly. Bailing stood by and said crisply, Madam, the second young master is the smartest and most clever person in our house. He will be fine, and will definitely come back safely. Who knew that everyone fell silent after these words came out? Song Ruoyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at her and said, Xiao Bailing, if you can't comfort people, just sit down and eat. Don't talk. Oh! Bai Ling stuck out her tongue and whispered, Bai Ling is wrong. Madam should be the smartest and most clever one in the mansion. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but retorted, It's obviously you. Bai Ling immediately opened her eyes wide and said in surprise, Son-in-law, you actually slandered Madam. Looked down on Madam. And even said that Madam is not as smart as Xiao Bailing? You Luo Qingzhou directly picked up a chicken leg that he had just bitten and stuffed it into her mouth. Blocking her mouth, Song Ruoyue handed him the letter in her hand and said coldly, Your father-in-law and your second brother have written something to you. Take a good look. Luo Qingzhou took the handkerchief from Xiao Dai, wiped his hands, took the letter with both hands, and lowered his head to read it seriously. Song Ruoyue looked at him coldly and said, Your father-in-law and your second brother both asked you to study hard at home and try to get good grades in the next month's spring exam, so that you can serve the country and His Majesty. They risked their lives to serve the country outside. And I hope you take care of yourself. Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, knowing that she was thinking about his last visit to the brothel. But he was a little strange. Why is mother-in-law so angry? And looking at his eyes, it doesn't seem to be only related to his previous visit to the brothel. It seems that there is something else. Miss Qin Air quickly changed the subject and whispered, Mother, is the business in the store good these days? Song Ruoyue looked at her and said, Of course it is good. Then she seemed to be in a better mood and said, Under the introduction of Shui and Mei Jiao, the women from the royal family came to see it, and thought it was very good. They should be able to develop into long-term customers. I was afraid of embarrassing Shui and Mei Jiao. So when those people came, I showed them some new designs. But not so violent a hymn. Not so exaggerated styles, they all liked it. Miss Qin Air smiled and said, That's good. The mother and daughter chatted for a while. After dinner, Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Air leave. Miss Qin Da lived next door to them, so she naturally took Bailing and Xia Chan with her. When they walked to the backyard, Miss Qin Air went over and held Miss Qin Da's hand. Whispering, Luo Qingzhou deliberately fell behind and was intimate with Chan Chan for a while. Bailing pouted her lips and hummed and moaned, not knowing what she was mumbling. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. When they reached the gate of Meixiang Garden, Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin stopped. Miss Qin said softly, Brother Qingzhou, it's dark, and the road is not easy to walk. Please send my sister into the house. Luo Qingzhou immediately entered Meixiang Garden and said from the door, I have to go back to my room to study. Chior. Xiao Dai. You send Miss back. Chior hurriedly said, Son-in-law, Xiao Dai and I have to go back to boil water. Luo Qingzhou ordered again. Juer will send her back. Shuer hesitated and did not dare to refuse. At this time, Miss Qin had left alone and coldly. Xia Chan hurriedly followed. Bailing looked at someone hiding in the door and pouted her lips and said, Son-in-law, you dislike Lingshan Moon Palace so much. If you have the ability, don't go there in the future. Luo Qingzhou responded from the door, Don't worry. I definitely won't go. Humph. Bai Ling left angrily. Miss Jean Eyre entered the house and asked curiously, "Brother Qingzhou, who made you angry again?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "No. I'm not that petty. I just think it's not good to always go to my sister-in-law's place." Miss Jean Eyre glanced at him, was silent for a while, and pulled him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, let's go into the house. Wei Mo tells you something." Luo Qingzhou helped her walk into the house and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Miss Jean Eyre smiled slightly and did not answer immediately. After the two entered the room, she took out the Dine marriage law that she had just brought out from the palace today from the table, and said with a meaningful smile, "The matter of the legal wife." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and took the book, and asked in confusion, "The matter of the legal wife? What does it mean?" Miss Jean Eyre pulled him to sit on the couch and said with a smile, "The emperor said today that a man as outstanding as Brother Qingzhou can marry 2 legal wives." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, as if he understood what she was going to say. Chapter 854 Wei Mo is willing to be a concubine. Sister Yu borrows her body. In the study, cigarette smoke curls up. The couple sat on the soft couch covered with a velvet carpet, with different thoughts in their minds. Luo Qingzhou did not speak, waiting patiently. Miss Jean Eyre was silent for a while, and then said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, the last time you went to the brothel, you were caught by Mother. In addition to being angry and embarrassed, Mother was actually very worried." Luo Qingzhou said, "What are you worried about?" Miss Jean Eyre said weakly, "Wei Mo is weak and can't serve Brother Qingzhou. So Mother is afraid that Brother Qingzhou will be seduced by women outside." Luo Qingzhou. Miss Jean Eyre looked at him and said, "Wei Mo also said this to Mother." And then she thought of a way for Mother. Luo Qingzhou looked at her slightly cunning eyes, and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Miss Jean Eyre whispered, "Wei Mo told Mother that he could marry another beautiful wife for Brother Qingzhou. It just so happens that His Majesty has promulgated a new marriage law. Men like Brother Qingzhou can have 2 wives at the same time." Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth and said, "I guess mother-in-law scolded you." Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, "She did scold you at the beginning, but later, she gradually figured it out." Luo Qingzhou said, "Are you sure mother-in-law has figured it out? Why do I feel that the way she looks at me now is like she wants to stab me?" Miss Jean Eyre laughed and said, "Mother is naturally still unhappy. After all 2 beautiful girls." Schwa. Luo Qingzhou suddenly stood up from the couch and looked at her in astonishment. Miss Jean Eyre was surprised and said, "Brother Qingzhou has never thought about this problem. Has he? Brother Qingzhou is so smart. Wei Ma always asks Brother Qingzhou to go over to see my sister and talk to her. Doesn't Brother Qingzhou understand?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while and said, "Of course I understand your little thoughts. But how dare you tell your mother-in-law about this matter?" Miss Jean Eyre said softly, "Wei Ma wanted to tell her a long time ago, but didn't dare. This time Brother Qingzhou went to the brothel, which was an opportunity. Wei Ma told Mother that my sister is so beautiful, and in the whole Qing mansion, only my sister can control Brother Qingzhou. And Brother Qingzhou is only afraid of my sister. So does the eldest lady know?" Luo Qingzhou asked. Miss Jean Eyre looked at the expression on his face and smiled slightly. "Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo wants to ask you first. Are you willing?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Wei Mo, others may not know, but you know it best. I can't take care of the woman around me now, and between me and the eldest lady, Brother Qingzhou." Miss Jean Eyre interrupted him and sighed, "You don't want your sister to be alone and lonely for the rest of her life, right? With your personality, it's hard for your sister to get married. Maybe others will marry her because of her beauty, but she definitely doesn't want to." But Wei Mo found that her sister's attitude towards Brother Qingzhou is slowly changing. At least she doesn't hate Brother Qingzhou. And she also likes to listen to Brother Qingzhou singing. Bailing said that she likes to tease Brother Qingzhou recently. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. What did Bailing say? Miss Jean Eyre did not answer, and continued, "There are also Bailing and Chan Chan. Brother Qingzhou, especially Chan Chan, they will always follow their sister, no matter where their sister goes or where their sister marries. If their sister marries someone else, they will also follow. Brother Qingzhou, are you willing to let them go?" Luo Qingzhou fell silent. It's not that he is reluctant, but he simply won't allow it. Miss Jean said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, Mother has already tacitly agreed." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "I don't believe it." Miss Jean said, "How about we go to Mother and ask now?" Luo Qingzhou's face changed immediately. "I don't want to die." Miss Jean smiled. "Mother is not that scary. In fact, Mother is most afraid of you. Luo Qingzhou's mind was a little confused. And suddenly he looked at her and said, no. Miss will definitely not agree. And how can Miss be a concubine? Miss Jean said softly, of course I can't let my sister be a concubine. And of course I can't let that person be a concubine. So Wei Mo is willing to be a concubine. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, impossible. Miss Jean looked at him softly and said, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo should have thought about being a concubine. And for Wei Mo, wife and concubine are not important. What's important is, yes, Brother Qingzhou doesn't care about Wei Mo. As long as Brother Qingzhou has Wei Mo in his heart, Wei Mo will be satisfied. Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, this is your wishful thinking. I believe that the eldest lady will never agree to it. Miss Jean said, then Brother Qingzhou, you should fight for it. You should chase my sister, please her, and find a way to make her like you willingly and accept you. Even for Chan Chan. It's worth it. Right? Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly. Wei Mo, I remember I told you that I have a very bad impression in the eldest lady's heart. Recently, I have been socially dead in front of her several times. I guess she hates me even more. Miss Jean asked in confusion. What is socially dead? When Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, Xiao Dai suddenly appeared outside the window and whispered, Sir, when I went to lock the door just now, I found that Sister Xiaochan seemed to be standing outside. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it. Miss Jean hurriedly said, Brother Qingzhou, go and have a look. Luo Qingzhou was about to go out when she whispered, Brother Qingzhou, you don't have to come back tonight. Wei Mo can sleep alone. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and left the room without saying anything. Xiao squatted at the door, helped him put on his shoes, and deliberately whispered, Sir, Xiao Dai, Zhuer and I will sleep together tonight. Luo Qingzhou said pretended not to understand, and walked out of the door quickly. Xiao Dai followed him to the door of the courtyard and whispered, Sir, I'm going to lock the door. Will you come back tonight? Luo Qingzhou glanced outside and said, Let's lock it. If I come back, it's just a door. Can it stop me? Xiao Dai laughed, pushed him out, and locked the door directly. Luo Qingzhou stood outside the door, looked at the figure under the big tree in front, walked over, and just as he was about to speak, the figure suddenly turned around and wanted to leave. Swoosh! Luo Qingzhou came to her in an instant, hugged her, and said softly, Chan Chan, do you miss your uncle? Xia Chan struggled for a while, but couldn't break free, so she lowered her head, looking aggrieved. Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. What's wrong? Xia Chan lowered her head and remained silent for a while, then whispered, Bailing said you will never go to our place again. Luo Qingzhou smiled when he heard it, rubbed her little head, and said, I lied to her. With Chan Chan here, how could I not go? Xia Chan raised her head, looked at him seriously with her dark eyes, and said, Bailing, treated you like a little donkey? Riding, are you angry? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Of course I'm angry. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered, But it doesn't matter. Chan Chan, when the time comes, you will help your uncle. And your uncle will ride her too. Okay. Xia Chan nodded seriously, yes. Luo Qingzhou added another condition. Ponytails must be tied for her. Xia Chan's dark and clear eyes showed a smile, but her beautiful face was still very serious and tense. And she nodded again, yes. Luo Qingzhou went a step further. Let's ride her together. Xia Chan's little face finally couldn't hold it anymore, lowered her head, and whispered, yes. Luo Qingzhou suddenly picked her up and whispered, but before that, Chan Chan needs to practice riding more, so that she won't ride well and be thrown down by Xiao Bailing. As he said, he carried her and prepared to go to the rockery in front. After thinking about it, he went to the flower garden in the back. Xia Chan lay in his arms, with her dark and bright eyes open, quietly, without struggling, without speaking, gentle and well-behaved, making people pity her. Chan Chan, Uncle loves you. Chan Chan, I love you too. Call me brother. Brother. Call me good brother. Okay. Brother. Be good. Chan Chan is so cute. Uncle will beat you until you cry. Okay? Woo. The night wind blows, and the garden is full of flower fragrance. Lingshan Moon Palace. In a room, in front of the table, Bailing, wearing a pink skirt, sits there, pouting her little mouth, pounding medicine. The table next to her is full of petals of various colors. In the medicine pot, The fresh petals are quickly crushed into juice. As the pestle pounded, she muttered angrily, "Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. Annoying son-in-law. If you have the guts, don't ever come to Xiao Bailing for medicine. Humph! I just rode you a few times. Stingy guy." She pounded for a while, but still felt unsatisfied. Her slender feet wrapped in pink stockings under her skirt stomped on the thick carpet angrily, as if stomping on some bad guy. I pound, pound, pound. I stompoosh, stompoosh. Humph! In the early hours of the morning, the small medicine pot was overflowing with flower juice. She yawned, poured a full pot of flower juice into another larger medicine pot, then took out a bottle of powder and poured it in. After stirring, she took the lid and sealed the pot, preparing to boil it tomorrow. I'm so sleepy. I'll go wash up and sleep with Chan Chan. She packed her things, went out to wash up, and went to the next room. In the room, Xia Chan had returned and was sleeping soundly in bed. Bai Ling took off her clothes and socks, quietly went in, hugged her, and was about to kiss her secretly when her nose suddenly moved. And she asked suspiciously, "Chan Chan, what's that smell? Did you steal my flowers?" Xia Chan turned around, facing away from her, her eyelashes trembling, her cheeks still flushed, and she didn't speak. "No, there are other smells." Bailing suddenly shrunk her head into the quilt again and began to smell her whole body. Xia Chan immediately hid in the innermost part, wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, and said, You go. Humph! No wonder there is no sound of you practicing sword in the backyard. It turns out that you ran away secretly. Not only did you run away, but you were also bullied by a big bad guy. Chan Chan, can't you have some backbone? Bailing was heartbroken, as if her sisters were deceived by bad guys. Xia Chan was quiet for a while, turned her head and looked at her and said, he said, "Tomorrow night, he will come to you." Bailing. Humph! Little Bailing, you would rather die than surrender. East Lake. Luo Qingzhou came to the broken bridge and waited for a while. Longer flew out of the water and said, "Sir, my sister has been here for a long time. She is looking at Huagu in the Dragon Palace." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he immediately followed her to the bottom of the lake and entered the Dragon Palace. Crystal Palace? The white figure stood in front of the ice coffin, quietly looking at the girl in the coffin, wondering what she was thinking. Luo Qingzhou came to her side and looked into the ice coffin. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he entered the body of the little fire fox that night and saw Huagu breathing. "Sister, Huagu's soul seems to be stronger, and I found that her soul seems to be practicing. I don't know who taught her." He said this deliberately, looking at the expression on the face of the figure next to him. "I hope that the little white rabbit is not Sister Yu. Otherwise, he is really a little embarrassed. And of course, the other party may also be embarrassed. Even if it is, neither of them will say it." The face of the white moon figure turned cold, and there was no change on her face. After a moment of silence, she said, "It should take less than a year for her soul to return to her body." When this was said, Luo Qingzhou was immediately happy. So soon? When the soul returns to the body, will it be the same as before, without any other damage? The white moon figure said lightly, "It depends on the situation." When Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, she suddenly turned her head and looked at him and said, "I want to use her body for a while." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, "How?" The white moon figure said, "My soul will enter her body and temporarily control her body." After a pause, she said, "My body is not convenient for doing things." Luo Qingzhou immediately understood and said, "Sister Yu's body is bound by the contract of Piaomi Xianzong and cannot move freely. So she wants her soul to enter Huagu's body and use her body to do things. Right?" The white moon figure looked at him and said, "Is it okay?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated and said, "Will it hurt Huagu's body?" The white moon figure said lightly, "No." At this time, Longer behind him said, "Sir, not only is there no harm, but there are benefits. It's not good for Miss Huagu to lie here for a long time without moving. Sister's soul is so powerful that entering her body can help her warm up her body. Maybe it can temper her body, so that she can practice quickly at that time." Luo Qingzhou immediately nodded and said, "Sister Yu, then you can use it." The white moon figure looked at him and said, "Don't you need to ask her?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No. I will tell her when the time comes. Since it is useful to her, she will not refuse. Moreover, her life was saved by Sister Yu. So sister, you can use it as she pleases. The white moon figure did not speak again, and her eyes turned back to the girl in the ice coffin. Luo Qingzhou's eyes also looked inside. In his mind, he could not help but think of Sister Yu entering Huagu's body, then standing in front of him, and saying to him affectionately, "Young master. Huagu misses you, young master. Let Huagu serve you." Pooh. 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 What am I thinking about? Sister Yu is pure and innocent. How can she be desecrated? Shua. The white moon figure sleeves flashed with light, and she actually took the entire ice coffin in. Longer was about to say something but stopped. That was her ice coffin, and it was also her dowry. But she thought about it and became happy again. My sister treats her as her own. She and the entire Dragon Palace, including everything in the Dragon Palace, belong to the young master, and the young master belongs to my sister. So, she and her things naturally belong to my sister. The white moon figure collected the ice coffin and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Sister Yu, I have broken through 2 levels this time. Now I am in the late stage of the Grandmaster and the late stage of the spiritual severing realm. Next, in addition to cultivation, do I need to prepare anything else?" The white moon figure was silent for a while, and said, "I will tell you when the progress reaches 80. Oh! Seeing that she was about to leave, Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister Yu, are you going to teach me how to make pills and weapons?" The white moon figure said lightly, "You know the basics. When you have a 100% success rate, I will teach you again." 100%? A 100% success rate. Luo Qingzhou felt so harsh. The white moon figure did not speak again, and walked out of the stone room with a cold back. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed to talk about the practice. Long Air was here, so he didn't feel comfortable saying those nonsense. Just as he was looking at the door and feeling disappointed, Yu Bai suddenly came back and said, "I'll go and try her body and come back later." Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and when he was about to speak, Yu Bai had already left again. Long Air blinked and whispered, "Sir, when my sister uses Huagu's body, you can take the opportunity to hold her hand or even touch her. Anyway, Huagu belongs to you. You can touch her, say sweet words, and tease my sister with sweet words." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he immediately said, "Seriously? Am I so dirty?" Long Air smiled and said, "It's not dirty. It's brave." Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned when he heard it, thought for a while, nodded slightly, and believed it deeply. "Long Air, you go back to bed early later." "But sir, Long Air is not sleepy." "No, you are sleepy. Go back to bed early. Do you hear me?" "Woo." Long Air pouted. "The young master is killing the donkey after it has done its work." Luo Qingzhou reached out and rubbed her head, comforting her. "Be good. Wait until Sister Yu leaves. I will reward you with a kiss." "One is not enough." "Two. 2 are not enough." "Then how many do you want?" 1,000. 10,000. 100 million. Until Longer gets pregnant with your dragon baby. Chapter 855 Confession. The wait is long. Luo Qingzhou was filled with anticipation, worry and anxiety. After all, it was the spirit that possessed her. Moreover, Huagu's body had been sleeping for a long time, and her spirit had been gone for a long time. "I don't know if Sister Yu can succeed." After another half an instant stick of time, Long Air, who was beside him, suddenly took out the communication treasure on his body, took a look at it, and hurriedly said, "Young master, go to the practice room. Sister is in the practice room." As soon as Luo Qingzhou heard it, he immediately walked out. The two of them left the Crystal Palace, passed through the passage and the stone door, and soon drove to the innermost stone room of the main palace. The stone door was open, and there was no sound inside. As soon as Luo Qingzhou entered, he suddenly smelled a familiar flower fragrance and sweet smell. The smell of Huagu. The space in the practice room was very spacious. In addition to the place for practice and some tools, there was also a large bath and a place to rest. At this time, a slender figure in a white dress was standing quietly in the spacious training ground, with her back to the door. The mist in the bath slowly floated in the stone room. The figure was hazy and dreamy in the mist, familiar and kind. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and walked over immediately. "Wow!" At this time, the figure in the white dress suddenly flashed, and a layer of moon-white halo was shrouded in it again. Luo Qingzhou stopped behind her and clearly felt the breath of Huagu's flesh. He shrugged and said, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why cover it with a halo?" The moon-white figure still had her back to him, and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou walked to her side, looked at her front and said, "Sister Yu, remove the halo." After a pause, he added, "I want to see Hua Gu." The moon-white figure still ignored him. Luo Qingzhou stared at her hazy face for a while, and suddenly stretched out his hand, wanting to poke her wrist to feel what it felt like. The white figure of Yu dodged sideways, looked at him, and said lightly, "Don't worry. She's fine." Luo Qingzhou said, "I know. I just want to see." The white figure of Yu looked cold and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou said again, "Sister Yu, what's wrong with seeing this? I've seen her and you, and now you're together. So I can't see it?" The white figure of Yu still ignored him, turned around, and looked at the wooden man in front. There are many tools for practicing martial arts here. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to ask again, "Sister Yu, what can you do to show me?" The white figure was silent for a moment, and said lightly, "Defeat me." Luo Qingzhou was stunned, then clenched his fist and said, "Okay. Since Sister Yu insists on doing this, I won't be polite. I will use my most powerful thunder and lightning. And I hope Sister Yu won't be electrocuted and cry when the time comes." The white figure didn't say anything else, and the white dress on her body and the long black hair behind her suddenly moved without wind, dancing lightly. Z. A red arc of electricity suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's fist. "Young master. Wait. Let Long Air go out first." Long Air, who was standing at the door, suddenly changed his face and fled in a hurry. He also helped them close the stone door. Luo Qingzhou began to accumulate strength, and suddenly there was a sizzle sound on his fist, and two more lightnings jumped continuously. Red, purple, black. Three-color lightning. "Sister Yu, are you sure?" Luo Qingzhou clenched his fist and asked again. The white moon figure looked at him coldly, with a moon-white halo on her body flickering slightly, but did not answer. "Very good. Watch my fist." Luo Qingzhou shouted angrily, and punched her suddenly. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. A golden fist light, with three-color lightning, flew fiercely from her side, and hit the wall not far away. A layer of array light shield suddenly appeared on the wall, and it was instantly shattered with a click. The white moon figure still stood there, motionless, looking at him calmly. Luo Qingzhou put away his fist, and his momentum suddenly weakened. "Okay. I admit defeat." How could he dare to use lightning to hit Hua Gu's body and Sister Yu's soul? How could he bear it? He would rather hit himself. He drooped his head, and suddenly found something wrong. He could suddenly see Sister Yu's snow-white skirt clearly, and he could clearly see a pair of slender feet under the white skirt. Schwa! He immediately raised his head. The hazy moon-white halo disappeared without a trace. Hua Gu revealed her true face. Her skin was pink. Her face was beautiful, pure and charming. Her eyes seemed to contain a clear spring, watery and charming. Her whole body was slender and graceful. Her figure was undulating. At the same time, she naturally exuded a sweet smell. Looking at it, and smelling it made people drool. The most important thing is that inside this body is Sister Yu's soul. In other words, no matter what emotions this body showed on its face and eyes, or what reactions it showed in its body, or what it said, it was all Sister Yu's. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's heart and facial expressions were very complicated and contradictory. He froze in place, suddenly at a loss. Should he continue to treat her with respect and timidity like Sister Yu, or treat her as a flower bone without restraint? Sister Yu. Bang! Before Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, a pink fist suddenly hit his eyes. He immediately covered his eyes, squatted down, and said in confusion, "What?" The white figure ignored him, walked to the wooden man in the corner, looked at him quietly for a moment, and suddenly punched him on the head. Crack! The wooden man made of special materials suddenly had his head torn into pieces. Luo Qingzhou shuddered as he watched this scene, and quickly stood up and said, "Sister Yu, I think you should return Hua Gu's body. I feel like you become violent." Yu Bai turned around and looked at him coldly. Schwa! She suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him, and then a pink fist quickly enlarged his pupils. This wind came. In the rapidly rubbed air, a loud cow moo suddenly sounded. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he immediately raised his fist, and with a moo sound, a cow moo also appeared. Bang! The two men's fists collided heavily. Luo Qingzhou's body shook, and his feet involuntarily stepped back a few steps. Moo! At this moment, behind Yu Bai's figure, a demon bull suddenly appeared, and punched him again. Bull demon magic? Luo Qingzhou immediately used the bull demon magic and punched him. There was a loud bang. He suddenly felt a terrifying brute force hitting his fist. And then his body shook. The Yuanli in his body collapsed. And his whole body was smashed and flew out, hitting the wall behind him with a bang. A light flashed on the wall. And another ray shield appeared, stopping him. Slurp. He slid down to the ground awkwardly against the wall. At the same time, he felt his arm numb. His fist ached slightly. And he was secretly shocked. Sister Yu's punch doesn't look like the bull demon magic skill he used to practice. This power is so terrifying. But he still couldn't tell the other party's specific cultivation level. He immediately stood up from the ground and asked in surprise, Sister Yu, is the move you just made the bull demon magic skill I used to practice? The white figure of Yu didn't answer. A black fist light suddenly appeared on his fist. And then he hit another wooden man next to him through the air. Boom! The hard wooden man was instantly torn into pieces. Luo Qingzhou felt the powerful power of this punch. And his heart suddenly moved. Is this the new skill that Sister Yu prepared for him? The white figure put away his fist, looked at him and said, I have translated one of the demon clan skills you gave me before. But I haven't given it to you yet. Which is this set of bull demon fist. Originally, you need at least the cultivation of a grandmaster to practice it. But you have practiced the bull demon divine art and the demon clan's mental method before. So you can practice it now. When Luo Qingzhou heard it, he was immediately happy and said, Great. I just need the late grandmaster's skills. Then he looked at her with a complicated expression and said, Sister Yu. Actually, I guessed it. You have already prepared it for me. Just like the spiritual medicine, elixir, and yuanchi before Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly punched and flew out again. There are 92 styles of bull demon fist. The first style is the horn thrust. So the power is concentrated on the protruding part of the fist, aiming at the Yanbai point on the enemy's head, the Lingshu point on the chest, the Ryu point, the Tiantu point on the abdomen, the Tanzhong point, the Dazui point, the Taodao point, and the Shinju point on the back, and suddenly thrust, piercing through with the fist. The moon-white figure began to explain and practice directly. Luo Qingzhou immediately held his breath and began to watch and listen attentively, remembering every word in his mind. An hour later, after the moon-white figure finished teaching, he said lightly, Try it once. Luo Qingzhou immediately took a stance, glanced at her, and suddenly punched her, shouting, The first style of bull demon fist. Horn thrust. Ah! He was punched out again and stuck to the wall behind him. The white figure looked at him coldly and said, Disgusting. Luo Qingzhou slid down the wall and fell to the ground. Then immediately stood up and cried out, Sister Yu, am I not practicing boxing? The white figure clenched his fists, looked at him coldly, and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to walk to the corner and punch the other wooden man in the chest, shouting, Bullhorn thrust. It was slow at first. Gradually, he started to speed up the body movements in his mind, the position and strength of the fists, and the scene that Sister Yu had just practiced were clearly played in his mind. Boom! He threw his last punch, and the black fist light burst out, and the formation light shield in front was instantly shattered. The Yuanli required for this boxing method and the power released are much stronger than the previous Vajra fist, and he only practiced it once. When he has mastered it all and practiced it to a deep level, I believe the power will definitely be greater. It is indeed a boxing method that can only be practiced by a grandmaster. Sister Yu, is there anything wrong? He retracted his fist and looked at the cold girl behind him. The girl just said indifferently, The moves are correct, but the strength and momentum are not enough. This set of boxing is the skill of the demon clan, which requires courage, arrogance and domineering momentum. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, I'm just afraid of hurting longer. In fact, if I get serious, I'm very domineering. The girl said expressionlessly, Oh? Seeing that she seemed unconvinced, Luo Qingzhou immediately clenched his fists and said, Sister Yu, how about I try again? The girl turned around, walked to the door and said, You try. I'm leaving. Luo Qingzhou paused, and immediately chased after her, saying, It's still early. It shouldn't be dawn yet. Just now. They were only focused on practicing, and they didn't talk at all. The white figure stopped, turned around and looked at him and said, Anything else? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and then he mustered up the courage to say, We have been practicing tonight, and we haven't said a few words yet. After tonight, I may have to go into seclusion to practice. And I don't know how long it will take for me to come out. I may not see you for a long time. So, he suddenly reached out and held her cold jade hand, looking at her with burning eyes and said, So, sister you, can you stay with me for a while tonight? I want to stay with you for a while and talk about other things. Not about practice, nor about other people. The cold eyes of the white figure seemed to still have no waves, and said lightly, What is it about? Luo Qingzhou held her jade hand tightly. His eyes were firm. About the two of us. About I like you. The air suddenly became silent. The two looked at each other, and each other's shadows were reflected in their pupils. For a long time, the white figure replied calmly, Oh? Luo Qingzhou said, Sister you. What does oh mean? Are you willing or not? The white figure did not answer, but looked at him quietly for a while, and said, Let me ask you a question first. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Sister you. Please ask. As soon as he said this, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. How many wives do you have in your family? Also, how many women do you like? Luo Qingzhou froze in place. Crack. Ice suddenly formed on his body. And then, the whole person turned into an ice sculpture. Heh. The moon-white figure uttered a cold heh, and then turned and walked out of the cave. Disappearing. Luo Qingzhou froze in place. Motionless. Longwe hurried in to help him melt the ice on his body, and comforted him, Young master. It's okay. You have been very brave tonight. Keep working hard. Longer believes that it won't be long before you conquer me. And let me kneel on the ground and beg you to give me. She suddenly trembled, turned her head, and looked outside the door. The moon-white figure returned silently, and was outside the door, looking at her coldly. Longer shivered and said, Give me, young master. Longer is so sleepy. I'm going back to sleep first. After that, with a whoosh, he turned into a stream of light and fled. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold figure at the door and said awkwardly, Sister you. I. The moon-white figure looked at him coldly and said, I'm here to tell you that I am me, not Huagu. After that, she was ready to leave. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and suddenly said, Sister you. I know you are you. I have never treated you as someone else. I also know those times were not dreams. The girl paused and stopped outside the door. Luo Qingzhou said in one breath, Sister you. In fact, I already knew that you followed me to the ancient ruins. I also already knew that you. I didn't. Yu Bai interrupted him coldly. And then the figure flashed and disappeared outside the door. Chapter 856 Sister you. You can't escape. The lake's surface was sparkling. A silver moon hung in the sky, looming in the clouds. The night was still shrouded. There was still about half an hour before dawn. A small boat was floating on the water. A girl in a white dress was standing quietly at the bow, looking at the deep night sky. In a daze, the night wind blew, and her black hair fluttered slightly. A trance appeared on that beautiful and charming face. A moment later, Luo Qingzhou came out from the bottom of the lake and saw the boat on the lake. But the bow was empty. The cold moonlight fell from the night sky. He stretched out his hand, gently held it, and murmured, Sister you. I caught you. You can't run away. But soon, the moon disappeared into the clouds. The moonlight in his palm also slipped away quietly. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow night. The night after every night from now on. I will catch you until you can't escape anymore. Luo Qingzhou loosened his hand, was stunned for a while, and then left Donghu. He returned to the Qin mansion, because he had to go to the underground of the palace for retreat and cultivation. It might take at least a week. So, he had to go back and tell Miss Qin Air. Of course, he also had to tell the queen in advance. The queen was too tired yesterday, so he didn't have a chance to speak. Back to the room. Miss Qin Air was still sleeping soundly. Luo Qingzhou didn't disturb her and went directly to the next room. He gently pushed the door, and it was really not locked. He entered the room quietly, locked the door, and then walked to the bed and looked at the bed. Xiaodai was sleeping soundly. Xior actually opened her eyes and looked at him sleepily. Shu. Luo Qingzhou motioned her to be silent, then sat down by the bed, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message to the queen. Xior quietly lifted the quilt and whispered, Son-in-law, come up. Luo Qingzhou took a look and then looked out the window. It was not yet dawn. He took off his shoes, socks and clothes, quietly got on the bed, got into the quilt, and lay with her. The little girl took the initiative to get into his arms, and her delicate and smooth body pressed against his chest, like a piece of warm jade. At this time, the communication treasure suddenly vibrated. Has the queen woke up? Or has she been busy last night and did not rest? Luo Qingzhou looked at the communication treasure in his hand. The little girl in his arms shrank into the quilt and continued to sleep. Her Majesty, you dare to come? Luo Qingzhou looked at the message and replied, I know I was wrong. And I will never dare to do it again next time. After dawn, he went to the next room and told Miss Jean Eyre that he was going out for retreat and cultivation after she woke up. Miss Jean Eyre told him not to work too hard and not to worry about the family. Luo Qingzhou left from the back door. After entering the palace, the empress had already gone to the morning court. Yuewu took him into the house and said softly, Sir, His Majesty has already told you to go in by yourself. Luo Qingzhou thanked her and walked to the innermost wall. The empress had memorized his breath in the formation. As soon as he approached the wall, the hidden stone door slowly opened. When he was about to go in, Yuewu suddenly said, Oh, sir, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Yuying sent a message from the border saying that your senior sister Dowling was injured. I wanted to send her back, but she didn't come back and wanted to stay there to kill monsters. Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, Is it serious? Yuewu said, It shouldn't be serious. Yuying said that she was scratched by a monster. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, How many cities have the monsters occupied now? Yuewu sighed softly and said, 5 already. We were besieging the 6th city yesterday. Fortunately, General Yuchi brought his men to the city. The monster army is increasing. For some reason, some monsters from other countries have gathered at the border of our great yin. His Majesty said that the situation on the border is getting more and more serious. His Majesty wants to wait until the court situation stabilizes a little before he can lead the army in person. Luo Qingzhou's expression immediately condensed and said, Your Majesty must not go. Great Yin is still turbulent now. Even though those princes are honest now, something may happen again once there is a chance. After all, Your Majesty ascended the throne as a daughter, and those royal families will never accept it. Moreover, Your Majesty does not have many troops now. Once he leads the army to leave Kyoto, there will definitely be big problems. At that time, there will be real internal and external troubles, and it will be precarious. Yuewu looked at. He said, Your Majesty said that when she leaves the capital, she will appoint you as the regent and let you take her place in the capital and help her govern the country. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, I am just a warrior. You are not a warrior. Yuewu looked at him dimly and said, If it weren't for you, the 7 countries and King Tai rebelled, and Yuying and General Yuchi would not have won so easily. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed to have his identity exposed in front of him. He pondered for a moment and said, Anyway, Your Majesty, you can't leave Beijing now. At this point, he was silent for a while, and said, If I must go to the border to resist the monsters, I will go. I am Your Majesty's husband and a man of the yin. The country is in trouble, and the people are displaced. I have the responsibility to do my part. Yuewu looked at him blankly, then bowed and said softly, Young master, you can have this heart, and it is not in vain that Your Majesty treats you sincerely. Yuewu would like to thank Your Majesty here on behalf of Your Majesty. It should be. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and walked into the secret room. Boom, the stone door slowly closed. Yuewu looked at the closed stone door and was stunned for a while before muttering, Young master is able to plan and win battles thousands of miles away. He is wise and resourceful, talented, and has unparalleled poetry. He also has a talent for martial arts. His Majesty says that no one in the yin can match him. He cares about the world and the people, and is loyal to His Majesty. How can a person be so perfect? Your Majesty must have moved the heavens. So the heavens sent young master to accompany His Majesty and help His Majesty. Luo Qingzhou entered the underground spiritual mine. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt a strong vitality coming towards him. Before he started to practice, the Danhai and various acupoints in his body began to stir. He came directly to the heart of the spiritual mine and sat down. Before he started to practice, he took out the body judgment stone and looked at his data. Grandmaster late stage, progress 2. Divine realm late stage, progress 7. The later you go, the slower the progress, and the harder it is to break through. But now that I have the heart of the spiritual mine, plus his spiritual liquid, there shouldn't be any problem. He put away the body judgment stone, sorted out his emotions, and then slowly closed his eyes and calmed down. After a while, he began to practice the technique, allowing the breath in his body to establish a connection with the surrounding heaven and earth energy. In the Danhai, the energy slowly surged. All the meridians and acupoints in the body began to operate. A transparent vortex began to appear above his head. The rich energy released by the spirit or heart rushed directly to the vortex and quickly entered his body. Soon, he entered a state of selflessness. He practiced for an unknown period of time. When it was dark outside, Nandong Huiyue came here alone in a fiery red dress. She looked at him quietly for a while not far away, and then left silently. When it was almost dawn, she came down to see him again when she was about to go to the morning court. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. That night, when Nandong Huiyue came to the underground again, Luo Qingzhou just put away the technique and opened his eyes. Nandong Huiyue's expression changed. After waiting at the door for a while, he walked over and said, "Is it full?" The vitality under the spirit or heart was extremely pure and rich, no matter how powerful he was. After practicing for 5 consecutive days, the meridians and acupoints in his body probably couldn't bear it. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "It's full. I feel bloated, and the absorption speed is getting slower and slower. I should release it all before continuing to absorb and refine it." Nandong Huiyue said, "Ordinary release will definitely not work. Do you have a late-stage Grandmaster's technique?" Luo Qingzhou stood up, glanced at the spirit or heart above, and said, "Yes." Nandong Huiyue was relieved and said, "Then go to my practice room to practice. There is a powerful formation arranged there. You can practice and burst at will." Luo Qingzhou nodded, glanced at her, bowed his head and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Nandong Huiyue looked at him deeply, reached out and held his hand, and said softly, "We are a family, so why should we be polite?" Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and followed her to the ground. Even if they are a family, they must be polite. It is impossible to always let one person silently pay while the other only says thank you verbally. He must take action. Yuewu told me that you are willing to go to the border to resist the demon tribe on my behalf. Walking on the steps, Nandong Huiyue's voice was very gentle. Luo Qingzhou said, "This is my responsibility." Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment, looked at him and said, "I didn't misjudge you." Then he said, "Except for your fickleness and lies. In fact, everything else is good." Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "Your Majesty, I am not fickle. See, I didn't wrong you. You are really a lie." Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly, led him up the steps, came to the training room, and said, "You have been training down there for 5 days. I know that now you want to explode what else besides the energy of tempering organs in your body." Luo Qingzhou raised his fist, and with a sizzle, an arc appeared. He said, "Lightning." Nandong Huiyue looked at the arc. Her eyebrows twitched slightly, and her expression suddenly became cold and majestic, saying, "My cave is fragile and can't withstand your lightning. I warn you, you are not allowed to use lightning." Seeing that she seemed to be a little frightened, Luo Qingzhou had to retract the lightning and said, "Okay, then I won't practice lightning for the time being." The expression on Nandong Huiyue's face relaxed and gentled, and said, "Go take a bath. You stink." Luo Qingzhou walked to the bathtub, took off his clothes, and jumped in. He hadn't taken a bath for 5 days, and during this period, waste was constantly discharged from his pores. Now his body was almost rotten. He scrubbed for a while. He took out the body judgment stone and checked his current data. Grandmaster late stage, progress 6. Divine realm late stage, progress 8. Sure enough, the progress was slow. It was just compared to the speed of his previous cultivation. Compared with other practitioners, it was naturally many times faster. After all, he was practicing under the heart of the spirit mind. If an ordinary practitioner wanted to increase the progress of the Grandmaster late stage, he would probably only increase it by 2 or 3 points in a year. In 5 days, he had increased it by 4 points, which was already very good. At this time, the stone door suddenly opened. A slender figure with long hair and gauze in her hand came in with a towel in her hand, came behind him, stretched out a pair of slender jade hands, and helped him wash his body. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, turned his head to look at her, and said, "Miss Yuewu?" "No need." Yuewu lowered her head and carefully helped him wash his back, and said softly, "Young master, don't be shy. Yuewu is not an outsider." Nandong Huiyue, wearing a red dress, stood by the bathing pool, and said majestically, "She is indeed not an outsider. It was just night outside. It was early in the morning. In the silent palace, a burst of urgent alarm bells suddenly sounded. At the same time, many guards shouted outside. Waves of formation fluctuations came from all directions. On the formation shield above the palace, a blue figure suddenly appeared, suspended in the air. Looking down coldly, "There's an assassin! There's an assassin!" The guards and the Imperial Guards all rushed over, drawing their bows and arrows. Many spirit masters also flew to the rooftops, ready for battle. Chapter 857 Moon Shake. The palace was brightly lit. Guards and Imperial Guards, as well as some eunuchs, gathered with torches. Above the Weiyang Palace, a layer of light golden array light shield flickered continuously. Above the light shield, a woman in a blue dress, with fluttering sleeves, looked down at the crowd below with cold eyes. As if looking at a group of ants, the crowd suddenly dispersed. The Great Yen Queen, dressed in a fiery red dress, walked out of the Yelwa Palace. She looked up, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. The blue-dressed woman outside the light shield, after seeing her, her eyes flashed, and then looked at the young man beside her. "All retreat." Nandong Huiyue looked calm, and gave an order to the leader of the Imperial Guards, then turned his head and looked at his side and said, "She is Lan Ling from the Piaomyo Immortal Sect. Do you dare to accompany me to see her?" Luo Qingzhou did not speak, directly embraced her slender waist, and flew up on the sword. The Imperial Guards gathered below felt relieved after seeing this scene, and gradually withdrew. The old eunuch Li Zhong stood on the roof, watching the two people flying into the air with complicated eyes. The chaos in the palace soon calmed down. Luo Qingzhou took the queen, and flew into the night sky, and came to the blue-skirted woman. Both sides were looking at each other. Lan Ling suddenly sneered and looked at the majestic and cold girl in front of him and said, "I thought you had fallen asleep, but I didn't expect you to be busy so late. It seems that you are really enjoying being the queen." Nandong Huiyue looked at her coldly and didn't speak. Lan Ling smiled contemptuously and said, "Don't be nervous. I only brought a soul today, so I'm not here to cause you any trouble. I just came to tell you that you still have one last chance." Nandong Huiyue sneered. "You have so many last times." A cold light flashed in Lan Ling's eyes, and he said, "A total of 8 people from my Piaomyi Xinzong were killed in your Deyin territory, including an elder. At the same time, several of our treasures were also robbed by your people. In addition, a soul of mine also died here. If you count the people who were killed in the ancient ruins, there will be even more. You should know the strength and style of our Piaomyi Xinzong, and you should know how much we value those people. If it were other countries, they might have been uprooted by now." Nandong Huiyue sneered. "This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. You can just kill others, but you can't let others kill you, right?" Lan Ling smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's accurate. It depends on them. Do you have the strength and dare to bear the consequences? Obviously, in front of our Piaomyi Xinzong, your little dying can't bear such consequences. Since you have done it, you should understand what will happen next." Nandong Huiyue, "I am here to tell you today that the sect has decided to send people to attack you. At that time, let alone you and your court, your 5 major sects and all warriors in Dayan will pay a price that you can't afford." Nandong Huiyue said indifferently, "Oh? Then what?" Lan Ling narrowed his eyes and said, "I asked the elders of Luxinfeng to tell you that as long as you agree to the previous things, we can let bygones be bygones. At that time, you will still be your queen. And as long as you have our support, no one can let you down. Dayan is still Dayan, and your 5 major sects are still the 5 major sects. And we can also take a step back and don't want your warrior army." Nandong Huiyue said calmly, "Sorry, I won't agree. As long as I, Nandong Huiyue, live one day, I will never agree." Lan Ling couldn't help but sneer and said, "Nandong Huiyue, it seems that you value your own reputation and integrity more than the fate of Deyin and the lives of others. Unfortunately, you are a woman, killing your brothers and sisters, and ascending the throne by killing your brother. You are destined to have no good reputation in the future. When the time comes, my Piaomyu Immortal Sect will come to retaliate. And you, your court, and those who support you will be destroyed. Your entire Deyin will also fall into an irreparable situation. And this consequence will naturally be borne by you alone. Take responsibility. So, no matter what, don't even think about having a good reputation. What's the use of your integrity and backbone?" A bright red flame mark suddenly appeared between Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows, and she said coldly, "Are you done?" Lan Ling narrowed his eyes, stared at her for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, since you are still stubborn, don't blame us for being ruthless. By the way, I want to tell you that Yu Yao broke her oath and killed my people from Piaomu Xinzong. In 5 days, we will take her back to the sect to accept punishment. If anyone stops us, we will kill them without mercy." Nandong Huiyue's pupils shrank slightly. Lan Ling sneered, "Of course. You can also tell her in advance so that she can be prepared. We are not afraid of her resistance, let alone her escape." After that, he prepared to leave. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded beside Nandong Huiyue. "How are you going to punish her?" Lan Ling paused, turned his head and looked at him with interest. "Are you asking Yu Yao?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes." "How do you want to punish her?" Lan Ling's eyebrows moved, and he looked at him a few more times, and suddenly sneered, "Are you familiar with her?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer. Lan Ling looked at him meaningfully for a while, and sneered, "It is naturally not up to me to decide how to punish. However, the lightest punishment should be to abolish all cultivation and make her a useless person. Of course, she may also be imprisoned, or she may be sent to others as a slave to set an example." Speaking of this, she smiled coldly. After all, she was the most talented and most popular saint fairy in all our sections. Even if she has no cultivation, her cold and noble temperament is still there, and there should still be many people who like her. She suddenly raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but smile playfully. "Strange. You look like you are very angry, and your fists and your sleeves are shaking." Then she looked at the Queen of Great Yin in front of her, raised the corner of her mouth, and teased, "Your Majesty, your husband seems to care more about other women? However, it is understandable. After all, that woman is much better than you in every aspect. Except for her birth, it's a pity that she is willing to degenerate and actually..." Boom! Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched her. Lan Ling's figure flashed, avoiding his fist light, and sneered in the air, "Are you angry because of shame? Don't worry. I will let you see her being taken away with your own eyes." After speaking, a blue light flashed, and he was about to leave. Who knew that at this moment, a large lightning net suddenly appeared in the sky, fell down in an instant, and enveloped her in it. Lan Ling's face changed, and she took out a piece of jade. The surface of the jade was shining, and the scene here was clearly reflected. She looked at the two people below with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Nandong Huiyue, aren't you afraid that the entire Dehian will be buried with you?" Nandong Huiyue said calmly, "Sorry. Lightning is not my skill. It has nothing to do with me." Lan Ling gritted his teeth and said, "I have sent the picture here back. If my soul fragment gets into trouble here again, you will all be buried with me." As soon as the words fell, the lightning net suddenly sizzled and began to close. Lan Ling immediately felt a terrifying breath of thunder coming, and immediately took out a talisman and stuck it on her body. Wow! She was seen with golden light blooming all over her body, and instantly turned into a stream of light, rushing vertically towards the ground. Who knew that at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the ground strangely, and punched out with a boom. The black fist light with red lightning instantly pierced through the golden light shield on her body. Lan Ling's face changed drastically. At this time, a clear voice suddenly came from the air, "Prince Consort, show mercy." As the words fell, a white light fell from the sky and protected Lan Ling. However, Luo Qingzhou seemed to have not heard it, and punched out again. The red, purple and black lightning actually condensed into a three-color fist light, and with a bang it broke the white light and hit Lan Ling's soul heavily. "Ah!" Lan Ling screamed merely, and his soul was instantly shattered and turned into nothing. The lightning disappeared. A small blue sword appeared, wailed, and suddenly broke into pieces and disappeared. Three-color lightning? In the air, a middle-aged man in a Confucian robe stood in the air, with a look of surprise on his face. Luo Qingzhou flew to the side of the Empress and supported her. Nandong Huiyue looked at the elegant and handsome middle-aged man with gray hair in the air, with a complicated expression, and said respectfully, "Dean Bai?" Bai Yishan landed, looked at the two of them, nodded slightly, and said, "I'm glad that the princess is okay." He still called the princess, not His Majesty. However, Nandong Huiyue still looked respectful, bowed his head and introduced, "Fei Yang. This is Dean Bai of Longhu College, the teacher of the late emperor, and also my teacher." Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed his hands and said respectfully, "Junior Chu Fei Yang. Meet Senior Bai." Bai Yishan did not blame him for what happened just now. Looked at him gently. And explained in a gentle voice, Fei Yong. She came this time. Just a puppet of a soul. Attached to the sword. Her soul is thousands of miles away. So you don't have to kill her. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Junior was impulsive. Bai Yishan smiled gently. It's okay. Young people. It's not a bad thing to be passionate and impulsive. You dare to fight for my great Yin people and the people of Piamu Xinzong. This courage is not something that ordinary people have. After a pause, he smiled and said, a three-color thunder tribulation appeared in Li Shao sect that day. It should be you who was going through the tribulation. Right? Luo Qingzhou did not hide it and said, it is indeed the junior. Bai Yishan looked at him deeply and did not ask any more questions. He was pleased and said, with young people like you, my great Yin has hope. Then he looked at the girl in front of him and said, if the princess is not too busy, go to the border with Bai in 5 days. Bai went out a few days ago and visited friends in Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Ferry Island. He briefly told them about the things here. They decided to bring people from Piamu Ferry sect to the border of my great Yin in 5 days to discuss with us how to deal with this matter. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, what is Senior Bai talking about? Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and said nothing. Bai Yishan said gently, Piamu Xinzong covets our great Yin and has repeatedly sent people to infringe on our great Yin's interests. It also violated the contract and entered our great Yin to attack. And we killed some of their people. We will discuss how to resolve the conflict between the two sides at that time. Nandong Huiyue said with a frosty face, shouldn't they be punished? It was originally their wolfish ambitions that started the fight first. And we were just protecting ourselves. Bai Yishan was silent for a while. And said, this situation is already the best situation that Bai can strive for. You must know that Piamu Xinzong will bring great benefits to the other two major Xinzongs every year. At the same time, they have not only married each other, but also have many relatives and friends. Even some high-level officials of Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Xiandao are relatives of some high-level officials of Piamu Xinzong. Therefore, my great Yin can never be compared with Piamu Xinzong. In the eyes of their Xinzong, Piamu Xinzong cannot be absent. But our great Yin is dispensable. Nandong Huiyue fell silent after listening. Bai Yishan sighed and said, we may have to pay a price. But don't worry, Princess. As long as it is about national interests, Bai will never give in. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, what about Miss Yao? As soon as he said this, Bai Yishan and Nandong Huiyue looked at him together. Luo Qingzhou said, Miss Yao is from our great Yin people. She is helping us. Can we watch her being taken away? Bai Yishan was silent for a while and said, we will fight for it during the negotiation. However, the three major sects know about the contract signed by Miss Yao and Piamu Xinzong. If she really violates it, this matter will definitely be a bit tricky. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, and his fists in his sleeves slowly clenched. Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, Dean, as long as Yao can be saved, we can make some concessions on other conditions. Bai Yishan glanced at her and nodded, okay. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Senior Bai, let's go to the border to discuss in 5 days. Can I go with you? Bai Yishan nodded and said, of course. Miss Yao will also go. Thank you. Luo Qingzhou thanked him respectfully. Bai Yishan pondered for a moment and looked at the girl in front of him. He seemed to have something to say, but he was a little hesitant. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Senior Bai, please chat with His Majesty for a while. I will take my leave first. When he was about to leave, Nandong Huiyue held his hand, looked at the middle-aged man in front, and said, Dean, if you have anything to say, just say it. Fei Yong is not an outsider. Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and said, Bai wants to ask about the spiritual mind. Recently, the spiritual mind vitality under the Dragon and Tiger Academy has fluctuated a little. Not as strong as before. Has your Highness gone down to see if there is something wrong with the spiritual mind? As soon as these words came out, Nandong Huiyue's face turned pale, and suddenly like a little girl who had done something wrong. She slowly lowered her head, and did not dare to look at him. Luo Qingzhou naturally knew what was going on. Hearing this, he felt guilty and heavy in his heart. Bai Yishan glanced at the two of them, and seemed to suddenly understand something. His expression was still gentle. It's okay. Bai is just asking casually. Your Highness will make the decision on the spiritual mind. Since the late Emperor gave the spiritual mind to your Highness, he naturally knew that your Highness would not let him down, let alone the trust of the entire Yin. After a pause, He nodded again and said, Your Majesty can make such a decisive decision, which is already very remarkable. The fate of the yin should be controlled and changed by your highness and better people. Very good. Very good. After speaking, his figure had disappeared. Chapter 858 The Secret of Dayue and Xiaoya. Sister Yu's Crisis. Yaohua Palace. Study. After Nandong Huiyue came back, she changed into a thin red dress, leaned on the soft couch, and closed her eyes to rest. Luo Qingzhou stood aside, thinking about things. For a long time, Nandong Huiyue opened her eyes, looked at him coldly and said, How do you know Yu Yao? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, I met her by chance. Nandong Huiyue said coldly, You have a good relationship with her? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. Nandong Huiyue looked at him quietly, and after a while, she said, Did she tell you about me? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, No. Nandong Huiyue stared at the expression on his face. Her eyes flashed, and then said, As far as I know, she was once the saint of Piamu Xinzong. Because of some things, she forcibly left the sect and returned to Dian. She also has a junior sister, also from Dian, named Yuling. And the cultivation method she practices is quite similar to mine. Do you know her? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, I should know her. Nandong Huiyue said coldly, If you know her, then you know her. If you don't know her, then you don't know her. What do you mean you should know her? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, I only know that her name is Xiaoya. As for whether it is the Yuling mentioned by your majesty, I don't know. Nandong Huiyue raised her eyebrows. You haven't seen her true body? Luo Qingzhou said, No. Nandong Huiyue asked again, Then do you know where she lives? After a pause, she said, I plan to bring all their sisters and brothers to work for me. Luo Qingzhou said, I don't know. Nandong Huiyue's mouth moved slightly, and she stared at him for a moment, raised her two slender jade feet, put them on the couch, and said, Pinch me. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, walked over, and sat down on the couch. Nandong Huiyue said lightly, Silk stockings can be taken off. Luo Qingzhou helped her take off her silk stockings, then held one of her snow-white and beautiful jade feet, and gently pinched it in his palm. Nandong Huiyue looked at him in silence for a while, then retracted her gaze, took out the communication treasure, secretly took a photo of him, and sent it to someone, with the text, Senior Sister. My husband is really considerate. Every time he comes, he helps me massage my feet. Has your husband massaged your feet? The other party did not reply. Nandong Huiyue said again, Lan Ling just came. She threatened me, and said that she would bring people to flatten the yin. Also, she said that you violated the contract you signed. In 5 days, she will bring people to capture you. My husband accompanied me to see her just now. The message came back, Oh, Nandong Huiyue, Senior Sister, what do you decide to do? After a long time, the message party replied, What did he say? Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, Senior Sister. Who is he referring to? I don't understand. The other party did not reply again. Nandong Huiyue clenched the communication certificate in her hand, paused, and suddenly raised her jade feet, looked at someone coldly and said, Kiss. After that, she pointed the communication certificate at him. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, then glanced at the snow-white and tender jade feet of the girl in front of him, suddenly went over and pressed her on the couch, and kissed her little mouth. Nandong Huiyue rose, glared and said, I'd let you kiss my feet. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, sat back in his original position, and continued to gently help her massage her feet. Nandong Huiyue glared at him for a while. Then her eyes flashed, and she sent a photo of the two of them in love, with a reply, Senior Sister. Are you referring to the person I write on? The other party did not reply. Nandong Huiyue waited for a while, and said, He killed Lan Ling's soul, and asked Dean Bai and I to protect you. 5 days later, people from Pumlai Ferry Island and Jiotian Yaotai will bring people from Piamu Ferry sect to negotiate at our Great Yin border. When the time comes, we will go together, and you must go too. Then send another message. Are you afraid of being exposed in front of him? This time, the message came back quickly. What about you? Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows twitched. If he knew your true identity, you would be the most embarrassed. Ex-wife. Sister-in-law. Every night you secretly meet your brother-in-law behind your sister's back, deliberately seducing your brother-in-law to make him like you. Do you think you are ashamed? After a while, the message came back, At least, I didn't call you brother, nor did I call you good brother. Nandong Huiyue. Luo Qingzhou saw her chest heaving. Her face was ugly, and she seemed to be very angry, and asked in confusion, Your Majesty, is there bad news from the border? Nandong Huiyue glared at him, and said coldly, Kneel down and serve me later. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard it, and nodded, Okay. Then Your Majesty, will you kneel together, stand, or sit later? Nandong Huiyue's mouth twitched, and she ignored him again. After calming down for a while, she replied, Senior sister, there is no need to hurt both sides. How about we don't say anything? Now is the time for us to unite against the outside world. There is no need to turn against each other for such a small matter. Besides, we are also considered family. The other party did not reply again. Humph! Nandong Huiyue snorted in her heart, and she didn't dare to say it. At this time, the night outside the window had receded. The eastern sky had begun to turn slightly white. Nandong Huiyue suddenly remembered something and shouted to the outside, Yuewu. At this time, Xiao's voice came from outside, Your Majesty. Sister Yuewu is not feeling well. She was just helped back to her room by Sister Shaoling. Do you want me to call her? Nandong Huiyue was stunned. And then she remembered and said coldly, No need. She couldn't help but glare at someone and scolded, You don't know how to be gentle and rude? Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty, I am already very gentle. Moreover, I only use 30% of my power. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes. Then how much did you use on me? Luo Qingzhou originally. If I say 60%, I'm afraid of angering her. So I can only say 80%. Ha ha. Nandong Huiyue chuckled and snorted. Not only do you lie all the time, but now you can even brag. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty, have you seen my three-color lightning? Nandong Huiyue looked out the window, frowned and said, It's almost dawn. I'm going to go to the morning court. You go back. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Majesty, do you want to see it? Nandong Huiyue kicked him away, and said with dignity and coldness, I am a wise king. Don't seduce me with beauty. If you delay national affairs, I will make you lose your head. Oh! Luo Qingzhou straightened his clothes and said, Then I'll take my leave first. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, Where are you going? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, I'll go back to Lingxiao sect to practice boxing first, and then come to practice underground in 2 days. I hope the progress on the body judgment stone can increase faster. Nandong Huiyue said, What is it now? Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, Grandmaster late stage. Progress 6, Divine Realm late stage. Progress 8. Before entering the underground a few days ago, the progress of the late Grandmaster was 2. Or the practice was too slow. Nandong Huiyue froze when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Can you stop showing off seriously? Luo Qingzhou? Nandong Huiyue rolled his eyes at him and said, With your progress, I'm afraid the entire Diyin. There are only a few in the entire Jiuzhou continent. Even if the genius disciples of the 3 major immortal sects have larger spiritual minds, they may not be able to match your progress in the past few days. Do you know that most practitioners have practiced hard for 2 or 3 years, but have not made even 2 points of progress? Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, Is it so difficult? But I have always been very fast in my practice before. Nandong Huiyue couldn't help kicking him and said angrily, Show off again. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her delicate jade feet and said innocently, I'm really not showing off. Since I started practicing, I feel that now is the slowest. So I think the heart of the spiritual mind is just so. Nandong Huiyue stared at him angrily. She was about to get angry, but after thinking carefully, she found that what this guy said was indeed the truth. She knew him a long time ago. At first, he was only at the level of night wanderer and martial student. In just 1 or 2 years, he has suddenly become the top existence in Diyin. He has a smooth journey without any bottlenecks. His speed of advancement is amazing. Let's go. Let's go back to your Lingxiao sect to show off. I don't want to see your face of being a smug person anymore. She retracted her feet and drove him away with a cold face. Before leaving, Luo Qingzhou still thanked him solemnly. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty, and your heart for the spirit mine. Even if I am a villain, I am a villain who is loyal to Your Majesty and Diyin. 5 days later, I will accompany Your Majesty to the border to protect all the interests of Diyin. Even if I bleed on the spot, I will not hesitate. Nandong Huiyue looked at him coldly and said, Just accompany me. If you really want to bleed on the spot, it should not be just for me. Right? Luo Qingzhou said. For Diyin. For my Diyin people? Nandong Huiyue sneered and teased. Well, then I will send a eunuch to the people of Piaomi Xinzong as a slave. Remember to rescue the eunuch on the spot. Your Majesty. It's getting late. You should go to the morning court. I will take my leave first. Luo Qingzhou turned and left. Nandong Huiyue looked at his back coldly. After he walked out of the door, she was silent for a long time. Then she looked at the message in her hand and murmured, Senior sister, if they really want to take you away that day, I'm sorry. I will definitely not gamble the fate of the entire Diyin. But he may fight for you. He is my husband. My hope, and the hope of the entire Diyin. I will never watch him die. So I am very conflicted. Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion and accompanied Miss Qin for a whole morning. At noon, he accompanied the family to have lunch. Mother-in-law left in a hurry after dinner because of business matters, and did not talk to him during the meal. I don't know if what Miss Qin said that day is true. Of course, he didn't dare to ask. After lunch, he accompanied Miss Qin back to the room, collected the spiritual liquid from the sun and moon treasure mirror, and observed the situation in the storage ring. The mysterious little tree grew very fast, and is now about 2 meters tall. At the same time, the flower bud on the branch is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that it is about to bloom. Although the spiritual liquid is very precious, he still watered it with 2 drops. After doing this, he left his body again, and entered the body of the little fire fox. He talked to Hua Gu for a while, told her about the physical body, and told her what Sister Yu said. Hua Gu cried with joy when she heard that she would soon have the opportunity to return to her body and really come back to life. Practice well. Master is waiting for you. Luo Qingzhou stayed with her for a while, before coming out of the little fire fox's body. Miss Qin seemed to see that he was worried and asked softly. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and briefly told her that Piaomi Xinzong was going to forcibly take Sister Yu away in 5 days. Unexpectedly, Miss Qin was even more nervous than him after hearing this. She immediately grabbed his hand and said, Brother Qingzhou, you must find a way to save Sister Yu. Don't let those bad guys take her away. Luo Qingzhou comforted her softly. Don't worry. I will definitely not let anyone take her away. Everything I have now, it can be said, is given by her. How could I allow others to hurt her? Miss Qin frowned and said, Brother Qingzhou, but you said that those bad guys are very powerful. Piaomi Xinzong sounds very powerful. You are alone, Luo Qingzhou said. I am not alone. The Queen and Dean Bai of Longhu Academy will help me. Of course. As for how much they can help, I don't know. What I can do is to do my best to stop those people. Miss Qin's face was pale, and the little hand holding his wrist was trembling slightly. Luo Qingzhou frowned, held her soft little hand and said, Wei Mo, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? As he said that, he quickly helped her to sit on the couch. Miss Qin shook her head slightly and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo is fine. Wei Mo is just worried about Brother Qingzhou. Sister Yu is so important to Brother Qingzhou. When the time comes, Brother Qingzhou will definitely try his best to save her. Wei Mo is afraid. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms and comforted her softly. It's okay. Brother Qingzhou won't die so easily. From Maching to Kyoto, those who want to hurt Brother Qingzhou and the people around Brother Qingzhou are dead. Right? Even the Emperor is no exception. Wei Mo, believe in Brother Qingzhou. Miss Qin hugged him tightly and said in a trembling voice, No matter what, Brother Qingzhou, you must save Sister Yu. Okay? Luo Qingzhou looked down at her and suddenly said, Wei Mo, if I save her, what if she suddenly wants to marry your Brother Qingzhou? Miss Qin looked up at him, quieted down for a while, and said softly, Then Wei Mo will help Brother Qingzhou prepare for the wedding and prepare the wedding gown. After Sister Yu enters the house, Wei Mo will serve her. Then, take the initiative to abdicate and become a concubine. Luo Qingzhou looked at the clear eyes and sincerity in her eyes, and suddenly felt distressed. He hugged her tightly and said softly, Wei Mo, don't say silly things. Brother Qingzhou is joking with you. Sister Yu's practice does not allow her to have any feelings with others. It's impossible for me and her. No. Miss Qin said softly, although Wei Mo doesn't understand the practice. Wei Mo knows that no one can be without feelings. As long as Brother Qingzhou works hard, he will definitely be able to melt Sister Yu. Wei Mo believes that Brother Qingzhou and Sister Yu will definitely have a result. Luo Qingzhou looked stunned and didn't say anything. At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It turned out to be from Sister Yu. Want to advance? Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked. And he immediately replied, advance to Grandmaster? Sister Yu, yeah. Luo Qingzhou's heartbeat seemed to stop suddenly. And his hand trembled slightly. How long will it take? After a while. The message came back, 5 days. Chapter 859 The First Drop of Blood. Dragon Blood Tempering Body. It was evening. The sky was gray. And the spring rain began to fall again. Luo Qingzhou went out with an umbrella and headed straight for East Lake. Willows hung down on the banks of East Lake. And there were few pedestrians. All walking hurriedly in the rain. Compared with the bustle of West Lake, this place was too deserted. Luo Qingzhou came to the lake and looked into the lake. Sure enough, he saw a small boat with a black sail, parked under the stone bridge. He hurried over. At this time, a pretty girl in a water-green dress came out of the boat with an umbrella. Then she stood at the bow of the boat, waved at him, and shouted crisply, "Young master! Here! Here!" Luo Qingzhou was holding an umbrella and had just stepped onto the stone bridge when a figure suddenly ran past him and pushed him. A young man in a Confucian robe, soaked by the rain, ran to the steps of the stone bridge with excitement on his face, and politely bowed to the pretty girl on the bow and said, "Miss, are you calling me? I was in a hurry today and forgot to bring an umbrella. So I am so embarrassed. Thank you for letting me get on the boat to avoid the rain." Get lost. The happy face of the pretty girl standing on the bow immediately turned cold. The boat slowly moved to the steps under the broken bridge. The young man standing on the steps suddenly froze. But after seeing the girl's pure and beautiful face and slender figure, he immediately smiled again and bowed his hands and said, "I am Lucien, from Yuanzhou. I came to Beijing to participate in the spring examination this time. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you today. I don't know if you..." Snap! Before he finished speaking, the girl standing on the bow suddenly took out a whip and whipped him with it, whipping him directly down the steps. And with a plop, he fell into the lake. Ah! The young man was thrashing in the water, screaming, his face full of fear. Xiaoli, who was standing at the bow, said, "Pa," and rolled her eyes. "A toad wants to eat dragon meat. Disgusting." Luo Qingzhou walked down the steps, stretched out his hand, pulled up the young man who was about to sink in the water, and said, "That's a little goblin. Stay away from her." The girl at the bow was laughing, with bright eyes and white teeth, and she was pretty and lovely. The young man was sitting on the steps, shivering with cold. His face turned pale with fear, and he immediately cursed at her, "Little bitch. You are?" Who knew that before he could finish cursing, Luo Qingzhou kicked him down with a bang. Plop! Water splashed everywhere. The cursing in the young man's mouth stopped abruptly, and he began to flutter and scream again. The girl standing at the bow of the boat suddenly giggled and clapped her hands, saying, "Young master, you kicked it well. Kick this toad to death." Luo Qingzhou jumped onto the boat and said, "Don't make trouble. Let's go." After that, he looked at the cabin. In the cabin, a girl in a snow-white dress sat there quietly, looking at him with a pair of charming but cold eyes. Although she looked like Hua Gu, her temperament, breath, and eyes were those of Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou felt awe in his bones and walked in and said, "Sister Yu." The girl looked at him and said nothing. At this time, the boat began to sail towards the center of the lake, and the young man who fell into the water, after struggling for a while, grabbed the steps, climbed up awkwardly, and then fled. Long Hair seemed very happy today. She was playing with the umbrella in her hand at the bow, gently spinning it towards the rain in the sky, and the rain splashed everywhere on the umbrella. She was full of joy and had a lot of fun. When the boat left the broken bridge, and no one was looking here, she took off her shoes, revealing a pair of snow-white and slender girl's jade feet, then stood on tiptoe, holding the flower umbrella in her hand, spinning and dancing in the rain. The aqua-green skirt bloomed like a flower, and the red rope bell on the ankle rang non-stop. It was like a song in the rain, crisp and cheerful, and pleasant to the ears. In the cabin, Luo Qingzhou looked at him for a while and couldn't help but ask again, "Sister Yu, are you sure I can really advance to Grandmaster in 5 days?" Yu Yao retracted her gaze towards the bow and looked at him, saying expressionlessly, "Not sure." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, then said, "I understand that nothing can be completely certain, especially cultivation. Sister Yu, what method do you mean?" Yu Yao looked into his eyes with pure and charming eyes, but said in a cold tone, "Dual cultivation?" Luo Qingzhou. Yu Yao looked at him coldly and said, "Are you willing?" Luo Qingzhou's breathing suddenly became rapid. His face flushed. And he looked at her excitedly and said, I am willing. Then he said, Sister Yu, when do we start? Is 5 days enough? Are you using Huagu's body? Or your own? Yu Yao looked cold and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou coughed and said with his head down, Don't worry. Sister Yu, I know the severity, and won't use thunder and lightning. Then he said, of course, with Sister Yu's strength, she will definitely not be afraid. Yu Yao narrowed her eyes and stared at him for a long time before saying coldly, It's with Long Air. Luo Qingzhou. Yu Yao said coldly, Long Air's first drop of true dragon blood contains powerful power, which can help you forcibly temper your body and transform your internal organs and acupoints. Long Air's crisp voice suddenly came from outside, Sister, it's not the first drop of true dragon blood. It's the first drop of true dragon virgin blood. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and looked at the board, his toes tightly clasped, as if he wanted to find a gap to get in. Yu Yao looked at him and continued. When the organs in your body are tempered and transformed by dragon blood, you can withstand more rapid energy. Just like the last time you were injured by the sword formation. In addition to Longer's true dragon blood, you also need an inner pill of the Golden Clam Demon Lord to strengthen your physique and stabilize the true dragon energy in your body. Finally, you also need the spirit mineral heart. I will cast a spell to allow the pure energy inside to quickly flow into your body and merge with the true dragon energy to help you break through the barrier at this point. She was silent for a while and said, But if that happens, the lifespan of the spirit mineral heart may be reduced by half. After listening to this, Luo Qingzhou felt that the difficulty this time was extraordinary. However, the most critical thing should be Longer's first drop of dragon blood. This is no problem. As for the spirit mineral heart, he needs to ask the queen first. Originally, he had been practicing directly with the spirit mineral heart during this period of time, which had affected its lifespan. If he consumed half of its lifespan, it would be too selfish. A spirit or without its heart is like a human without a heart. It is impossible to survive. Yu Yao seemed to see his hesitation and said lightly, She has agreed. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and looked at her and said, Who agreed? Yu Yao looked at him coldly, Queen? Your wife. Luo Qingzhou. He lowered his head again, looking for a crack on the ground. The air suddenly became silent. He quickly changed the subject, Sister Yu, where is the inner elixir of the Golden Clam Demon Lord? Where is it? Yu Yao said coldly, The border? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, Border? But, is it too late? Yu Yao did not answer immediately, but stood up and walked out of the cabin. She stood in the drizzling spring rain for a while before saying, I have inquired about it. A demon appeared in the border army. Its inner elixir is very special and cannot be replaced by other things. So we must go there. I have a spaceship and will arrive tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou stood up and walked out, saying, 2 days to go and 2 days to return. There is still 1 day left, but I am afraid it is too late. Long Air at the bow said immediately, Sir, it's not too late. Long Air will go with you and can communicate with you on my sister's spaceship practice. When you get the inner elixir of the Golden Clam Demon Venerable, Long Air and you can continue to practice. After you come back, you can take my sister to find the heart of the spiritual mind and prepare to break through. Luo Qingzhou. Yu Yao looked at the misty lake in the distance and said lightly, It will take a few hours to fill the body with vitality. Long Air continued, It will take at least 3 days to temper the body with dragon blood. Sir, there is no time to lose. Let's go. Luo Qingzhou made a prompt decision. Only by breaking through to the realm of the Grandmaster and the border negotiations 5 days later, he would have a greater chance to prevent the people of Pyamyu Xinzong from taking Sister Yu away. For Sister Yu, this little difficulty is nothing. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings were suddenly shrouded in smoke. And then the black-sailed boat under his feet suddenly flew into the air and drilled into the clouds. There were no pedestrians on the shore of East Lake, so naturally no one saw it. The cold wind blew, and the drizzle was slanting. The spaceship, carrying 3 people, sailed quickly in the clouds. Yu Yao, wearing a white dress, stood quietly at the bow, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance, motionless, and didn't know what she was thinking. Luo Qingzhou stood behind her, and saw Longa looking at him with burning eyes, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Fly for a while. Longer finally couldn't help it, and took the initiative to come over and hold his hand and said, Sir, the book says that a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. And your time is more valuable. If you delay any longer, it will be too late to break through. Luo Qingzhou coughed and explained seriously. Spring night refers to the night. Longer pouted and said, no matter whether it is day or night. Sir, let's go in. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the cabin. From here, you can clearly see inside the cabin, and even see a strand of black hair that Sister Yu just dropped on the futon. He remembered that the flying boats of the ancestor and senior Luo Ling could both become very large, and had very hidden compartments and curtains for rest. Look here again. This is too simple. Or did Sister Yu do it on purpose? Can this spaceship transform again? He asked with a stiff face. Longer said, how do you want to transform? Young master? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and whispered, at least. There are rooms and curtains, it's so simple. Standing here, you can see inside the cabin. Longer. Are you embarrassed? Longer blinked and said, what's there to be embarrassed about? Sister is not an outsider. And it's normal for men and women to love each other? Every time you go shopping. Haven't you seen two puppies loving each other in public? Luo Qingzhou. Are you a dragon? Are you a puppy? Seeing that he was really reserved, Longer had to say, young master. How about this? Longer can fly. You ride Longer. We fly behind and practice at the same time. Okay? Luo Qingzhou. What a bad idea. In broad daylight. You are doing that in the sky. Aren't you afraid that God will strike you to death with a thunderbolt? Long Air said again, sir. Long Air can ride on clouds and mist when flying, and can use a lot of mist to cover us. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his eyes flickered, and the picture began to appear in his mind. Chapter 860 Long Air. The rain kept falling. At night, there were bursts of thunder in the sky. Long Air was most afraid of thunder. The spaceship did not dare to fly too high, so it landed in the air only a few hundred meters above the ground and continued to fly. The figure on the bow had long disappeared. There were only 2 people left on the ship. The spring rain was pouring down, and it rained all night. The next day, the sky finally cleared up. On the mountain in front, a colorful rainbow appeared, like a beautiful arch bridge. And on the bridge, there stood a fairy-like girl in a white dress. The spaceship flew over the bridge. The girl's clothes fluttered, and she landed on the bow. She looked into the cabin, turned her back, and looked at the sea of clouds in front. The spaceship suddenly became faster. Luo Qingzhou shrank in the cabin for a long time, and then walked out and came behind the girl. But he couldn't speak. He knew it was wrong to do so, but he had no choice. The girl looked ahead with a cold expression, and was silent for a long time before she said in a light tone, how do you feel? Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and whispered, I feel a very strong force in my body. Very hot. Like a flame. Tempering the meridians, acupoints, and other organs. He told her everything he felt at the moment. His tone was serious, as if to dilute some of the embarrassment. The girl turned her head and looked at him and said, what I'm asking is the feeling of a man succeeding. Luo Qingzhou. The air suddenly became quiet. Just when Luo Qingzhou was at a loss as to whether she was angry and teasing or genuinely curious, she retracted her gaze, looked forward, and said lightly, go in and practice. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her beautiful and cold profile. He was silent for a moment and said, Sister Yu, can I ask you something? How do you feel now? The girl narrowed her eyes slightly and looked forward, her face calm. What can I feel? Luo Qingzhou looked at her slightly fluttering eyelashes and said in a low voice, Sister Yu is not even a little bit angry? Or uncomfortable? The girl turned her head and looked at him calmly. Why should I be angry? Why would I feel uncomfortable? Luo Qingzhou faced her familiar and cold eyes, opened his mouth, and remained silent. For a long time, he nodded slightly and whispered, I know. After that, he turned and walked towards the cabin. At this moment, the cold voice suddenly came from behind again. I brought up this matter. I hope you can advance and then help me. Luo Qingzhou stopped, paused, turned his head and looked at her and said, Sister Yu, don't worry. No matter whether I can advance this time, I will never let anyone take you away. Even if the border is stained with blood. Even if I am crushed to pieces. The two looked at each other silently. It was quiet for a long time. The girl retracted her gaze, looked forward again, and said lightly, you don't have to do that for me. Stay alive and take care of your family. For you, family is the most important. And no, for me, Sister Yu is my family. Luo Qingzhou looked at her deeply and said, or, Sister Yu is like my family. In my heart, Sister Yu and my wife are the most important. I can't live without anyone. And I can't lose anyone. The girl was slightly startled, with a trance in her eyes. She was silent for a while, and the coldness in her tone seemed to be less. Go in and practice. After a pause, she said, I won't watch. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Entered the cabin, covered longer with a quilt. Then sat cross-legged on the opposite futon and closed his eyes. After a while, the girl standing at the bow frowned slightly, and turned her head to look. She was slightly startled, walked into the cabin, and looked at Longer, who was lying on the couch with a ruddy face and sleeping soundly. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, Longer is afraid of thunder. There was thunder last night. Yu Yao's eyes moved, looked at him, paused, and asked, Who thundered? Luo Qingzhou? Sister Yu. What do you mean by this? He suddenly felt something was wrong. Wouldn't Sister Yu see it every time he practiced and used thunder and lightning? It doesn't mean anything, Yu Yao said lightly, and left with a cold look. Luo Qingzhou stared at her blankly. In the afternoon, when Luo Qingzhou was using the dragon blood energy in his body to temper his meridians, Long Air finally woke up slowly. When she just woke up, she was a little confused and didn't know where she was. She was stunned for a long time. She suddenly sat up and said, Sir, what's wrong with Long Air? Wasn't Long Air talking to you just now? There was thunder last night. Luo Qingzhou immediately interrupted her and said seriously, You were scared and fainted. And you just woke up. Yu Yao had come in and was sitting next to him with her eyes closed. Long Air stared at him blankly, blinking in confusion, as if trying hard to recall what happened last night. It seems that there was indeed thunder last night. Longer seemed to be hit, and his whole body was shaking. No. Longer. How can I remember that before the thunder? Longer. Are you hungry? Luo Qingzhou threw her a banana and said, Eat something. Then he looked at the girl next to him, and saw that she still had her eyes closed. He quickly put his index finger to his mouth, and signaled the girl to stop talking. Longer was stunned for a moment before he understood. Oh! Longer is hungry. After saying that, she peeled the banana, opened her little mouth and took a bite, then looked at him again and suddenly laughed happily. No matter what, she finally succeeded. The young master is finally hers. Her dragon palace, her dowry, and her dragon body are finally his. By the way, young master, you should have absorbed Longer's dragon blood. Right? How do you feel now? She asked quickly. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, feeling the hot power in his body, and said, Very good. It is merging with the Yuanli and tempering the body. Long Air smiled and said, Once you adapt to it, you can absorb Long Air's true dragon breath every day, and you will never reject it again. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again and continued to practice. In the evening, the speed of the spacecraft began to slow down. Yu Yao stood up, walked out, stood at the bow and took a look, and said, The border is in front. There is a band in the sky. We need to go from the ground. The spacecraft began to slowly descend. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the awning and came to her side. Looking at it, his heart was suddenly trembling. The border in the distance was shrouded by a layer of black fog. Over the cities occupied by the demons, dark clouds rolled, as if the world was about to end, and nothing could be seen clearly inside. Watching from afar, there was a feeling of suffocation. The location of Machin was right below the huge black cloud, and the once majestic city walls could not be seen at all. Sister Yu, I heard that Machin is now the capital of the demons. I wonder if the Yuannong building where you and I met has collapsed. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the girl beside him. Yu Yao's eyes seemed to be looking at that place. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment and said, Go down. At this time, the spaceship had landed on a hillside. Luo Qingzhou got off the spaceship. Long Air had just jumped down. But Yu Yao suddenly looked at her and said, Find a place, hide, and wait for us. Long Air was stunned, and immediately said unhappily, Sister, why don't you let Long Air go with you? Long Air wants to go with you, too. Luo Qingzhou immediately understood and advised, Long Air, listen to Sister Yu and hide. There are armies and demon-killing practitioners everywhere, as well as some formations to capture demonic energy. If you follow us, you will definitely get into trouble. And I may have to go to the army to see my father-in-law and second brother. And you definitely can't go in. Long Air pouted immediately. Long Air is not an ordinary demon like them. Yu Yao put away the spaceship and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou gently advised again, be good. Listen. We will be back soon. Longer knew that he was in a hurry, so he didn't dare to delay him any longer, and said unhappily, okay. Longer will hide. Luo Qingzhou said, remember to send me a message if you have anything. Longer nodded and said, young master. Sister, if you have anything, remember to notify Longer. The two walked down the hillside. Longer stood on the hillside, watching their backs until their backs disappeared in the woods in the distance, then turned around and left, entering the dense jungle. Sister, do you know the specific location of the Golden Clam Demon Lord? Luo Qingzhou asked on the way down the mountain. Yu Yao did not answer, slowed down her pace, took out the communication treasure, stretched out her jade finger, and gently stroked it. Luo Qingzhou took a look and quietly approached. Before he saw the information on it, the communication treasure had been put away, facing the cold eyes of the girl. He moved 2 steps to the side, thought for a while, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message to the queen. Your Majesty, I came to the border and want to find a golden clam demon to practice. Can you help ask Lord Yuying? Yuying has dealt with the demons here, and may know some news. The message came back quickly. Queen, beast, you actually sneaked to the border and wanted to practice with a toad. Don't come back. Disgusting. Luo Qingzhou. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. I came to take its demon pill. After a while, a prompt was sent. Yuying is requesting to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Be alert. The other party added you from a special channel. Beware of fraud. At this time, the queen's message also came back. I asked Yuying to add you. Traitor. You didn't report to me before going to the border. When you come back, I will deal with you. Luo Qingzhou agreed to the friend's request. At this time, the message prompt came again. You have agreed to add the other party as a friend. At the same time, you can modify the other party's notes. Recommended names: Xiaoying Lord, Inger Sister, Knight Sister, Yuying Ji, Long-legged Female Knight. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and his mind recalled Yuying's majestic appearance, wearing silver armor or black skirt and riding a warhorse. When he was about to click the name Long-legged Female Knight, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. The girl in a white dress was standing silently beside him, her head tilted, her snow-white chin almost resting on his shoulder, and she was looking at the message in his hand with wide eyes. When his eyes looked at her, her charming and cold eyes also looked at him. There was silence in the field for a few seconds. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Yu, why are you peeking at my messages? Yu Yao looked at him coldly, without saying a word, as if he was not peeking at her messages. Luo Qingzhou and her gazes were in a stalemate for a while, and his momentum suddenly weakened. The finger hovering over the long-legged female knight suddenly pointed at the first name, Lord Xiaoying. Only this one looked normal. He turned his head and looked at the cold eyes next to him, looking at the message in his hand. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to drive her away, so he had to send a message. Hello, Lord Yuying. I'm sorry to bother you. I came to the border for something. I hope I can ask you for advice. He originally wanted to call her Miss Yuying, but the other party is now a powerful iron cavalry general, and it feels inappropriate to call her that way. After a while, the message came back. Say. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, I heard that a golden clam demon appeared on the border. Does the Lord know where it is now? Lord Xiaoying, in the swamp west of Lincheng. There's a group of thousands of demon soldiers. It should be there. Lincheng? Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked in the direction of Lincheng in the distance. At this time, the message came back. Scouts saw it a few days ago, but it is very powerful and has many troops around it. I am afraid it will be difficult for you to approach it. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sir, do you know the way to there? Sir Xiaoying, there are 3 roads, 2 of which are the front and side, both of which are difficult. The last one is to go over the mountains and go around to the back, but it needs to pass through the territory of other demon armies. I have a map here, and also the positions of those demon army. If it is convenient for you, you can come to the military camp. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, turned his head, looked at the girl beside him, and said, Sister Yu, can we go? After a pause, he said, she knows Huagu, and is very familiar with Huagu. Yu Yao said calmly, why ask me? Anyway, you are going to see your father-in-law and second brother. Didn't you just say it? Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and said, my current identity is Chu Feiyang, and I guess they don't know me either. The main thing is that I think that Lord Yuing should have a lot of information that we don't know. Knowing ourselves, and the enemy can win every battle. We need to find out the specific location of the Golden Clam, and the strength of the nearby demon army, to find it more efficiently. Yu Yao didn't say anything else and walked forward. Luo Qingzhou immediately replied to the message, "Okay. Then I'll go there now." "Where is the Lord now?" "Master Xiaoying, in the military camp west of Yicheng." "Come directly. Someone will come out of the camp to pick you up." Luo Qingzhou put away the message and immediately rushed over with Sister Yu. Soon, the two arrived at the west of Yicheng. The land here is flat, very suitable for cavalry charge. There are many troops stationed on the hillside not far away, and you can look around. Luo Qingzhou saw the military camp of the silver-armored cavalry at a glance. At the same time, on the grass outside the military camp, a familiar silver-haired figure was riding a horse and looking around. The straight long legs were placed on both sides of the horse's belly, which was particularly conspicuous. "Senior sister?" Seeing the familiar long figure, Luo Qingzhou was immediately delighted and immediately quickened his pace. After he walked a distance, he suddenly woke up and looked back. Sister Yu was left behind alone, walking slowly, and her cold eyes were looking at him coldly.